Yeah, okay. Yeah.
That's where you think the
along
horizon
distance
is.
where there's enough of a curve to block. I'm telling you, bro, the horizon isn't anywhere. It's an optical phenomenon. It's not a place. I mean, you can get that right.
So then how do ships... So ships are hiding behind the optical phenomenon. Great. How does that...
No, they're not hiding behind the optical. They're hiding behind the curvature, but they're behind the water. They're behind the water itself, which blocks light.
Yeah, but that water is an optical phenomenon,
No.
right? It's not really there.
The water is an optical phenomenon?
Well, you said the horizon.
No,
That's where the water ends, right?
Water is
the
there.
water ends at the horizon, and then you see
No, the water doesn't end. It keeps going. It keeps going
what you
over
see,
past the
dumb
horizon
fuck.
where you can't see it.
Stop obfuscating. You know what I'm talking about.
Well, you said where the horizon is, and it's
the
not
horizon,
a place, you know.
The visual horizon that we see is where the water ends, right? We can't see any more water.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. On the ocean. I think I get what you're getting at.
On the ocean, on a lake, it don't matter
the
where it is.
Is defined as the line between the water and the sky. Yes.
Yes. Okay. And past that is the curve of the Earth, right? It's where the Earth starts curving down such that it blocks things physically.
There's no the curve of the Earth isn't past that. It's curving all the time. It curves up to that point and then curves down away.
Curves up,
but yes.
Well,
someone clip that shit,
yes,
bro.
In a sense, in a sense, like obviously, it depends on what you mean by up. Obviously, like.
So the horizon is the Earth curving up.
If I'm looking up is just relative, right? If I'm standing on the water, looking out at, let's say I look right down at my feet first, right? The water is below me, right? The water is directly below me, and if I raise my eyes up, the water is, if I raise my eyes up and up and up, the water is there until I meet the horizon, right? So in that sense, it curves up to the horizon. Because as we've agreed, the horizon itself is a subjective visual perspective. So from my perspective, the water seems to curve up to the horizon. But it doesn't really mean up in the sense of gravity.
Woohoo! Same thing as your floor, though, right? Same thing as your floor. It's the same optical phenomena, right? It appears to ramp up to the midpoint of your vision. Right? You say it's curving up. What the hell?
Well,
that's the same phenomenon you observe across a flat surface. That's based on the human eye, right? The optic in question.
No.
No, we're making an observation. No. You're saying it appears to do something. How does it appear if we're not talking about looking?
You could say that, like, if you're on solid ground, I don't know, if somehow your floor is your horizon.
Yeah, exactly. Your floor, like looking down a long corridor, it appears to ramp up, right? Like the ceiling appears to go down. You're saying that the surface of the water appears to you to curve upwards. Well, what the fuck?
Yeah, it appears to rise towards the horizon.
There you go.
And as it's rising,
There's no need for curvature involved, but it appears to rise. That was my contention. Thanks very much.
Yeah, it appears to rise, but there is curvature in there. Sure.
Where?
The whole surface of the water is curved.
So the whole surface. Can we measure that
on the macro scale?
Can we measure that?
Yes, of course. That's what.
Awesome. How?
Yes, of course. That's what we're talking about.
How?
That's what we've been talking about this whole time. So, the way the ancients did it, the way the ancients did it is to measure two separate points of the Earth, measure how the angle of the sun at certain times, and they were able to determine they were basically able to measure a section of the arc. A section of the arc of the Earth.
Excuse me.
And if you can calculate a section of the arc of the Earth's curvature, you can calculate the whole thing, at least broadly, roughly.
Okay, that's an elevation angle, though. It's not a measurement of the curvature of the Earth. That's a utilage of a horizontal plane. And this ancients did this. This isn't measuring the curvature of the Earth. This is assuming that you're standing on a sphere to begin with. So can we try?
You assume that the Earth is. You already think, the people who are measuring the curvature of the Earth, right? They
didn't measure curvature. They measured an elevation angle. They calculated based on the angle and that position. So calculation based on the presupposition, but measurement from a flat Earth. I'm asking if we can measure a rate of change of slope. All right. Why do we have to point to ancient people and elevation angles? We can survey the land.
Because that's a simpler way. Sure.
A simpler way
that
requires a horizontal plane because you're measuring an elevation angle, my friend. Don't act like you didn't hear what I said.
It's harder to survey the ocean, right? But I'm listening.
You said that we can do this.
It's so hostile.
Yeah, because I don't like you acting like you didn't hear what I just said. I understand why India got frustrated with you.
So let's say, to go back to the ship example that I brought up earlier, let's say we know how tall the ship is. We know how tall I am, standing there looking at the horizon. We know how fast the ship moves. So by timing it, we can figure out, at least broadly, roughly speaking, how far the ship is. If it's leaving the port, going at a consistent speed, we can calculate how long it's going to take until a certain point that we observe it. So at that point, we can, if that is a point where it is now past the horizon and is only partially visible, right? And we can see with some precision how much of it is visible, how much is obscured. Just right there, you can calculate.
What mathematics would we use to make this prediction?
Okay, so the boat is leaving the harbor, right? It's going at a consistent speed, isn't it?
Okay, so my friend,
agree that.
I help. All right, this boat's got a size, it's going to go away. What calculation and mathematics are going to use to make a prediction before we stop seeing it?
But that's what I'm explaining to you. So the ship is leaving the port at a certain speed. We take measurements to know how tall the ship is. We take measurements to know how high off the ground we're viewing it from. Or high off sea level, probably we should say in this case, since we're talking about measuring the curvature of the water itself. You know how fast the boat is moving, and you can do some simple math to figure out how far it's traveled, right? If you know how fast it's moving, you know how far it's traveled after 2 minutes.
Actually, you know what you can do? You can use marinetraffic.com to tell you the position of the ship.
Well, but we're
your position.
Understand the curvature of the Earth from.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, we can know the distance of the ship from you because we can get the ship's position.
Yeah, okay. And I'm describing how.
Yeah, I've done this.
About doing that in a simple way.
I've done this.
Trying to figure out the mathematical formula you're going to use to make the prediction for how far the boat is going to need to be before it's going to disappear. That's all I want.
Yeah, so again, let's say we've measured the boat, so we know how tall it is, and maybe we put a really visible marker at like the halfway point. So we watch the boat sail out over the horizon, and we have a stopwatch running the whole time, and once that little dot halfway up the ship or line or whatever it is, the visual marker, once that gets just to the point where it's crossing the horizon, where it's going down below the horizon, we hit the stopwatch. So now, since we know how fast the ship was going, we know how long it's been, we know how far out the ship has been, right? We know how much of the ship is obscured by the curvature of the Earth. Okay. And if we assume, if we make some simplifying assumptions along the way, we can do some simple calculus too.
You're not giving me what I'm asking for, so maybe I'll help you again. Do apologise for interrupting, but you're definitely not giving me what I'm asking for.
No, we do the calculations first, dude. First. Then you do the observation.
Okay, you could do that too.
Okay,
but how are you
let's do that. What math do we use?
But what we're trying to do is observe something, which is the curvature of the Earth, a variable which we don't know, right? You're asking me how can we determine the curvature of the Earth mathematically? That's the variable.
No, we're not trying to determine the curvature of the Earth. That's not what we're trying to determine.
Well, that's
we're trying to determine if it checks out. We're not trying to determine the curvature of the Earth.
The question, as it was posed to me, was how can you calculate the curvature of the Earth? And
you haven't told us yet. You haven't told us yet.
I just explained it, I think, in pretty good detail. The only thing I didn't do is actually do all the math out, but the math isn't even that complicated.
How do we get the horizon distance? Can you give us that math?
The horizon distance. Again, the horizon is not a physical geographical spot on the horizon.
So it doesn't have a distance.
So we're not measuring that.
So it doesn't then how are you doing hold on, brother. You can't calculate any other value without the horizon distance. Shut up.
Did
you can't.
No,
you can't
no.
calculate.
Did you really
no,
not listen
shut
to
up.
my explanation? You seriously
no,
didn't listen.
Yeah, there's a serious flaw in it.
About not listening.
There's a serious flaw in it.
Bad,
you can't do any of the calculations without knowing the horizon distance. That is a necessary variable because you need to know the tangent.
So
without the tangent,
first of all, you don't need to know the distance. No.
Yes, you do.
You don't need to know the distance of the horizon.
Yes, you do,
dude. Come on, you're just yelling over me. You're not listening.
I'm going to show you the math. I'm going to show you the math, dude. I'm going to show you the math.
This guy's
you have to have the horizon distance, or you can't do any other calculation. They all rely on the horizon distance.
As I explained in my explanation, because we know how fast the ship is going,
what I just said.
Because we know how long it's been, we know how far away the ship is. We don't need to calculate the distance to the horizon itself in this. But we can. Once we've done the calculus, once we've calculated the curve of the Earth, we can extrapolate the asymptote, which is the highest point or the lowest point of the curve.
Distance, dumb fuck. How many times am I going to tell you?
I'm explaining
you need to know the tangent.
Shouting over me.
You need, brother. You know what a tangent is? Do you know what a tangent is?
I don't know if you have more you wanted to say, but
do you know what a tangent is?
Engaging me on this.
Do you know what a tangent is?
Yes, Indio.
Okay, you know what a tangent is. You have to calculate the tangent to the sphere because you need the observer height.
Extends off a curve.
That's right, and you need to know the tangent to the sphere. That's where the horizon is. That's the horizon distance. So to know what should be observed or not be observed, you need to calculate down from that tangent line down to the surface. Okay, but you need to know where that line is in the first place.
You're confused, bro. You're confused.
No, I am not confused. I am not confused at all.
And
you're obfuscating, and you're trying to fucking goddamn do, and you're doing damage control right now. You're doing damage control.
Engage with people, you have to give them a chance.
This is not This is not a matter of opinion.
I'll listen to the counter arguments you're making. Just stop.
There is no argument. There is no counter argument.
This is incessantly, bro. Let other people get it.
This is not subjective. This is not opinion. This is objectively true. It's a mathematical fact. I'm not going to argue it. I'm informing you. This is not an argument. I'm informing you of what needs to be done. Period. There's no other way to do it. There's no mathematical technique method that you can use if you don't have the tangent to calculate curvature. You can cry about it. You can throw a fit. You can do meta about fucking how bad I'm talking to you. I don't give a shit. Okay? This is a fact. Has to be done. So whatever debate bro tactic you thought you were going to drag in here and obfuscate about the horizon, you need it. You have to have it. You don't have anything without a horizon.
This is why we're taking measurements. We're taking measurements to determine this, right? We're taking measurements to determine it.
What?
Taking measurements of, as I said, how tall the ship is, how long it takes it to go to wherever we're measuring it. If you want it to be right on the horizon, if you want to
no,
you can do it that way too.
No, brother.
All you're doing is timing it and saying how far and how fast it goes.
It's not. What, bro? How do you know how much of the ship? Listen, you know where the ship is. You know how tall the ship is. You know the observer height. How do you calculate how much of the ship is missing and where the horizon is that's blocking it? How did you even get a distance?
Trigonometry and calculus, bro.
Trigonometry. I'm giving you the trig.
I told you
the first thing you have to calculate is the horizon distance, dude.
I explain this like Indio. You're just not.
You can explain whatever you want. I want to see the math. I don't give a fuck about your verbiage.
You know how fast the ship is going.
How?
You know how fast the ship is going. You know how long it's been. So you know, at least roughly speaking.
How?
How do you know how fast the ship is going?
Yes, how?
You can measure that to begin with if you want.
How?
How do you measure speed? Bro, are we
Yeah, how do you measure speed in a ship? That's right, dude.
How do you measure the speed of an object?
How do you measure speed in a ship?
Speed is a function of distance over time, right?
Okay.
So you measure the distance an object has traveled over time. And then if you know speed and you know time, you can calculate the distance. This is like
How'd you get your distance in a moving medium? It's a fluid, right?
Yeah. So in this example, theoretically, we're trusting that the boat moves at a more or less consistent speed, right? So
you don't have a measurement?
If your argument rests, if you're saying we can't make measurements because we can't reliably indicate the speed of
no one
like a
fucking
boat.
said that. Stop fucking trying to divine my argument, dude.
No,
just listen to what's being said.
The argument
just listen to what's being said instead of making shit up in your mind.
I'm listening.
It's really simple. It's really simple. Okay? The distance of the ship, the height of the observer, how much of the ship is blocked depends and cannot be calculated without the horizon distance. Can't be done. There's no method from which you can do it. There's no technique. Okay? I'm sorry that that's the case. You're running away from the horizon like a scared little girl because you know it's the death of you. Okay? You know it's your death.
No, it's one of the easiest ways to see the curvature of the Earth.
Oh, yeah. So the horizon is the curvature of the Earth, but it's also optical. Which one is it?
Come on, dude. You know what I'm saying.
No, I don't know what you're saying. I listen to you guys contradict yourselves on this all the time. Is it geometric or optical?
The horizon is an optical phenomenon, right? The curve
so it's not geometric.
Is geometric.
So which one blocks the boat?
What? What do you
Which one blocks the boat and the sun and all that shit? Which one? Which one's blocking the boat or the sun?
Which one? What? The Earth.
The geometric horizon or the optical horizon?
There's no geometric horizon.
You just said. Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth. There's no geometric horizon to even block things.
There's the curve of the Earth itself, but the horizon just refers to the point where the sky meets the water, right?
Is that the curve of the Earth?
What are you asking?
Is that where the surface of the Earth starts tilting away from you?
Yeah,
the other side of the ball.
Yeah, sure. It's like if you draw a line from your eyes to the if you draw a line from your eyes to the horizon, that's like theoretically that's like the asymptote of the curve of the Earth, right?
That's the tangent I'm talking about.
If you want to,
that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So you can see that tangent point, and that tangent point is the horizon. Yes or no?
Yeah, the actual asymptote itself, the point where this theoretical line of sight touches the curve of the Earth.
Okay, great.
I would call it the asymptote.
Why does it move around?
That's how you define it.
Why does the horizon move around then?
Why does it move?
Yeah, why does it move when you're perfectly stationary? 1 minute you'll look and the horizon will be at 6 miles, and then like an hour later it'll be 7 miles away. How does that happen?
What do you mean it's further and farther?
The horizon moves around. Its distance, what it appears to you, its distance will move around.
So you mean like if I'm looking at the
one day I'll make an observation, the horizon will look like it's 6 miles away, then I'll go out another day, it'll be 30 miles away.
Well, how do you know? I thought you were just saying that you don't have any way to calculate the distance to the horizon.
No one said that.
We can estimate a distance to the horizon using...
I didn't say that.
That's what you were saying to me.
We can estimate a distance to the horizon using known landmarks.
Okay, sure. That's fine with me. Like I said, like in my town, there's a mountain, and if I'm standing or like a hill, and if I'm standing at the bottom of the hill, it's only 100 feet away from me. But that is the point where it's towering above me. I look up. That's the point where the ground meets the sky. That's like my horizon.
Or if we're standing at the beach and out to sea, there are some oil rigs, and we know our location to the oil rigs, we can estimate a distance to the horizon. For example, if it's beyond them, in front of them, between them.
Yeah, like so you look at the oil rig and you like judging by how large it is, you can tell how far away.
No, just by
if you know the size
using some kind of map. I'm at this beach, these oil rigs or wind turbines are out to sea. That 10 miles away from me.
I do
I'm
trust
8
maps
foot.
and all.
Will you stop talking so you can listen to him, dude? He's making his point. He's telling you what the problem is. You asked.
Bro, it's just the lag. It's like I'll start saying something and then I realize he's saying something and I stop talking. I'm listening. Bro.
Okay, then. It's fine.
Just
I'll give you the
sometimes
benefit of the doubt.
we talk over each other a little.
No,
okay,
that's
I'll
fine.
give you the benefit of the doubt. So, Jedi, continue. Or start from the beginning, actually.
Yeah, so we can stand at a beach, we can use known landmarks, and we can get our distance to those known landmarks, say, for example, oil rigs, and we can estimate a distance to the horizon. For example, we can have an oil rig that's 10 miles away from our location, and we can see the horizon change over different days. If we keep our eye height the same, the horizon on some days can appear in front of the oil rigs, so we can say less than 10 miles, and sometimes it can appear beyond the oil rigs, so we can say further than 10 miles. Right? You understand this idea?
That's actually a little confusing to me. You're saying the horizon is in front of or behind the oil rig? How do you determine that?
Because we can see it.
You can see what?
The horizon, where the surface of the water appears to be the sky at distance.
It looks like, but it just looks like it's coming up to meet the sky. Like, how can you tell how far it is based on the oil rig?
Because we know the distance to the oil rigs, and we can, and this is a good word for you to understand, estimate a distance. That's why I said less than 10 miles if the horizon was in front of the oil rigs from our point of view, or more than 10 miles if the horizon was behind the oil rigs from our point of view.
How is the horizon in front of the oil rig?
Well, if I'm at 8 foot,
what would that look like? How would you know if that was the case?
Because the oil rigs would maybe look like they're behind the horizon. Maybe I might not be able to see the entirety of the oil rigs.
Oh, okay. That's consistent with my view of the water being curved. But how is that consistent with flat Earth?
Because remember, the one that's beyond the oil rigs. Remember, we're making multiple observations from the same observer height, and depending on certain aspects, like maybe the weather conditions of the day, the horizon can appear in multiple locations.
So you're saying one day the horizon appears in front of, oil rig A and behind oil rig B, and the next day the horizon appears behind oil rig A and in front of oil rig B? Is that right?
No. We're talking about one day they appear in front of oil rig A and B, and the next day they appear behind oil rig A and B. And sometimes it'll appear between oil rig A and B.
Right. So in other words, sometimes A is behind and B is in front, and sometimes A is in front and B is behind. Right?
I don't know why this is hard to fathom for you. I can't believe that we're having an honest discourse right now.
In the flat Earth
oil rigs, there's legs sticking in the water, right?
Can be.
One day you see the legs sticking in the water and the horizon is behind it. The next day, you can't see exactly where the legs stick in the water because you can't see that water surface and the legs appear cut off by the horizon. Okay? So one day the horizon looks like it's at a distance of 7 miles away in front of the 10-mile away oil rigs. And then the next day you go out there and the horizon looks like it's 30 miles away and you can see water, the surface of the water, beyond the oil rigs. Okay? The surface of the water. Okay? That's what we're talking about. Where the surface of the water appears to end.
But on other days.
Is where the horizon is, right? Where the surface of the water. We're just talking about the water's surface. Where that appears to end is where the horizon is, right?
And you're saying that on some days
where the surface of the water ends is where the horizon appears to be, right?
I don't know why you're shouting, dude.
Because you're not answering my question. I'm trying to establish something fucking very basic, dude, that anybody can answer. Where the surface of the water ends and the sky starts visually is the horizon, right?
Right. So somebody just posted a GIF. Jedi just posted a GIF in the chat, right?
Damn it.
And you can see in this GIF, in the zoomed in view, we agree that those are in front of the horizon, right?
Yeah.
In the gift that
Yes.
you sent, Jedi, those
Yeah.
oil rigs are in front of the horizon, right?
Yeah.
Do you have a picture of oil rigs behind the horizon?
I'm sure I could find one for you.
Here's one. We got a bunch with it in front, but only one with behind. It's in between them.
Because
quite
frankly,
honestly.
when I see a picture like this where there's two larger oil rigs in front that seem to be in front of the horizon, and then there's another ship or another oil rig, even smaller, in the background that's behind the horizon, to me that's pretty easily explainable by the curvature of the Earth. But now you guys seem to be saying to me that somehow the horizon could like swap places. I don't understand how that could ever happen.
We're not saying it, we're showing it to you.
See, the thing is, if we're to use the calculation to figure out where the horizon should be, that was the tangent that Injo was talking about earlier. For this 8-foot observer, the horizon should be at 3.46 miles. Just to make that simple for you, that's in front of the oil rigs. That's if the Earth was a sphere, when we were going to use that horizon distance to make a prediction about how much of the oil rigs we should be able to see or not. But ultimately, the horizon is at least beyond 10 miles, right? It's a little bit further than that. Should be at 3 if we're on a ball, but clearly here it's beyond 10 miles. You understand the issue, right?
And here's another issue.
So just one thing I want to clarify. In your view, they couldn't really swap places, right? Like the horizon could maybe move like between them. It could move like back and forth almost. But it
our view,
be in
you mean
front
the
of
flat
one
Earth view?
and behind another one day, and then the reverse.
You mean in the flat Earth view?
Are you saying that is possible?
Are you saying in the flat Earth view?
In your view.
Are you saying in the flat Earth view?
I'm asking you guys only to represent your own ideas. I'm not asking you to answer.
In our view, the horizon is not the edge of something that blocks things. The horizon is completely optical. In that when things appear, you don't see the bottom, that is completely to be expected. Do you know why we expect it? Because you have to understand how optics actually work. How optics actually work. Not how you imagine they work based upon some orthographic idea, right? How they actually work. Right? What do you think the horizon would be on a flat Earth? Where do you think it would be? Do you think it would be the edge of the Earth?
I don't know.
Would there even be a horizon on a flat Earth?
How can it? I don't know. I assume yes. The horizon would be like
the edge of the Earth.
It would be infinitely far away, but you would still be able to. You should be able to see it, right?
I'm sorry,
you should be able to zoom in.
The horizon would be infinitely far away on a flat Earth. You really need to understand how optics works.
I don't believe in the flat Earth, so I don't know what model we're looking at. Some flat Earth people, as I understand, do believe that it's like infinite, basically. Some people think there's like an edge, and maybe we would see that.
No one thinks
it's not distance to the horizon, though, dude. Come on, be reasonable. That's not distance to the horizon, sure.
Ask you a question. Say there's a spot on the ground 1,000 miles away from you on a flat Earth. What angle is that? The angle to the ground that you're looking at the ground. It's a spot on the ground 1,000 miles away. What's the angle?
I mean, I don't know. You could do some math to figure it out. If you know it's 1,000 miles away and you know how high off the ground you are, you can determine the angle.
0.000001. The angle would be so small, there would be no way you could resolve it. That's what the horizon is.
Small between that and like 90 degrees, right?
So it'd be a little less than 90 degrees. Okay. When the angle of view is so shallow that you can't resolve the surface as the surface anymore. All the surface, the entire surface.
So you're saying that explains?
That's what the horizon is.
You're saying that explains why objects are occluded, like near the horizon? Because you just can't resolve them?
No. Well, that's part of the reason. You're making the fallacy a single cause fallacy. It's a multiple cause.
I'm not making a fallacy. I'm asking you what you are saying. That's not an argument. It's not a statement of fact. I'm asking you.
No, you said that it. Okay. Well, you said it's the angle why it's being occluded. Okay. No, that's the fallacy. Single cause. I'm asking it's more than a single cause.
So what is the cause then?
Well,
so what is the cause?
Well, I could tell you, but you're never going to understand it because you don't know anything about optics, physics, or anything like that. But I'll try to explain it to you. So typically, when you start looking at a very shallow angle to the surface, there's like a boundary layer, right? You've seen it, right, in inferior mirage? You see a little freaking mirroring?
A boundary layer between
a boundary layer
between fluids of different viscosities.
Yeah,
atmospheric.
No, not this. A boundary layer.
And you have a transition from one.
This is a boundary layer of temperature.
And temperature is related to the physical properties of of air, of atmosphere. I mean, that what you're talking about is refraction.
Stop trying to Google.
When light passes from one medium.
This isn't refraction.
No, this is what I actually know. When light passes from one medium to another, like cold air to hot air, it bends, right? It's the same reason that when you have like a prism, the light refracts into different colors, because when you shoot a beam of light into the prism from the medium of air into the medium of crystal, the light bends, and you can actually see that.
You're confusing diffraction with refraction.
Congratulations for something I knew in first grade. Don't care about that. What I'm trying to tell you about is something called total internal reflection.
About the physics of light in first grade.
What?
I said good for you for knowing about that in first grade. I did not learn about the physics of light in first grade.
Well, we learned about prisms and shit in first grade. We actually just talked about that. I don't know why we're talking about prisms today. It's really weird. So there's a boundary layer.
Well, this is
in
that
boundary layer, light gets trapped in. Hold on, dude. Light gets trapped in the boundary layer and is ducted, right? This is called total internal reflection. This has been shown experimentally. This isn't our opinion, okay? This has been shown experimentally and appears in peer-reviewed papers about this topic, but not about flat Earth, but them trying to characterize mirages, inferior mirages. So what they did was they took a vertical tree with a bunch of thermocouples on there where they could measure temperature, humidity, and temperature, humidity. I think that's the only things they measured. And they filmed a mirror at a long distance away, and then it would vanish from view, and then they correlated the time of it vanishing with the temperature gradient, and there was no curvature of the Earth. They could see the mirror until it was a spike in temperature, then the mirror would completely disappear. Now, the mirror was reflecting the sun, mind you, okay? So they filmed it 1.6 kilometers away, and it would vanish, and they wouldn't be able to see it. But it was still there, right? So you can't see what you're talking about is not being able to see the bottom. That bottom thing that you think you should see is hidden behind an inferior mirage, in which the light can't reach the camera. It's not included by anything. The light just can't reach the camera. This isn't theoretical because we've demonstrated it experimentally. You understand? Not just that, you can do this on a smaller scale, right? Such as a lake that's 1,000 feet long. And you can replicate the optical, what it looks like, a ship disappearing over a horizon. In 1,000 feet, there should be no horizon for a ship to disappear behind in the very first place. It can't be the curvature of the Earth because the horizon is supposed to be 2,000 feet away. So the horizon is supposed to be 2,000 feet farther. You should see all the way, according to you guys, all the way to the other side of the lake. And this has been replicated by multiple people, right? The problem here, that what we have is that you have an expectation that flat Earth should look like this, globe should look like that, but that expectation is incorrect. Okay, things would disappear on a flat Earth. The same visual we see at sea is that what we should see on a flat Earth.
So obviously inferior mirages do exist, and the phenomenon you're talking about is very real, but I don't think it can explain the phenomenon that we're
doesn't matter what you think, dude. I mean, we've demonstrated it
earlier. Please, bro. Again, you're interrupting me.
Yeah, but you're giving like you didn't. You're not addressing any empirical evidence. You're just giving me your opinion, which I don't give a shit about.
What you said. I'm directly referencing empirical evidence as we.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. But reference some data set.
In the earlier pic that Clipcord posted earlier, you can see two different pictures. In the right picture, you can see that one of these oil rigs is very clearly occluded. A big portion of it is occluded, right?
That's so what?
So you're. I just want to be totally clear. Your explanation is that this is refraction. Is that essentially that total internal reflection, whatever you want to call it? It's
total internal reflection is not refraction, dude. Not refraction.
Yes, it is.
Something else. because we're dealing with very small angles. When you have light inside a denser medium, or no, inside a less dense medium, it'll totally internal reflect. This is how fiber optic cables work.
Okay.
The
No,
light
totally, I get
bounces
that.
down and
I
gets caught
understand
in a duct and does not escape. Right?
But
So
that's-
this would
that's what
happen
you're saying,
below
then,
the
that
level of
this-
the camera, right?
Below the level of the camera? No, I'm confused by that.
Okay. So if the light, according to you guys, is
Why isn't
bending
it-
down, right?
Why isn't it
There's going
happening?
to be
Why isn't it happening then for the one on the right? That's what I want to know.
because it depends on the wet meteorological conditions. All of this depends on meteorological conditions. I've seen a boat 30 miles away, sheeple. I've filmed a boat 30 miles away. You understand that thing about a boat sailing out to sea, watching it pull out of harbor? Yeah, I did that for 3.5 hours. I watched the ship sail to 30 miles, never disappear behind the horizon at all.
What happened?
Well, it
It
just
went out
faded
into the
off.
back.
It just faded off into the distance, dude.
It faded.
Faded, yeah.
It faded.
The air is not transparent.
You didn't
dude.
actually see
Like,
them. You didn't actually see it get occluded at all. You didn't see any portion
No.
of it disappear first. Just the
No.
whole thing just slowly faded.
Yes,
Well,
I got
that's not
pictures.
my
I can post
experience.
them in the
That's
chat.
not my lived experience. I don't even say you're necessarily
Well, you
wrong.
tell
because
me a single
as
time
as
you've
you very
seen-
well pointed out, depending on the atmospheric and viewing conditions, that could be very well the case. I mean, if the ship is going out into dense fog,
That's
you're
not
gonna
your
lose sight
experience.
of
You've
it
never
after,
made any
You know.
rigorous observation, dude. You've never made any
Yes, I have.
rigorous
I've set up the
observation.
telescope. Yes, bro.
Okay,
I'm
show us.
telling you, when we were like,
Show us.
when I was like literally
set
like
up a
7
telescope.
years
What kind of
old,
telescope
I set up
was
a telescope and
What kind?
watched the.
What kind?
What do you mean? What kind?
What kind of telescope?
What do you mean? What kind?
Yeah,
was-
yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Hurry up, think
You're
of
asking
one.
for the brand?
Google one. Hurry up, Google one. You're a liar.
Are you asking me for the?
Why do you guys do this?
Literally,
Just say
of a
Stellar
telescope I
Rock,
had
just
when
say
I was
Stellar
7 years old? I don't know, dude.
So you
sorry.
did a rigorous. I just said you did a rigorous experiment, and now you did it when you were 7.
It wasn't a rigorous experiment, but it was my own personal, direct, empirical knowledge. I mean, that's what you're saying, right? You're not saying a rigorous experiment either. You're just saying you watched
Bro, you
the
don't
ship.
know-
Yeah, it was.
You had a
Well,
big
so-
Yeah, it was because I tracked it. I tracked the boat. I got compass headings. I observed it over a long period of time. I got photographs. I got its
And that's
coordinates.
what we did
I got
when we were
everything.
like 7 years old, bro. Because we were interested.
That is not what you just said.
What do you
You
want?
did that when you were 7 years old. Did you just really say that?
That's-
Did you just
when I
really
was young,
say
I
that?
don't know if I was 7. Maybe I
No,
was
I
6.
thought you did.
Yes,
And then
bro.
they
That's
say
what I've been
we
saying
did
this
it,
whole
like as if
time.
it was a class project.
Really? You're going all in on lying, dude.
No,
really?
me and my family. Yeah, I mean it's not a lie. I'm saying it, but
You're a
you
liar, dude.
What? Like, why
did
would
not
you
do-
believe me? Why would I believe you that you said?
You just
that
said you because I'll post
you
my
saw
evidence
this.
in the chat, dude.
Sure, I'd love to see it. Or is this the one? Obvious it be.
No, I doubt it. I'm not looking in the chat, and I'm just going to tell you really quickly. You've never done anything. You just told a bullshit lie. You said we did this. I did a rigorous test at 7, but I don't remember what telescope it was. Stop it, dude.
Did.
Just stop it.
No,
That's
I don't
embarrassing.
remember what telescope it was. Yeah.
Yeah, or
Okay, whatever you say, bro. I'm
What'd you
not
write down the
embarrassed
data
because
on?
it's true.
What'd you write down the data on? Was it paper? Was it into a computer?
What do you mean?
Was it on a
Yes.
chalkboard? Was
Yes,
it with the
bro, on
chalk that you
paper.
write
This
onto
was
the
in the
freaking
90s.
sidewalk?
It was an
Let's take the
experiment
data
I
on
did
the
with my
sidewalk,
family
Daddy. And you're
because we were
writing different
interested
colors
in
on the
it.
sidewalk.
Because we were interested in watching the ships.
Dude, you're
He wrote
full of
down on the
shit.
sidewalk and he played hopscotch with it.
Okay,
Okay,
so
dude,
first
I
of
mean,
all,
that doesn't really.
what
doesn't really
kind of
support your
telescope was it?
arguments,
Just tell us what kind of telescope it was. Because, listen,
No, dude, I already said that. What do you?
was it a reflector? Was it a refractor?
Why would I remember that?
Because they look considerably different.
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know.
I think
No,
you'd
I
remember
don't-
if it was
I don't remember.
like a reflector telescope, right? They're look like a huge
I don't
freaking
know what the
coffee
difference
can.
between a reflector and a refractor.
Okay, one looks like a huge coffee can. One looks like a telescope that Popeye uses on his ship. Okay.
A telescope that Popeye uses. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It was one that we use for astronomy as well.
Okay. So you can't use those for terrestrial observations because they're made.
You can.
No, They don't have a variable
Yes,
zoom.
you can get lenses that focus.
They don't have a variable zoom. They have a fixed
You
zoom.
can swap
because you're
out
looking
different lenses.
Okay.
No, you can swap
And?
out different lenses to get different levels of zoom. Yes.
Yeah, that's obviously what he did. So what zoom
we
level?
had a whole set of lenses. What's that?
Yeah, you had a whole set of lenses. Typically, the standard set is 5, 10, and 20.
Oh, we had much more than that.
But it's not. Astronomical telescopes are made to look at something with a pinpoint of light in a dark background.
I agree that this isn't. I already said
never
this
did
is not
shit.
like the most
Keep doubling
rigorous,
down, dude.
scientific,
It's so
peer-reviewed
easy.
explanation. It was my own.
You never did
personal
anything.
Empirical.
No,
experiential empirical
you're a liar,
phenomenon.
dude.
You
No,
were bringing up your own personal experiential phenomenon. So that's what I was.
You're lying.
Okay.
No,
Okay,
you're lying.
I mean, if
you know
that's-
you're lying.
I mean,
we
I
both
think it
know
says
you're
more
lying.
about the strength of
No,
your own
we both know
arguments.
you're lying.
That's like the best you can do.
I love how.
And it's like, oh,
Dude,
you're lying.
did you forget where you started? We can rewind the tape. You said you remember going out.
You are making the same exact claims as I am. Like I could easily sit here and call you a liar, but I'm not.
No, I'm not.
Because it
I can tell you
doesn't matter to me.
I can tell you everything about mine. Everything.
Okay.
You think you need a telescope to do this shit? I use the iPhone 4.
Great. I'm sure you did. I don't have any problem with that. I've seen it with binoculars too, but I didn't.
Oh God,
do an experiment
where?
on it.
What ocean? Where were you?
On the Atlantic Ocean.
Why do you keep doing it? Why do you keep lying, dude? You think you can't dig your way out of this, dude?
Because it's interesting to me, dude.
Where were
I'm
you?
interested in shit.
It's interesting that you're a compulsive liar.
What do you want me to dox myself now? You want to tell me exactly where I
No, you're a
lived when I was
compulsive liar, dude. You dox yourself by telling me the
I
fucking
lived in a
ocean it
city
was.
that's on the.
Oh my God, we're gonna find him. We know the ocean.
Come on.
Oh my God, he's on the Pacific.
This is.
Oh my God.
This is the most interesting.
I'm on it.
You don't actually want to get into like flat Earth, globe Earth shit. You just want to like accuse me over and over of being a liar.
No,
really
you
have
are a
nothing-
liar.
That's
No,
the
I
best we
just
can do in
no.
this?
I look. No, I want to
If
expose
anybody else wants to actually
you
talk about it,
because in 20 minutes you'll go. But why would they lie? You're the person they're talking about. You realize that, right? When they say why would they lie, you're the person they're talking about.
I never once say why would anybody lie. I never said.
Yeah. Well,
said
the
that.
next time
I'm
someone
trying my
asks,
best to
okay,
understand your
I'm gonna-
position
I'm
based on
gonna
the empirical
tell
argument.
sheeple.
But you're just getting emotional and you're just yelling.
No one's
and, like,
emotional,
whatever.
dude. It's just hilarious.
Dude, you are getting so emotional. You're getting so.
Oh,
angry.
yeah.
You can hear it in the tone of your
This is-
voice. You can hear it in
This
the
is so
language you're
ironic.
using.
This is the
I mean,
exact thing that happened yesterday.
I'm happy to
with
just
the,
get
with,
into
with
it.
the same shtick when somebody else
but
lied,
all
and they
you
were
can
like,
do is just,
"Oh,
like,
you're
yell over
getting
me and,
mad."
insult me.
Like the exact same thing. It's like you guys have a script. It's crazy that you do shit in the exact same order all the time. You're
All
not
you have to do
clever,
is just take
bro.
a deep breath, and we can talk about
Yeah,
it. We
don't
can
worry.
talk
Don't worry about
it
my
like adults.
emotional state.
You don't have to go off.
Okay.
Tito.
He's right here.
Come on, guys. Everybody hold hands.
Yeah, don't worry about my emotional state. Okay, you're a liar. You got busted. Pretty simple.
It's so frustrating trying to actually have a conversation when all you can do is interrupt and insult and yell. I've
done way more than that. I've given you a crash course education on.
I'm trying to give you the. I'm trying to give you the opportunity to explain.
No, you're not
your
giving me
views
any
in an
opportunity.
open-ended
This
way,
is
and you
our
really
chat, dude.
Keep just turning it around and trying to attack me.
Look, I'm giving you a crash course education on the behavioral light optics, how freaking optics work. I'm giving you a free freaking education,
Okay,
dude.
Indio, come on.
Yeah.
Sure, let's
I
get
have.
back into it then. Let's
You
keep talking
can
about it. I would rather talk about that than just like.
And you fact checked everything
rant.
I've said in Google. I know you have, and it's all correct. I have not said one thing that's factually wrong yet. Okay? And you like to make shit up.
Oops, sorry.
So it's really simple. We know that the observation would be made on a flat surface, that things would disappear bottom up. And we know this experimentally because we've done it on known flat surfaces and got the exact same optical effect. This is how we know. We don't even need to know the reason. It could be any reason in the world. We know the reason it's not. It's not Earth curve. You know how we know it's not Earth curve? We do it at a distance where it can't possibly be Earth curve, right? You eliminate the confounding variable. Hey, what is it? Is it Earth curve? Can this happen on a flat Earth? We don't know. Let's eliminate that as a variable. Okay, we'll do it on a surface where it can't be Earth curve. That's what we've done. Okay? This has been done over and over and over. You can do it yourself. All the stuff I'm talking about and have been talking about, you can test all this stuff yourself. Flat Earth isn't on Discord. I already told you that. It's out there in the physical and natural world. That's where you're going to find the answers. You're not going to find it in here. Now, to actually take a real freaking optical device, a real telescope, and actually go to the ocean and actually do some observations.
If you can't speak for your own ideas, then like, what do you think? Why
I am speaking.
Be convinced?
What do you mean my own? I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I just told you to go out and test it for yourself. I said go out there and test it for yourself.
My observations are not consistent with any flat Earth model that exists.
Yeah, you've made no observations.
You don't even really have a flat Earth model, so and you've already kind of conceded that.
And you conceded that you don't have a globe Earth model. That's funny. You said you had a globe Earth concept, an idea.
Exactly. So we're just wallowing in ignorance. We can't explain or predict anything.
But I have a flat Earth observation, so I can measure and observe the surface as well.
Right. A flat Earth observation, right?
Yeah, we can observe the surface as well. You actually got posted some, right? So the thing you didn't notice about the oil rig one, did you notice that the lights are reflecting off the water? The oil rig lights. They're reflecting off the water. Did you notice that? And that water is supposed to be behind the curve of the Earth.
Difference in temperature.
That water is supposed to be beyond the curve of the Earth. You know that, right? No, the surface of that water should not be visible. Right. And if you don't see that,
you guys
who is interrupting?
My bad. I was just all right. Sorry.
Well, this is going to be the last thing I say because I got other stuff to do. So, the surface of the water, right? That's supposed to be on the other side of the horizon, right? So, how are you seeing a reflection of those lights? That water is on the other side of the horizon.
Honestly, I'm scrolling back, looking through the chat. I don't know which pictures you're talking about. I don't see those.
The oil rigs. The one that
I reposted it. It's the last picture. I reposted it for you.
Yeah, the one that says the horizon is much further than 1 point. I don't see lights. It appears to me to just be lights on the oil rig. I don't see anything that looks like reflected.
Right. So if it's not 4.5 kilometers from your eye height, then it's not the curve of the Earth. It's something else.
Oh.
Can you look at the image that I posted in the side chat?
Yes.
Water has a special property in physics. Water at rest is flat. It doesn't curve. Do you understand that?
And I understood.
Right. So if water's not curving, then how can the Earth be a ball?
I don't know.
That's what we're trying to figure out too. So if water's not curving and it's flat, then the Earth can't be a ball. The Earth is flat.
Guys, I have to admit I'm too tired. I have to go to bed now.
You're good,
Thanks
man.
for having me.
Yep. Thanks for coming in. Come in anytime.
Appreciating every one of you for having me.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. You're welcome anytime. Come back, practice more. Feel free.
Love you all. Bye-bye.
Love you too, man. Good night. And watch out for zombies.
No, I have 6 p.m. and I have a university after 2 hours or 1 hour.
I don't
And
understand the word you're saying, big guy.
Well, let him speak, man. Cool.
I said I have my time. It's 6 p.m.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
and I have a university after 1 hour or 2 hour. No.
That's fine. Go and do what you got to go do, man. Go say some prayers. Grab a bite to eat.
I thought I didn't sleep.
That's
I
not
didn't
good.
sleep. I will go to the university and stay late this night.
You're good, man. Appreciate you coming in.
I'm sorry for my English. I'm sorry, guys.
You're doing good. Keep it up.
So how can I improve my English, especially speaking?
Find things to talk about that make you critically think. I know that's a hard thing to do, but like, it's good to practice like general conversation, like basic conversation, small talk. They call it small talk. But to have a complex conversation, even though it may be simple, is it helps you. Like, you have to think of the next word you're going to say in order to use the correct word. So even though it slows your English down, it's a good way to learn.
Should I study the grammar or write down the words?
I would say so. The grammar is good, but I think knowing the words and the meaning of the words is very important. If you can put the correct words in a sentence in a general order, people typically will be able to understand you if they're nice, if they're kind.
So I will not study the grammar.
And just keep practicing, man. Only way you're going to learn is if you use the word incorrectly, and then someone teaches you the correct way.
Yeah. Practice more and think before you talk.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, I'm learning Spanish with my wife.
Sometimes I think my problem in English that I think in Arabic, my first by mother language, so I translate it in my brain to the English and I say it. That's caused my
I do the same thing with Spanish. But I'm still learning, I'm still practicing, and the more I practice, the more I understand. And some things like the small talk that I say in Spanish, I don't have to translate. I can just respond. Puedo hablar un poco en español, pero a veces es fácil, a veces es difícil.
Hola, chicos.
So, what's the time will take to be fluent in English?
There is no time. There's people. Yeah. There's people that have spoken English their entire life, and they still don't understand English. So don't feel bad.
Wow.
Even the native speakers don't understand a little bit of English.
If you want to make friends with people who speak English, learn sports, learn the rules of the sports, learn the rules of the sports in English and how to talk about the rules, and then learn how to root for a team that somebody else roots for. That's the easiest way to make a friend.
I mean, if I if I determine 2 hours in my day to speak English with the native speakers. So how the time what the time will take long to be fluent?
Oh,
Maybe
that's
between
I don't know.
9 months to 1 year, I think.
Maybe I'd say a year or two. Good night, Tiago. Buenas noches. Like a year or two. Like I've been speaking Spanish with my wife for a year, and I wouldn't call myself fluent, even though I can get by a little bit. People are nice to me because I try in Spanish. But I would say probably around the second year is when you kind of like. So at the first year you're speaking quickly, and you're making sense. But by the second year, your vocabulary is bigger. How long you been speaking, Wax? About 3 or 4 years? Maybe longer?
This is my first week.
Oh, no, you're doing good, Mahmoud. I was asking Wex, though. Wex sounds like he's been doing this for a few years.
You know, I study English, but as a grammar or tests or exams. But I couldn't speak one word in English. You know, so this is my first week to try to speak English, and
honestly, that's good.
Yeah.
So I studied English as a subject in my school for years and years, and my level it's bad, you know.
But in my opinion, school won't make you fluent in English. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
You never learn anything in school. You only learn everything after school.
That's right.
So, who put the photo of the dog? This?
Oh, that's me.
Yes, you from Arab country.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think your accent is
I'm from
like
Russia.
Egyptian or something.
What's up, Suomi?
Isn't true?
Yeah,
I think Suomi wants to talk about the flat Earth.
What?
What's up, Suomi?
I asked who put the
or Swami
dog photo.
Yeah, I'm from Egypt. Yeah, I'm from Egypt. I'm an Arabic guy.
But
you both are from Egypt.
It's good. It's good, man.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
You sound like you're closer. Like in Egypt, or you sound like you're more on the West Coast or the West Side. Where are you from? West Side or East Side?
I'm from Egypt, actually, as I said. I'm from Middle East.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just thinking that you sound a little more.
But yeah, a lot of people told me that.
You're probably from the city then.
I'm from Alexandria specifically.
Right on, dude. I didn't expect you to like be all very specific, but that's pretty cool, man.
Oh, thank you.
So
yeah,
what's your name? Who Hisham or what?
My name is Hisham. Yeah.
Hisham, how did you learn? How do you learn English too?
Hey, guys, just a heads up. We have 2 bots in here streaming live to YouTube, so be careful about your personal information, okay?
Okay.
Can you repeat what you said?
Be careful about giving your personal information because we have 2 live stream bots in here that are live streaming and broadcasting to YouTube, and so anyone on the internet can hear you.
Okay.
Okay.
We broadcast to the world, so that way people can understand why the Earth is flat.
Okay. What's your name? What's your name? Channel name.
If y'all want to have like talk about personal stuff and everything, I would definitely say talk about that in a direct message or the messages. That way nobody can hear you. In case, like there's weird people in the world. We don't want you to feel unsafe.
Okay, understand you.
Sorry, Mahmoud. I just want you to be safe, okay, buddy?
Okay.
But yeah, no, I know about the Middle East. Unfortunately, I was part of the military that went through Iraq, but I got to see Baghdad, and Baghdad is very pretty. And Najaf was pretty cool. It was a industrial city where they do a lot of they make a lot of goods. And then Mosul was a nice little town. I liked Mosul. And then Kuwait City, Kuwait looks like a miniature Las Vegas.
So
Hisham,
you
you
have
understood what
been
he
in
said?
what?
You understood what he said?
Yeah. So you have
What
been in a fight between against Iraq. Yeah, is that right?
Say again.
So you have been in fight against Iraq. Is that right?
I was in the fight against when Saddam Hussein was alive.
So you open Discord in this time every day?
Yeah, I understand everyone. Yeah.
You open Discord this server 5 p.m. or 6 a.m.
What?
What's the time that you open the Discord?
Oh, my time in my country now? You mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me ask y'all this.
It's 6 a.m. right now.
No, I said what the time you open the Discord and speak English, speak within the server in your day.
Oh, how long you been in the server?
Oh,
He's been in the
when you
server.
Yeah, since
you
1
open.
year, I think.
He just joined a few days ago. Hey, let me ask you this, Wex. What does the Quran, and Mahmoud, you can answer too. What does the Quran say about the shape of the earth?
Say what? Say about what?
What does the Quran say about the shape of the earth?
I didn't understand.
Yeah, when he talks about when Gabriel is talking to the Prophet Muhammad about what the earth looks like, he says that the earth is stretched out like a what?
Can you write it in chat what that the word after Quran say about?
Here we go. I put it in the side chat.
I don't know.
Well, look above it. What does Surah 71, 19, and 20 say?
So guys, I have to go now. So I have to go university now.
Appreciate you coming in, man.
So inshallah tomorrow we'll speak to you and continue this conversation.
Okay.
All right, man. Have a good night.
Man.
So to 20 cups, platter, AG, Wex. So do you know the Earth is flat, Wex, or do you believe it's a ball?
Who's Wax?
That's the name that you have for your profile.
Oh.
It says Wex H01.
Okay. Wait. So let me tell you about that. When Gabriel said to Muhammad, told Muhammad that Earth is flat, he means in Quran. There is a tenses writing and the Earth how it get flat. Okay. For example, when you are walking, for example, you are walking on flat Earth. But actually, Earth is round, not flat. Okay.
Is that what the Quran says?
Yeah.
Where?
In the Quran.
Where? What verse?
In the Quran book. So may I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If the Earth is flat, how the sun is round?
Because the sun is not the Earth.
So how the Mars is round too?
Because it's not the Earth.
So
why are you looking in the wrong direction?
So how the moon is round too?
Yeah, because it's not the Earth, man. Why are you looking in the wrong direction?
So let me example to it. Everything around you is round, so you'll be round.
Why? If it were round, it would be curving.
So when you are traveling from Russia, and you will get back to Russia, how is that going?
It's just going towards Russia.
How?
You go in the direction towards Russia.
No.
You know when planes fly, they don't fly around the whole Earth. They fly in flight corridors, places that they're permitted to fly.
So how the flight is flying around the Earth? If the Earth is flat, that's what I meant.
Yeah, can you walk around in a circle on your floor?
What?
Can you walk around in a circle on your floor?
Yeah, I can.
Can you walk around in a circle around your neighborhood?
Yeah, I can.
Does it mean that you're going in a curvature, that you're going around a ball? Or are you just going around the neighborhood?
I can round my neighborhood, but the Earth, in my opinion, is round, not flat.
I mean, if it were round, it would have curvature, right?
Yeah. So how there is north and west and south and east? How?
Well, east and west are left and right direction.
How there is a compass? How?
Well, a compass points to a magnetic. Like in the southern locations that aren't at the pole, that magnet point to called magnetic declination. So compass is just point magnet.
It's breaking up.
Me?
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know if it's just for me or it's you, but it sounds
might be trying to find the sweet spot. Maybe that'll help out a little bit more.
So if the Earth is really flat and you...
It is really flat.
Yeah. And you go to the end of the Earth.
Yeah.
What will happen?
You'll reach the end.
So we are living in Earth for 1,000 years, and we won't reach that end yet. How?
What's the edge of outer space look like? What's the edge of the universe look like?
We don't know because the universe is so big, so we can't know something right now.
Exactly.
Take it.
Is he trying to ask for the edge of the universe or the edge of the Earth?
Hey, CB, just a heads up. This guy, he's being pretty genuine. He's practicing his English. He's like a cool dude. He hasn't been trolly yet.
Okay.
But he did giggle when I told him the Earth was flat. So this should be interesting.
So did he ask about the edge of the Earth or something?
Yeah, he asked about the edge of the Earth, and he asked about the moon and Mars and sun.
Oh.
And what else? Oh, he asked, how do we, if the Earth is flat, then how do we get to Russia and back?
Okay.
But I told him, I was like, we can walk around the neighborhood. Doesn't mean we walked around a ball.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what the shape of the Earth is, if you want to go from point A to point B, you just go from point A to point B.
So may I ask a question? Sorry to interrupt. May I ask a question? Why your brain is not flat?
Oh, what the
hell?
I literally gave you kudos, and then you're gonna come off with that troll of a question,
dude.
Did you check to see if your girlfriend has a penis?
Could you answer my question, please?
What the hell, bro?
Hey, did you check to see if your girlfriend has a penis?
I don't know what the fuck.
I don't have a girlfriend.
Yeah, we know.
Damn, man.
Wait a minute, man. So, when it comes to the globe Earth, is that something you know a lot about, or a little, or you don't know, or you're still learning?
What? Could you repeat my please?
The globe.
Hmm.
You know a lot? Exactly.
Hey, I check this out, CB. I asked him, what does the Quran say about the Earth and it being flat? And he said, "Oh, it says this and this, but it means this in context, and it also says that it's a globe." And I said, "Oh, so you can point to the verse that tells me that it's a globe in the Quran?" But then he changed the subject to.
Okay. Let's be serious. If Earth is really flat as you think, why the water is not falling into the space?
Oh
Lord!
Come on, man.
Maybe we should talk about the gas pressure argument.
Well, before we do, let me ask this, Wex. If there was an edge to the flat Earth and water was falling off of it, what would be pulling it down?
What is that?
No, I just think that. Oh, okay.
That's AG.
I just think the better question would probably be about the gas pressure. We should hit him with the gas pressure argument, because we don't need to entertain outer space being real. But do you want to ask him? Go ahead and ask him. Hit him with the gas pressure thing.
All right. So, can you have gas pressure without a container?
No.
There you go.
How do you?
Let's give him some examples.
Why you ask me this question?
Let's give him some examples so that he can understand. Maybe he has a car and we can ask him about his car following. Go ahead, chat. Ask him.
Do you have a car?
No.
You have a bicycle?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, Chief.
Do you have air in your tires on your bike?
Yeah.
What's holding the air in?
Pressure.
Well, more so, it's that the tire is completely sealed so that no air can escape, right?
Yeah.
So, what's another example that I was using earlier?
Sparkling water is a good example.
Can I ask you, who still use the Earth is flat?
What?
We don't believe the Earth is flat.
So
hold on. Don't change the subject just yet. The question for you is, on your bike, let's say you have a crazy girlfriend and she slashes, cuts a hole in your tires. What's going to happen to the air?
The air will go out.
Going to go out. Yeah.
Or the other one I used was the soda can. Have you ever drank a soda can or soda bottle? And then it's carbonated, right? It has carbonation in it.
Guys, I don't think the Earth is flat, right?
We're trying to help you understand some things, okay? This is basic physics. What happens when I open the can? What happens to the pressure in the can?
Why you ask me these questions?
I'm trying to teach you something, dude. Just relax.
I don't you teach me that.
We're teaching you right now.
So what?
Look, bro.
If you think you understand this basic concept, then I'm going to ask you this: how do you have air at sea level with 14.7 pounds per square inch, and that you're breathing this air in when there's an infinite space out there that's completely devoid of gas? And the second law of thermodynamics says that if there's space, gas will fill the available space.
I don't know.
That's probably gonna. That sounds a little advanced for him. So let's just go back to the bicycle tire example. You have a crazy girlfriend, and she's like, you know what? You suck. And she cuts a hole in your tires. What happens?
As I said, the air will go out.
The air will go out. So the air is inside because there's a tire that holds the air in. So the point here that we're trying to make is that to have air, you need a container. The container is the tire. And so our point is that on the earth, the same rule applies. To have the air inside that you're breathing right now, there has to be a container. So, this idea that here's the thing, dude. The earth is contained.
Yeah, I understand.
You can't go outside. You're inside of a container right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's air, just like your tire. Air inside the tire is like the air you're breathing right now. Oh. Doesn't it fall? Why doesn't the water fall out? Because you're inside of a container. And here's the thing. You probably never heard this before, but outer space.
You know the same thing with
It's not real,
right?
No, it's not true. No.
No, it's the same thing. The same thing with the round Earth. I believe that.
No.
Why?
Well, can someone post a picture of the globe in the chat? Let's say we're on the moon and we're looking at the Earth. So we have the Earth and air on it. Is there a container? There's no. The globe doesn't have a container to hold the air in. That's why it's not real. We're saying that the air that you breathe has a container right now. But this idea that there's some sort of Earth with water falling off into outer space, it's not real. Outer space, bro. Like,
you know what?
Can you see the side chat? I'll post something in the chat for you.
So you believe that Earth is flat, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I was right.
Can I make a question?
You have a flat brain, as I say. Goodbye.
Okay. Well, that was easy.
Can I make a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
He's gone. He left.
That's fine. Go ahead, Nick. Go ahead.
My question is how you explain or how you think that the atmosphere can be closed at the border of the Earth, and it doesn't
It's like your bicycle tire
to the space. Like what physically what close the atmosphere at the border? That's my question.
container.
Container?
Yeah.
What do you mean by container?
When you have a bicycle tire or a car tire,
Mm-hmm.
there's air and then a container.
Yeah, but I mean, how you? I don't know how to explain it. How it makes that at the border of the Earth, the atmosphere doesn't escape to the space, and it keeps closed.
There's a container, bro.
Yeah, okay, but I don't know what you mean by
Gravity is not a container.
Gravity is not a force.
I think I'm not sure yet to talk about gravity, so
That's fine. We don't have to bring up gravity. It's pretty simple, bro. If there's every example where there's some sort of gas pressure or air involved, you're gonna have to have a container. We already gave you like 2 examples where you have a car or a bicycle, and there's a container that holds the air.
Yeah.
Even if you have like, you ever had like soda water or sparkling water or mineral water?
okay. But you imagine
Just
that
answer the question. Hold on.
Yeah.
You've had sparkling water before.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you have the sparkling water inside of a container. Then you open the container. Let's say we pour the sparkling water into a cup and we leave it on the counter for a week. What happened? Do you think it's going to be sparkling still?
When opened or closed?
Opened. You've opened it now, and you've left the water in a cup, like on the counter. And is it going to be sparkling still? Is it still going to be bubbly?
No.
No. Right. Exactly. So the reason why it's bubbly and sparkling is because it's contained. You need to have a container for it to be like pressurized. To have the gas inside of it, you have to have the container.
I just wanted to ask him real quick, Ilias, why wouldn't it still be sparkling?
Because the gas will go out of the container.
Exactly. Exactly. So here's the thing, brother. The same rules that apply to the sparkling water, they also apply to the earth. So
yeah, but I don't see the place where it closes.
So that's fine. You don't have to see it. For example, here's another example for you. I have never seen your parents, but I know for a fact you have parents. I know for a fact that you have a mom and a dad. I've never seen them. I don't know what they look like. I don't know their name. I don't know their color. Well, they are.
But
I don't know any.
know-
No, hold on.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know any single details about your parents, but I know for a fact you have parents. So the same thing applies to the earth. I don't know anything about the container. I just know there has to be a container.
So if we don't know, we must investigate that.
Here's the thing. There's like your existence, that you exist as a child from your parents. Okay? You couldn't have you couldn't even be alive if you didn't have parents to create you. And so the same thing applies to the air in the container. We know that there could not be air if there wasn't a container. So the container and your parents are the same, and the air and you are the same. Where I don't know anything about your parents, but I just know for a fact that they exist. And so I don't know anything about the container, but I know it exists. So in terms of what it looks like, where it is, what it what it's made of or anything like that. I don't know anything about it. I just know for a fact it exists. Just like you and your parents. I don't know anything about your parents. I don't know their names, etc. But I know they exist.
I get it. But
hey, I'm gonna play a video for you real quick. I'm gonna see if I can play it real quick. Okay. Let me see.
I was gonna say that in the model of the globe Earth, at least we can explain that container.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Explain it. Go ahead.
Do you want me to explain the 100% of it?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think you can.
You're gonna need a demonstration after that.
Yeah, go ahead. Explain it.
Okay, but when you're here and you explain your point of the surface of the Earth, you don't give me the 100% of the information.
I'm gonna try to play this real quick. Hold on.
Okay. Do I play it?
No, but you can listen to it if you want. It's only 21 seconds long.
Okay.
So when we say that it has to be contained, they're like, do you know what an antecedent is? Have you ever heard of an antecedent? What that word means?
Can you write it?
I mean, I basically just explained it to you.
I know.
Yeah.
It's a thing that's necessary. It's a thing that precedes the thing. It's necessary for the thing to exist. Like CB also likes to use this analogy.
I know.
Somebody brings you a steak, you don't have to know that it came from a cow, or you don't have to see the cow to know that the cow existed. You know the cow existed because you have the steak in front of you.
Yeah.
If you see a banana peel on the ground and there's no banana in there, you know there was a banana. I don't have to show you the banana because I have the banana peel.
Yeah.
It's just a necessary precursor. So when you say that there's gas pressure, well, the gas has to press on something in all directions because gas moves freely in all directions.
Fireball!
The ultimate point is that the Earth is contained. You're inside thing. And you can't really go outside of it. So this idea that they're outer space and the universe and the solar system is not real. There's a fictional setting for books and movies and video games, but it's not real. It's not reality. When you say, like, well, why doesn't the water fall off the Earth into outer space? There is no outer space. Outer space is not real.
My thing is that I understand that how you pronounce that word, antecedent.
All right, one more time.
Antecedent. Is that the pronunciation?
Yeah.
Or?
Antecedent.
Antecedent. Okay. So yeah, I understand the antecedent that you're explaining, but and the analogy that you explain to me, like, okay, you know that I have fathers, but you didn't have seen my fathers. So yeah, I understand that, but that doesn't prove anything.
Well, I'm just trying to help you understand. When you ask me questions about the container, like, well, where is it? And have you seen it? Or did you touch it? Or what is it made of? I don't know. And just, it's the same thing. Like, I don't know anything about your fathers. I don't know anything, but I know that they exist. I know that they at least have existed for you to exist. So it's like your fathers is the container and you are the air. So the fact that we have air means that there's a fact we have a container. That's the way to think about it. I'm really sorry. I'm very sorry, but I cannot tell you anything about the container because I haven't been there. I've never been to the boundary of reality to say, oh, here's the container and it's made of glass or whatever the heck. Oh no. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
I wish I could tell you more, but I can't. Just like I can't tell you anything about your dad. But I know you have one. So that's what an antecedent is. It's knowing something exists because something else exists.
Yeah, but
the
because
banana,
we know it, we know both.
Yeah.
Because you know that in our how do you spell it?
Worldview. Yeah, worldview.
Wait, Specia?
Well, you talking about like for our? You mean like people who believe the Earth is a globe?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
Species. Yeah, in our species.
Sure. Yeah.
We have an antecedent. We have fathers, and yeah, we know it because biology explained that. So yeah, with that you can of course say that 100% they have fathers.
Yeah.
But because you know.
Yeah.
Would you agree that if the Earth is flat, then what everything in the sky is doing is wrong, and that it's exactly as we see it?
What?
That we see the sun move, and we see the moon move, and we see the stars move, but we don't feel the Earth moving.
What?
Gotta keep it simple, Sheepdog, because he's kind of new to.
I've talked to him a couple of times. He's a cool dude. He's trying to learn. I appreciate the fact that he's taking a stab at this with the English. You know, it's not easy to think critically in another language.
Okay,
You're
what
doing
is
a good
this?
job, Bubba.
What is that image?
In side chat, I posted some animated GIFs that are related to gas pressure involving physical containment.
Yeah.
I got these from NASA's official government website, nasa.gov.
Just remember, guys. I mean, these guys are fairly new. You know, not only to our position but to the language. So you got to keep it very simple for them to understand. I think the example you probably posted is fairly simple, so that's good. Just keep that in mind.
I figured some images, like graphical representation, might help.
Every example where there's gas pressure is going to have to involve a container every single time. Whether it's a balloon, sparkling water, a bike, propane tank, etc. Every single time it's going to have to involve a container. So we're saying that the air that you're breathing right now is contained. So this means that when you go outside, you're not actually, this is a surprise, but it's like you're not actually outside, you're inside. You're inside of a container. So this idea that there's some sort of flat earth in outer space where water is falling off the edge and stuff like that, that's a very silly idea that doesn't exist. That's not real. Somebody could probably post a GIF. If you go to the Discord GIFs and search flat earth, they're going to show you a bunch of flat earth planets are in the solar system. And so that's actually not what we think. We don't think the Earth is in the solar system. It doesn't actually work like that.
These guys, yeah.
The best way to think about it, in my opinion, is kind of like the universe. When you think of the universe, when he asked you, where is the edge of the universe? You said, well, I don't know. It's so big. It's kind of like how the Earth is, flat Earth is like that, like exactly like that, where we don't know where the edge is. We don't know where the boundary is. We've not been there. The Earth is very big. I certainly have not explored the whole Earth to say, here's where the edge is.
You think that the universe is big?
I think the universe is the Earth.
What?
Yeah, I think the Earth is the universe.
All of it.
Yeah, all of it. As in, I mean, I like the word reality. I don't know what word that is in your language. Realidad. Yeah, realidad is like the total of everything. Total.
Yeah, and with the Earth, you include the moon, the sun.
The universe is flat.
Well, I mean, see, that's kind of confusing now.
I am not flat.
That's kind of confusing, that sheepdog, because he hasn't really probably researched that yet.
I'm not flat, and I am part of the universe.
I understand. But it's like, in terms of, well, what is the shape of realidad? What is the shape of reality?
Of the totality.
Yeah, what is the shape of the totality?
There's not a shape.
You don't know.
For it.
Exactly. So for flat earthers, we don't say there's a shape, really. I mean, we don't know what the shape is because it's reality. There's no way to see the Earth. Okay, so like when you think of the globe Earth, right, you can if we were on a globe, we'd get in a rocket, launch, fly up in the sky, and then turn around, look back, see the Earth, and say, oh, okay, it's shaped like this. It's shaped like a ball. But when it comes to the universe or reality, you can't launch yourself out. You can't take a rocket out of reality and say, oh, okay, reality is shaped like whatever. There's no way to see the entirety, the totality of everything from an outside view. You're inside of reality. You can't go outside of reality to say that what the shape is. So that same thing applies to flat Earth as well, where you're inside of it because there's a container. You can't go out of it to say, oh, okay, well, it's shaped like this. So that's like a big problem.
My question is, what do you think are the stars? What do you think is the moon? What do you think is the sun?
That's a good question, my friend. And the answer is very simple. We don't know.
But if you said that the totality of it's the Earth.
Yes.
You consider stars, you consider sun, you consider moon part of the Earth.
Here's the thing. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the moon is. I don't know where the sun is or where stars are, where the moon is. I don't know these things. I think they are mystery.
So as we know with the observations of these, we will say things, what conclusion can we take out of it? Because if you defend that we can go out of the Earth, we only can have conclusions with the observation. So what can we know with the observations about those things?
I don't think you can know anything. I think they're unknown. I think they're a mystery. I don't know, and I don't think you know. It's fine. I don't know, bro.
It's not fine. Don't know anything.
No, it is. It is, dude. There are going to be things in this life that you are not going to know, and that's okay.
Yeah, but the most of the things that we can't explain are like philosophical questions. Why do we exist? Why?
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, but
I understand.
Something material.
Here's the thing. You don't know that the sun is material. You don't know that the moon is material. You don't know that stars are material.
I can see it.
Well, here's the thing. Let me give you an example. I see a rainbow.
Yeah.
I look up into the sky and I see a rainbow. And it's some sort of light phenomena, some sort of light thing happening in the sky. That is not necessarily material, but it's some sort of light thing that's happening in the sky. Now, I'm not trying to say that the moon is like a rainbow, but when you look up into the sky and see the moon or stars or the sun, it's some sort of light thing. And in my opinion, I don't think it's like a material thing. I would say it's probably closer, it's more similar to a rainbow than it is to like a piece of rock. Or a rock is a physical thing, it's physical material. You can touch it, throw it, step on it, etc. When it comes to a rainbow, you can't step on it, you can't touch it, you can't grab it. It's just light that's happening in the sky. Well, again, I'm not trying to say that's exactly what the moon or the stars or the sun is, but we're not able to go and grab the sun or grab the moon or grab or touch planets. So I personally, if you're asking my opinion, I don't think they're material.
Can I piggyback on you real quick, CB?
Of course.
Ilias, you got to understand something too. Like just what CB said, I can't tell you what these things are in the sky, and you're like, but then you know nothing. But then if we ask you, okay, how big is the Earth? You probably don't know that. If we ask you, how fast is the Earth spinning? You probably don't know that. If we ask you how fast the Earth is going around the sun, you probably don't know that. You might know the distance to the sun, but you may not even know that, or the distance to the moon. All of these things that we know because we actually had to go out and look for it and test it, and so that way we could understand what's going on with the Earth, not the things in the sky, the things that we can't go to, but we can test the things on the Earth.
Yeah, okay. And do you know what is the size of the Earth? Do you know?
No.
The
Okay,
flat
so
Earth,
then
no.
why you ask me about?
The globe is supposed to be 40,000 kilometers around.
Okay.
But when we go test for that, it's not that small. It's way bigger and it's way flatter.
How can you test that it's bigger?
Because it's not curving. If you're 180 centimeters tall and the horizon's supposed to be 4.5 kilometers away and it's not, there's a problem.
Let's do this. My friend, can you Google something for me, please?
Wait a second. Okay. Yeah, what?
Go to Google and search, can I see?
What?
Or go to Google and search, how far can I see?
Out.
Bar. How far can I see?
How far?
Ah, okay. How far can I see? Or 3 miles.
3 miles. Okay, so when you say, how do you know it's bigger? Well, because what they're saying is that you should be able to see 3 miles. This is based on the size of the Earth that they're telling you. I don't know if you know that size. We can get into that later. But in reality, when you go outside, you can see farther than 3 miles. If you're seeing more than 3 miles, it's bigger than what they're telling you. Very simple. You live near the ocean or
But I think it maybe depends of the temperature, the natural factors, and the how do you say this?
So after we told you that we see too far, you Googled why can we see too far, right?
Height, yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, he just said he did.
What?
Well, there are lots of, this is so complex, especially for someone who doesn't speak English natively, but there are lots of reasons for why you can see farther. The reason why they're saying you see 3 miles because of the size of the Earth. Why don't you Google that next? Well, how big is the Earth?
I mean, if you're at more elevation, you can see more.
I agree.
And of course, it depends of like natural factors, and
yes, of course.
You just look at the globe. Yeah, I see it possible.
Yeah, so you can give us a demonstration?
If I can?
Yeah.
I mean, I imagine, not as an expert, that
it's
the
just
mass.
a belief, man.
Yeah, imagine
You're just believing what you're being told.
No, imagine I am thinking of it. If we take, how do you, mass? No, una masa. Un cuerpo.
Body. Yes.
No body.
No,
the size of the Earth.
If we take something, and we imagine, what you could saturate the Earth. What?
So If we can see too far because of atmospheric conditions, then who measured the Earth to begin with?
Mm-hmm.
If you're just going to believe what they're telling you online, the questions are just going to get more complicated.
I was going to say that. I imagine that different things start to join and form bigger to with the help of the sun and
Gravity?
Yeah.
Yeah, so when have you ever seen two rocks pull together and form a ball?
Yeah.
Yeah, when has that ever happened in nature?
What?
When you go out into nature and you look around and you see a bunch of rocks laying on the ground, when have the rocks that are laying on the ground ever decided that, hey, we're going to join together and make a bigger ball because of gravity?
Yeah, inside in the earth that doesn't happen.
It's never happened. Hey, I appreciate you coming in here, CB. I got to head off to bed, man.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night.
Anybody else want to jump in?
Raven?
Let's take a look at the chat. The chat is saying, imagine a plane flying upside down as it goes from New York and lands in Australia. The invisible force to support the invisible globe. Would you have ever come to the conclusion that you lived on a globe if you weren't told a million times? Raven says, why is the moon round? Hold on, let's get Raven in the VC. Shout out to Toby Dog says, gotta go. Have a good night. W panel. Milo says one question: where the F is the benefit of telling us the Earth is actually round in order that it's actually flat? Welcome to Milo. Welcome to everyone that just joined. Welcome. Milo, you asked in the chat, you said, what's the benefit of telling us it's a globe? Well, because my answer is always the same. It's because you, and not just you, will believe it. You'll believe it. I mean, they can say it, and you'll believe it. And then everyone around you also believes it. So that's the benefit. If I told you some things about me, like let's say, oh, I'm 6'5", I'm 250 pounds, I'm very attractive, I'm very good looking, and you're like, yeah. He's 6'5", he's 250, he's super attractive. You go and tell everyone about that. You tell everyone what I said. Well, that's very powerful to me. Even if it wasn't true, you're defending what I said, even if you don't know that it's true. You see? So that's a powerful tool. If I can tell a bunch of people a bunch of things and then they repeat it for me without checking to see if it's true, that's powerful. That's a tool. And so that's basically what they've done. They've said it's a globe, and then everyone believes it and they defend it, and they don't even know whether it's true or not. And so I would say that is the benefit. If somebody tells you something and then you defend it for them, that's the benefit. You are automatically believing something that you don't know to be true. There you go. Anybody want to add their answer to that? Chat, what do you guys think? Chat, you guys want to put your answer in there? Why would parents lie to their children about Santa? Yeah. My parents lied to me about that. I used to believe Santa was real. And a lot of people around me also used to believe it too. Milo says none of us will ever know 100% whether it's true or not. On my case, it's just a time waste to overthink about theories like that, because in the end, it doesn't affect your life, and even if it does, you cannot change it. I don't know if I agree with that necessarily. What do you guys think? I think one of the things that changes is that you become a less of a gullible person. Right? So previously, someone was telling you something and you just automatically believe it. Now, you're more inquisitive, or you're more willing to ask questions, and you're less of a gullible person, That's a good thing. That's a benefit. You're no longer a gullible person. You're willing to question things, ask questions, to see if what they said was true. That's a benefit. The new Discord sounds are crazy. Welcome to everyone that just joined in. Let's get a 1 in the chat if you can hear me right now. 1 in the chat if you're listening right now. Let's see who's here. 1 in the chat if you are here listening right now. Put a 1 in the chat. WLATs. WLAT. W Invader. W20 Cups. W Platter. It's good to know who's here. So that's good. Shout out to you guys. Feel free to have your 2 cents in, man. If you can't talk and you want to put it in the chat, I'll read it out for you. Go ahead, Jinx. If you have something to say, go ahead, Jinx. Jinx used to be one of my Call of Duty names. Honeycup says, just listening now. Thank you. I got a little bit of time. I'm going to go pick up a 304 here in a little bit. Into some 304 activities. So I'll be busy soon, but I have a little bit of time. Welcome to everyone that popped in. Bhuvan. Welcome, Zygomatic. Welcome, Ethicus Invader. Welcome. What's going on? Is this anybody's first time? I'm the Walmart reader. I'll be welcoming everyone at the door, so feel free to say hello. Happy panel. We have the YouTube in here as well. Shout out to everyone listening on YouTube. Chat, if you have any questions or you want to put some comments in the chat, I'll read it out for you. Lat says you wouldn't have to convince anyone if you had proof. Oh, well said. Platter says the globe in your example is the alien. For it to be true, it would require demonstrable evidence. You inhabit a stationary topographical planar surface. Globe claim which goes against this is the alien. Isn't it funny that they want to make it seem like this topic is like aliens, but they're the one who believed in the aliens. If we don't believe in aliens, they do. Thank you, 20 Cups. Glad to be here. What did Milo say? He said, for example, aliens. Imagine stealing a real alien. Or spend the rest of your whole life with convincing others that aliens are real. Same with dinosaurs, Illuminati, or whatever. I'm just going to say to Milo, we don't believe in aliens, bro.
Yeah, don't you know aliens come from beyond the ice wall?
Oh, sure.
Or do they live in the inner earth, the hollow earth?
I don't know. Let's get a poll going. Maybe let's get a poll going and see what the chat thinks.
Ask people this question. If you knew there was great wealth in Antarctica, would you tell anybody?
Hell no.
And they wonder why they lie to us.
There you go.
Like I said, they keep telling us we're running out of oil. But one guy said they found a field in Alaska that had 200 years worth of oil for America. And they covered it up.
200 years is a lot.
Yeah. But we're running out of oil, remember?
Guys, cast your vote in the chat. There's a poll in the chat. Cast your vote. Do you think aliens exist? Yes or no?
Is that guy still alive, really?
That'd be flatter.
I was going to vote yes.
I know what you mean.
Word on the street is they're going to ramp up the aliens narrative, but I don't know. I feel too many people are expecting it.
Milo, are you able to talk, buddy? Just come off mute, bro. We can talk. Well, so Zygomatic. Zygomatic, what up?
You know, the funny thing I find about Globers is they'll bring up refraction, you know, the K factor. But I haven't heard a single Glober bring up transmission factor, which is the T factor.
What's that?
That's the amount of light that gets scattered and absorbed by the atmosphere.
Is it a 0 and 1 ratio, like K factor?
Say what?
You know how they say the K factor is either like 0 or 1, and if it's 1, it's infinite? Or something like that?
Well, transmission factor is somewhat similar. Most people only hear it as a visibility. When you do a weather report, it says, you know, the visibility is 10 nautical miles or whatever. That's actually the transmission factor that they're giving out. And 10 nautical miles is 74% transmission factor. And that equates to, for over a distance of 1 kilometer, that's 74% of the light from an object will reach you. The other 26% will be scattered or absorbed.
So, like the analogy would be like the cup of water that you can see through, but when you have more water, it's not going to be as easy to see through it.
Exactly. And like I said, it's cumulative, so usually even under decent transmission factors, light gets blocked and absorbed by about 44 kilometers. And even under really good conditions, say 90% transmission factor, it's going to be blocked by about 99 kilometers. And that's why at nighttime, lighthouses don't, their light doesn't travel forever. The light just gets absorbed. Now, if they made lighthouses using infrared light, might actually travel a lot farther. That might be something we should try.
Welcome to Origin Story. Potential killer. Also looked up.
Hi, thank you.
It's the first time you've been here.
What?
Is this the first time you've been here, or you've been here before?
Yeah, I've been here, I think, twice already.
Oh, okay. So you've talked to Flat Earth. Yeah.
Not really, because there weren't that many people. I heard someone speaking about. I don't remember. But yeah.
When it comes to the flat Earth, is that something you understand a lot, or a little, or you're still learning?
Still learning, but I know the whole. I got the idea.
Can you tell us what the idea is?
Pretty much. There's no proof of the Earth being round, or. I think I also heard other people talk about how some of the space exploration programs were fake. Like when they say they we sent a rocket here to the moon to some of those findings that proves that the Earth is round. Something like that.
Okay. Let's see what the chat thinks about what you just said. Guys, put a W in the chat if you think that was a W response. Put an L in the chat if you think that was not good.
I agree with that, some of the things, because I hear, I see news every day saying, oh, we found something, a star, a planet, 2,000 miles, light year away, and I don't know, I'm kind of skeptic about this kind of findings.
Okay, guys, put a W in the chat or an L. But I think that's a great response. I really appreciate you saying that. What about when it comes to, excuse me, sorry. When it comes to the globe Earth, is that something you understand a lot about or a little? Or are you still learning?
Yeah, learning.
Okay. Well, that's good. What are some other topics? Are there other things you're suspicious about? In terms of what they told you on the TV or mainstream about whether that be maybe 7-Eleven being a part-time job or 9/11 or other things that you're suspicious about?
Yeah, other things are they always saying that they found new fossils, new archaeological findings like bones and fossils, and there's no way way for us to confirm ourselves. We just have to take some scientists people's words, and I hate that. I don't believe it, but there are people out there who believes this and talks about it like it's real.
I'm not gonna lie, that you sound like you have a good head on your shoulders. Have you always been like this, or you like woke up recently, or what happened?
No, I've always questioned everything.
Damn. I don't want to ask if you're single, but I guess that doesn't really matter.
I'm flattered. Thank you.
Feel free to answer the question.
Yeah, I'm single. I'm not looking, but I'm single.
Okay, just checking. All right, fair enough. Chat, do you guys have any questions for her? I can read them out if the chat has questions.
Oh, people are talking in the chat.
Yeah, you can take a look at the chat, guys. If you have any questions and you're not able to speak right now, feel free to put your questions in the chat. Tell us about your name, Potential Killer. What's up with the name?
I don't remember, but I don't remember what had this name. But I think I was on something. I think I was like, we're all like potential killers. Like if we could be like, if the time comes, we might, kill. That's in our human behavior or something. I was defending an idea at the time.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Yeah, okay. Milo says it's killing time, and welcome to whoever just popped in. Potential killer. So, in terms of like 0 to 100%, the Earth is a globe. 0 being it's not a globe. 100% it's a globe. Where do you fall on that scale?
Maybe like 40%.
Very good.
No, 50. It's 50-50, I think. I don't know. But there's also other possibilities what it could be, right?
Maybe, yeah. I guess so.
To be honest, I don't even
sisters
think about it
like
that
this,
much.
or fair enough. Does your family think like this, or you're kind of a black sheep in your family, or are you? Do you have brothers or sisters who
I mean,
have a similar?
My family are they're Christian, so I don't know what the Christians normally believe about. Right? I mean, I don't know. Like they're Christians. The Christians these days, they don't even believe about what the Bible says. They lean towards what science says. So, yeah, whatever that means.
Okay. Yeah. I guess this is kind of a spicy question. It's not really on topic. But did you take? So that 5 years ago, there was a thing that the TV said you had to take in your body. Did you take that thing?
No, I didn't.
Oh,
I refused to take
wow.
it.
Nice. Well, shout out to you. I mean, I'm gonna add you as a friend real quick. Let me just do that.
Why is everyone muted here?
I think they're shy. I mean, they're intimidated by women.
I think there are some women in here.
Oh, really? All right, ladies, speak up.
No, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, wow. I mean, sheesh. Chat, do you guys have any questions for her, or what do you guys think?
Bro, I was eating. Can we please talk again about my question from before?
Okay, round 2.
Okay.
Okay, what's your question?
Okay, where is just tell me one benefit, not the theory behind it, just one in fact benefit of imagine the world isn't flat, it isn't a globe, it's a cube, okay? Where is my benefit to tell you
Wait a minute.
that it's a globe?
Wait, it's a cube. AG, do you want to address that?
Just imagine. Just imagine.
Quiet with a response.
Wait, why would we imagine it's a cube?
For example.
Do you think that there's anybody in here that thinks the Earth is a cube?
Well, I've never said that the world is a cube. I said just imagine, okay? To make the example more understandable.
Okay, we'll go along with this. Chat, everybody imagine for a second the Earth is a cube.
Okay, we go on.
Okay,
where's my benefit? Where is my benefit from lying to you?
Well, I said earlier, right? If I said, Milo, hey, potential killer is my girlfriend, she's a 10 out of 10, she's a baddie, and you just go around and be like, hey, you know, everybody, CB has a baddie, she's a 10, he's awesome, he gets 10s, and you start defending that idea, and you don't even know, like maybe she's like a 6. Right?
Okay, bro, but that's your personal benefit. It's not a benefit in common, you know?
Exactly. It's a benefit that you're going around defending an idea that you didn't come up with, and you're telling everyone, and everyone else also believes, yeah, CB, he gets 10s. He's with a 10 right now. He's so awesome. Right? That's a big benefit. That's the benefit, is that I have now gained a bunch of people who are defending an idea that I created that may or may not be true, and you're defending it for me. So think of, now let's switch it around. Instead of me and I have a 10, a baddie named Potential Killer, now it's the Earth is a globe, and you're going around, your neighbor is going around, your teacher's going around, everybody around you, your family, they're all going around saying the same thing. Yeah, the Earth is a globe, it's a globe, it's a globe, it's a globe. It's the same thing. You're defending an idea that you did not come up with. You don't even know if it's true. You haven't checked to see if it was true, but you're defending it for them, whoever they are. That's very powerful. That's a big benefit. It's just like me and you defending me being with baddies.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like, that's the benefit.
Okay, but would you also say that there's a negative, how do I call it? That the purpose behind it is automatically bad?
Well, I think lying is inherently bad. Yes. Yes.
Okay, we just take the example someone made before, okay, with Santa Claus. So if you lie to your son or your daughter, for example, that the present doesn't come from you, they come from Santa Claus, what's your purpose on lying to your son?
Well, I do think that people typically, when it comes to Santa Claus, they often say, well, it's for fun, and we just want to do it for fun, and blah blah blah. But I would still say, regardless of whether they're children you're lying to about Santa or the Earth being a globe, it's still bad to lie. It's not a good thing to lie. Even if you can justify it, even if you can kind of rationalize it and say, well, it's for fun and we did it to make them feel better, that's still bad to lie.
Okay, bro. On which way does it affect your life to, I say, know that the world is flat and not a globe? Not the way of your thinking, the way of your life, of your environment, whatever.
Yeah, that's a good question. I would say it's just simply how much you value the truth. If the truth matters to you, then that's valuable. I would say the truth is valuable. And so that's something that's valuable to me. And so I cling to the truth. So, what value does it bring to me to like align myself with the truth? Lots of value. I think it's a good thing. And like just like the opposite where it's bad to lie, it's good to be truthful. And if it's truth that the earth is flat, that's a good thing. That's valuable to do good things.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but wouldn't you agree with me that truth in common can also be subjective? Or in the way
No.
it is recognized subjective?
I wouldn't say that. No. I wonder if the chat, maybe we can get a poll in the chat and see what they think. But I would say the truth is objective, where 2 + 2 is 4 objectively.
Okay, sure, but we all know this picture. There are two persons, okay, standing in a way of opposite to each other, and on the ground of the perspective from one person, there is written a 6. Of the perspective of the opposite person, there is written a 9. Both of them are right.
Okay, I get your example. What's a good example? I don't really know how to combat that except for to ask you what that would be analogous to for the Earth.
No, I don't know. It was just an example for my phrase that I said. Wouldn't you agree with me that the truth is subjectively, or even subjectively recognizable?
I think your experience is different than the other person, but the reality is the same. I mean, both of us, we watch the sunset. You watch it differently, and then I watch it. I have a different feelings towards it than you have. So our experience is different. It's objective then because it's our own experience, but it's the same sunset we are watching.
Yeah, I mean, you make a good example about the 6 and the 9 example. Pause 69, but I do think it's a good example. But in terms of the Earth and reality as we experience it, I don't think we experience it in different ways. Where I go out and I see a 6, and you go out and you see a 9. I think we go out into reality and see the same thing. And welcome Tabitha, and welcome whoever just joined.
Yeah, sure.
So, I mean, that's a good example that you bring up, though, that there are things that maybe you would subjectively experience differently, like the 6 or the 9. But when I was at the ocean today, I was I was surfing today, right? And so everyone on that beach would look out and see the same horizon. They see the same thing. So it's not that somebody on some people, there's like half of the people are seeing a 6 and half of the people are seeing a 9. Everyone's seeing a 6 or whatever, so I do think that the truth is objective, just like objectively 2 + 2 is 4. That's the truth. I think that's an objective thing. So whether you subjectively feel a certain way about it or you want to look differently towards things, that's another thing. But I would say objectively the truth is objective, yeah. And it looks like we've got 2 votes in the chat for objective and 0 for subjective.
Well, I think you're right because a 6 would
appear objectively as 6 to one side, it objectively appears as a 9 from the other side, and there's no contradiction in that. It's both are true, you know. So I think maybe it's a non sequitur.
Perhaps, but the chat says something about. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So they are both of them looking the same direction, or what? In your story.
No, bro, they're standing opposite each other.
Okay, so they are in a different direction. Yeah, they are looking different direction.
Yeah.
That's I would maybe seeing 6, the other one seeing 9. So I don't see where is the problem.
Let's be realistic, right? If you're actually like, you got to think about the 6 didn't just spawn there randomly, right? If someone writes the number 6 and that was the number they were intending to write, and then like I have a piece of paper and I just draw the number 6 on it, and then someone comes around and they're like, no, that's a 9. It's like, no, it's a 6. I put 6. Like, I would say that there's like usually some intention behind things as well. So,
okay, good call.
It's a good example that you bring up with the 6 or 9, because we use that as an example sometimes too. But I do think that there is some context usually involved. I would imagine, but the chat brought up a good point as well. The
full moon will be good. The full moon will be a good example in this. We from the north, we see the face towards us, and the ones in Australia, they see it differently. It's the same full moon. That could be an example. It happens in the reality.
Well said. I just want to quickly read out also, Platter said, you see a train coming towards you. You don't stop on the tracks and say, but is the train real? Yeah, I mean, it's like, so let's say me and you are both standing on opposite sides of the track of a train coming up by you. So for me, let's say for me, I'm standing on one side of the track and you're standing on the other side. And I look and I say, well, the train's coming from my left to my right. And you're on the other side, you're saying, well, the train's coming from my right to my left. But the truth is, the fact is, the train's going in one direction. So subjectively for you, like your left is my left is your right, but it's only going one direction objectively. You know, it's not like, well, in my world, it's going in this direction, and the other person, it's going in another direction. The train's going in one direction, but subjectively, you know, you might have your left versus your right or whatever. And welcome Ildico as well, guys. Ildico, we should get some W's in the chat. Ildico says, I thought the 6 and 9 analogy was about the alternative viewing of the stars from the northern hemisphere. Yeah. I think he was trying to make the point about, like, for some people, a reality might be subjectively different. And
no.
I would say I disagree with that, I think, overall.
Okay, bro, I got another one. How can you explain the concept of different time zones to me in order that the world is flat? So how does it work?
You guys anybody want to jump in? I have an answer for this usually, but if the chat wants to go ahead, feel free to jump in. Go ahead, Platter.
Yeah, time zones only work on a flat Earth.
How many time zones are there in China, Milo?
Ooh.
You know how many there are?
But explain. Why do they only work on a flat system, not on a round system? Just look at that time zone map. They all end at the polar north. That's not possible on a tilted Earth.
I can throw my answer in there as well. I put a GIF in the chat of a clock. Are you able to see the chat?
Yeah.
So let's think about this clock here. So there's a bunch of different time zones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Those are different hours, different time zones, if you will. This is not an example of a sphere. The clock is not a sphere. Yes, it may be round, but it's kind of like a flat thing. It's a flat surface that has time zones on it. And so I would kind of just think about it like a clock where you have different time zones, and then it's not spherical. I can't even think of a single example where you have a spherical clock. So I just think of it like a clock. Anyone that has questions like, well, how do time zones work on flat Earth? Well, like a clock where you have different time zones and it's flat, and you see how the red line is moving around and the black arrow is moving around. That would be like the sun and the moon that are moving around, etc. So for example, like they say usually at noon, the sun is above your head, like directly above. And let's say I'm in like California, and let's say you're in like China or some other country. Well, when it's noon for me, it might be a different time. Let's say it's like nighttime for you. And then when it's noon for you, the sun is above you and it's like not above me. So the sun seems to be moving around throughout these different time zones. And so, I mean, that's usually how I explain the time zones thing. It's just kind of like a clock where the sun and the moon are moving above your head, and there's, it's like what's noon, wherever the sun is above you, that's noon. And we're all in different places, different countries. So it's going to be above your head at noon in different places and different times. So,
okay, so in
the clock
order
is
to
usually the best example.
Okay, got it, bro. But in order to do this, what you just said, okay, how is it possible that in countries like in Scandinavia, there are days in summer where almost all of the day the sun is shining?
That's a good question, chat. Do you guys want to answer that?
Not time zones anymore. We're like not, is that a time zone question or is that different?
The fact is based on the theory that the Earth is a globe and in the angle that it's directed to the sun.
But you were asking about time zones?
Yeah, okay, just take the concept of the time zones, okay?
Yeah.
The Earth is flat. Where's the position of the sun? How is it possible then that in countries like Scandinavia, we have days like with 21 or 22 hours of sun shining?
What's your claim about the time zones? What are time zones? Why is China only got one time zone?
I don't know.
Yeah, is that because the sun stops over China?
No, I don't think so.
So do you want to retract the time zone thing? It's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, sure, but the thing, what I'm talking is...
now you're moving to something else, but we just need to be sure that time zones have got nothing to do with it.
Okay, bro, it's a different topic, I agree. But just the fact...
You have to be wrong about something, but...
No, bro. Just the fact a day has 24 hours, right? And how is it possible, in a way that the Earth is flat, that in countries like Scandinavia, there are in fact days where 22 hours of the day the sun is shining?
So not time zones?
No, bro.
So is it possible there's an answer to that? If there was an answer to the time zones one?
Bro, explain me.
I search for answers.
Is it possible there's an answer to it? If there was an answer to the time zones one?
I search for a way. I can agree with you, but yeah. The only way you're answering me is just telling me another question based on my question.
I just wanted to make sure that you're open to learning. There's other possibilities.
These can't be real.
Economics. This one's a debate, and it's all these subjective topics. He gets to flat Earth, and he's like, "Oh, guess it's a debate about Earth." Uh-oh.
Water.
What's the flattest water?
Water is not wet. It makes things wet.
Can we debate about water?
What's your favorite water? And why? Maple tree water, coconut water, sea water, ocean water, spring water.
I disagree.
Alkaline water, acidic water, neutral pH water. There's water and there's water.
Moist water.
Debatable how to pronounce water.
Water.
Agua.
Americans say water. Can I have a glass of water?
Yeah, what about WOTTER? That
Here,
sounds kind of
water.
funny.
Water.
Wah.
Wah. What I mean? What I mean?
What? Water. What the hell? Water.
Beach water.
Broken water.
Glacier water.
You guys with kids would have seen broken water. That would have been pretty. That would have been something.
Broken water.
Can you say
Isn't
that
that
again
the-
in English?
Isn't it the sign when you're having a baby? They break water and it's like, hey, time to go to hospital. There you go.
Shit, I thought it was a movie.
Break water.
Also a 1970s funk group. Their hit song is Release the Beast from the Breakwater.
I can see the album cover now.
Release the Beast by Breakwater. Daft Punk did a pretty cool cover of that.
Oh, Daft Punk, they're really good. I love their Tron soundtrack. I hope they do more soundtracks.
Yeah. Yeah, they're great.
It's really good. The movie was crap, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Most sci-fi tends to be, I think.
Soundtrack's pretty big in the 70s. You had Saturday Night Fever, that was huge. And you had the Grease, that was massive. And then they did Xanadu, but the movie was so bad. But the soundtrack was fantastic, so good. It's ELO at their peak. It's absolute peak. And but gee, the movie was so bad. So they, which was only 2 weeks ago.
Another
week ago.
Another Rapture.
They're banging on about the 7th and the 8th of October now. When they were just banging on about the 23rd, and they're still here. Now they're banging on about the. I mean,
just keep moving that goalpost.
I've heard some really wild. Like, it seems Christianity is splintering more and more into absurdity. It seems there's more and more groups of people coming up with more outrageous theories. Yeah. And it's just like, well, bro, it's like, slow down.
Yeah, I don't even get how rapture theology became popular, since that all came in with Darby and the Schofield Bible, and like, guys, that's your Rockefeller Bible theology right there. Why are you buying into this and biting off on it?
It's an easy way out. Everyone's looking for an easy way out. You know, they don't want to. They don't want to admit it. Some people say that the whole revelation has already happened. Happened in 70 AD. I don't know how they figure that out. But they go, no, there's no tribulation, there's no Antichrist. It's all happened, it's already gone. So they don't want to deal with it.
Right. So then you're like, okay, well, let's dig into church history a bit. And I don't just mean Roman Catholic, like the Vatican version of history. It's like, no, we can't trust any of that because this has all been reset and all of our history books have been rewritten. It's like, okay, so basically you have a belief that's unfalsifiable.
But yeah, you're right. There's more traditions than just the Catholic Church. Like you're saying, there's a lot of Eastern Orthodox traditions. There's the Ethiopian church is freaking pretty old, man. That's right. When
they're like considered Eastern Orthodox in a sense. They're they're not part of the Roman Catholic enclave.
Mm.
You know, one of our gold members who hangs out here is Ethiopian Orthodox.
Wow.
And so is her new husband. Yeah, who's a moderator in 24/7.
Wow. Who's that?
Yeah, delightful.
Who's that?
Let's see if she's on right now. I don't out her really. Oh, she's on. Sorry. Yeah, the Eastern Church, man, keeps pointing out that this constant splintering of the church really took hold in 1054 AD with the first schism. We had about 1,000 years of unity. And then after that, I mean, all the medieval forgeries came out with the Western Catholic Church, falsifying history, falsifying everything, and even launching attacks onto the Eastern Church, creating victims out of them as much as they had of people of other traditions and even entire other faiths. Now, the Roman Church also begat the Protestant Reformation, which began a further infinity splintering, which is still happening today. Not saying the Eastern Church is perfect, but it is very much a stark tale of two cities kind of story that you can unfold. Now, the Western Church, the Western Catholics, was one bishop out of a pentarchy of 5 who broke away from the other 4. And then had the gall to say that the other 4 left the church. And excommunicated them all. And then took an honorary title, the Rock of Peter, and created an authoritative title out of it that had not existed prior to the schism. And then tried to rewrite history to say that it had always been the top authority title for the entire Church of the world. And that was never the case. The highest authority are the ecumenical councils. Not a titular head. Protestant reformers tried to reach out to the Eastern Church because they knew that they knew something. The Eastern Church was collapsing under the invasions of Islamic armies. It was on the run. Also on the run from crusaders. So there wasn't much correspondence.
So the Eastern Church was basically fighting two fronts of some of the biggest.
Yeah, betrayal by the Western Catholic Church, and then the Islamic armies on the east. Squeezed them north. That's why the vast majority of them went into the Black Sea area, Crimea, Ukraine, and then later into Moscow, and then spread outward. They spread westward towards the Nordic lands. Like if you've heard of the Vikings, Eric the Red was Eastern Orthodox. I mean, it was the Orthodox Church that had converted them.
How does that add up to, the other alternatives that people talk about, like Tartaria, and how there was some type of, other kind of like civilization and it was taken over for...
Yeah, there are a couple things. I mean, there's the Khazarians, which are today's basically Talmudic Jews, their tribe, which coincided, which lived with and among the Christian Orthodox of the East. And there were battles, and I mean, there were wars being fought between them. So a lot of what is Tartaria is mixing up who was who in this mess, I think. The Tartar tribes versus, and the Khazarian tribes versus the Orthodox Christian settlements. Like there's a man, one of the most important figures in the history of the Eastern Church is a guy named Alexander Nevsky. He was a prince and he was a warrior, and he was fighting the Roman Catholic armies coming in from like Finland and Poland and Germany on the west. And he was also fighting back the Khazarians and the Tartars in the east. This was in like the 1200s.
Was that much conflict across the world? Like you mentioned, there was like a 1,000 years of unity, and then war. It's almost like war exploded everywhere.
Yeah, so there was. I mean, the Christian Church was united, was one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church until the year 1054, formally. Although there have been some problems appearing before that time. Basically, from the Eastern perspective, what happened was after Rome was toppled and Europe became a quiet backwater, the Western Emperor's territory collapsed. The Eastern Empire, the Eastern Emperor still continued, and that was Eastern Orthodox. Some Frankish German tribes came in from the east and settled into like France and Germany. They became the Franks, and they tried to restart civilization, and they basically took over Christianity. They usurped power from the Eastern Emperor, Charlemagne did, and created what looks like a counterfeit Western Catholic Christianity. It didn't resemble anything like the Catholicism in the West that had pretty much collapsed prior to it. And so they brought in all these motifs that Eastern Christians had never seen before. What motifs do I mean? Gargoyles on cathedrals, women like squeezing breast milk into the air, into the mouths of soldiers, and boys pissing on demons and stuff like. All of this was very strange and very foreign for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years of Christian culture. And then Charlemagne and his successors started minting coins bearing their image, calling themselves the emperor, and started this whole lineage of emperors. Now, they kind of grafted themselves into the church for a little bit and then schismed in 1054 and broke off completely. And they cited some very seemingly insignificant theological differences when it's really just a power move. The Eastern Church was weakening under the constant invasions of Islamic hordes, and so I think the Western Church was like, yep, we'll let you guys deal with it. You can be the meat shield. And so the Eastern Emperor was like, come on, guys, can you help us out? Can you help us out? And so one of the things that they did was the West sent in crusaders and destroyed the Muslim armies that had taken over Jerusalem and was supposed to return Jerusalem back to the emperor in the East. And instead, they took it for themselves. And that's kind of how it started. So the city of Jerusalem became a Latin Western territory. They took it away from the East, and they said, basically, we won it in battle, fair and square. So things like that were going on. The Eastern Empire, the Eastern Church, kept getting double-crossed again and again by the West. So it's almost like good riddance by 1054. It's almost like there were a period of perhaps two dark ages that took place at two different points in history. I mean, at one point it was in the West, right after the fall of Western Rome itself. And then hundreds of years later, the Eastern Empire started to fall. And by 1457, Constantinople fell. After being besieged for hundreds of years, it held out a long time, which gave pretty much a lot of time for the Christians there to flee north and to flee west into Europe, bringing their knowledge into Western Europe and starting the Renaissance, which is really just a continuation of the Eastern Church's vast holdings of knowledge and artistic and call it scientific advancements too. And so the Western Church kind of wrote it as like they're the ones that are responsible for creating a cradle of civilization for the Renaissance to flourish as if it had never happened before, when it was just a continuation of what had already existed. I mean, and there's a lot of evidence of this. There's in some museum, and I think in Berlin, you can go see an exhibit of the mechanical animals of the Eastern Emperor's throne room. What were mechanical animals? These things were, in the throne room, guests would come in and they'd be entreated to a circus display of automatons, basically steam-powered and mechanically powered robots, including waiters and waitresses that would serve wine for the guests. Not even joking. Like, this is what, it's freaking nuts, right? And I mean, they would entertain like Chinese envoys that would come in, and the Chinese envoys would write about it. So you can read in like Chinese history, the amazing mechanical throne room of the Emperor of the East, Eastern Orthodox Church. So what is Tartaria, right? I mean, that's a big question. I don't agree with most of what people call Tartaria today as Tartaria. I think it's this curious point in history where the Eastern Church, the Eastern Empire had collapsed and the Western Church had grown into dominance and prominence. It was in a position to start to rewrite a bunch of stuff and got a bunch of crap wrong and mischaracterized and recharacterized a lot of what we understand. A lot of the art and architecture of the West predated what their own claims are to it. Some of the most advanced architecture preceded some of the architecture you see in the West. Look no further than the Hagia Sophia, the great cathedral in today Istanbul was Constantinople. I think it was built under Justinian in like the 400 to 500s. I mean, to me, that rivals like the Palace of Versailles in France, only much older. And so beautiful and significant that the Muslims, when they took over the Hagia Sophia, they left holy icons in there, including the great icon on the ceiling of the dome of Mother Mary and Jesus. Still there today.
What about the change of dates?
Man, history.
Like, have you considered like some people claim that there's been like 1,000 years added into the books?
I don't know about that. I mean, I think there could be a lot of time inserted, but I don't know how much. I think 1,000 years is a bit too much. You know, maybe 300. There's, to me, one of the most obvious signs is like the copy and paste work of the Merovingian bloodline and the Carolingian bloodline. They look like they're the same exact thing. And that would basically add 300 years, and that kind of coincides with the work of Gunnar Heinzohn and some of these others. Like he's done work into archaeological digs, something called stratigraphy, looking at the different cultural layers that are buried under mud and finding coins dated to like the 800s inside of buildings with Roman style roofs that would date to like the 150s. And it doesn't make any sense.
Or where people call Roman, but it's something else that the Romans claim it's kind of like a mix of what you're saying. The history was kind of like taken over and claimed by someone else.
Yeah, so the Eastern Empire, the Eastern Church, they called themselves Romans too, and were proud of it for a long time. So Constantinople was the capital of Rome. Constantine moved it and then built up Constantinople to be a greater city than Rome was, and like actual Rome on Italy. And Constantinople was called Rome on the Bosphorus.
That adds up to what people say that, throwing you a big curveball, the Americas. People say that Rome used to be in America as well. Part of it. Part of Rome.
Yeah, there's some of that too. That might have come later, who knows, but Constantinople was established as what was called the New Rome, and that was Rome, and they spoke Greek. And the third Rome today is considered Moscow. And all of this stands as an affront to what the Vatican considers themselves as actual Rome. And if you just look at the course of history through the lens of the Eastern and Western Church, the Western Church trying to dominate the Eastern Church for the last 1,200 years, I think it reveals a lot about what's really going on. Especially today with the whole Russia-Ukraine-NATO thing. It also frames the Bolshevik Revolution in a different way. The rise of the Talmudic Khazarian mafia taking over and murdering the last of the Christian emperors.
So they basically replaced the royal families from back then by their own, and a lot of I seen people saying a lot of the structures that you're saying the cathedrals and the structure from the past. They will claim, oh, we founded this and we built this day, but it was already part of the people before that were conquered or replaced.
What blew my mind was for a long time in California, Hawaii, not just Alaska.
First part of that sentence, because you cut out.
Yeah, so
your mind was
Russian forts. Not just
Star
Alaska.
forts, maybe Star forts.
Oh yeah, there's some.
There's many in the Caribbean islands. Very impressive, huge. Star forts.
They're an ancient and popular design. It wasn't just exclusive to one culture. There's in the Netherlands, I think the town of Emden, it's more like a small city, I think, but the whole thing is basically one gigantic rampart built in the same style as the starport structure that you see in other places, and I think it dates to the 900s. I mean, a lot of mainstream history says I think the Spanish developed it as a novel way to defend against cannon fire and to defend against besiegement.
That's what they told me in school. The Star Force in the Caribbean were built by the Spaniards to defend against invaders.
Right. Well, there's some of these that date to the 900s. It's like, well, what about those? So I got to go. Be listening.
Thank you. Talk to you later.
Morning.
Such an interesting topic the Yoder was talking about.
What's up, boyos?
What's up?
Just having to log off here.
Jordan leaves and Indio joins. Are you guys like in schedule?
Yeah, right. This is our morning show, man. What you talking about? Stuttering John's gonna be our next guest.
Howard Stern. I was catching up on last night's stream that you had that one guys actually.
Dude, man. All I know is that not yesterday, but the day before, the Globers have gotten pretty feisty. They're very angry. I've dealt with one guy in the DMs, two guys in Cogdis, this dude Roundhound on X, a couple people like talking, in VC. They're very angry all of a sudden. I don't know why. It seems like they're very upset about Flat Earth now. And then I looked in lobby, and Hyder and Martoth talked to some guy, and he spurred out. What country do you live in? Tell me. You must be in some third world country.
Some guy on X was insisting to me that Go Pendulum proved everything. I'm like, okay, show me the data. He blocks me.
Data? What the hell's that?
Yeah, basically, he's like, every high school kid has done it. I'm like, okay, great. Show me the results.
I missed that one.
He never thought about it for that far. Then you made him think, and he's like, oh. I don't have it.
It actually ended in a more embarrassing manner for him. I brought up the Antarctic Foucault pendulum going backwards. I gave him a link. He posted the wrong link and a screenshot of it that 404'd. He's like, gotcha. So I went to the link and I posted a screenshot from the right link from my own link. Told him to sit, and then he blocked me.
So funny. It's the arrogance that blows me away. Who was it last night? Hold on, I'll find his name. With a man-T or something with 100 E's after it.
Yeah, that guy with the M, another guy with the G.
The very long baseline interferometer.
Yeah.
I asked him. He was in the other server, so I asked him. He said, "This proves the Earth is rotating." Like, okay, what reference frame did they use? So he asked ChatGPT. Says he used the ITRF Earth Fixed Reference Frame. So I'm like, so the Earth is rotating in the fixed reference frame? How does that work? So needless to say, he starts spurting out. So I just send him to Cogdis. So I go in Cogdis and then ask, because he kept posting ChatGPT. So I'm like, okay, since you want to listen to ChatGPT, I asked ChatGPT, what are the logical flaws in this paper? And pay particular attention to the reference frames. It said exactly what I said to the guy. And I posted it. Then he really freaking went mad. You're in a cult. You're the cult leader. Yeah. I guess ChatGPT's in the cult too. and another guy named Bottle, and then Iggy 2.0 in my DMs, just spurging out.
Built up persona that it gets in question, but they rather act that way instead of questioning it.
No, I just like it's just something I noticed is that just like the last. I mean, like the spiraling insults, flipping out thing. I mean, it happens obviously all the time, but just like starting like 2 days ago, just like some crazy peak in it. I noticed this topic dealing with people that like goes through patterns of behaviors that the Globers do. Like they all start doing like the same thing at once. They'll bring up the same argument all at once. It's like they all got like a memo or like, they'll all talk about Foucault Tantrum for like 3 days or something for some reason.
I mean, I think in the past few days we've been near a new moon. There was a new, a full moon. So you know what happens during full moons.
Oh yeah, CB was talking about that with somebody last night. With Peter.
Yeah, so the brain worms get like more active. With Peter, yeah.
Peter had a hypothetical where if you have a container and you have electromagnetic field that compresses the gas within the container, shrinks its volume, use the equation P equals NR TV, would the pressure go up? And I'm like, no, the pressure wouldn't go up because gas can't do work on itself. The temperature of the gas would have to go up. And he said, no, it's in the equation that it'll equal the pressure. And I'm like, well, how do you even get a surface area, which is what the pressure units are in, right? Force per, foot-pounds per square inch, force per surface area. How do you get that from the volume? Because all volumes, you can have equal volumes with different internal surface areas. But you're going to have the same number of molecules because N is the number of moles. And according to Avogadro's law, it doesn't matter what gas you have, it's the same pressure, temperature. You can swap out gases and it's the same number of molecules. It's the only same number of molecules per surface area. You're obviously going to get a different result. He starts spurging out. Booger Smoker starts spurging out. So
the last time I heard Peter, he was asking people in the VC, what's between the gas molecules when they're like colliding? What's between them? And he was saying that's empty space. I think he said something like that.
Do you have an issue with that?
No. I mean, I haven't looked, so I don't know. Empty space? Isn't there? Wouldn't be the same thing to say there's more gases between those gases? And what's between those other gases, gas molecules?
There's gas between the gas molecules.
The gas between the gas molecules, and what's between that, right? Empty space? Is that what it is?
only know if one more person comes in here, starts talking about mapping, and doesn't know a goddamn thing about it, and pull my hair out.
So why don't you guys have a map yet? Come on, India.
I have a map. I have a perfect flat Earth map. It's flawless.
Flawless.
Yeah, it's absolutely flawless.
I would love to see that.
Well, the question is, what is it map?
Well, I would assume we're talking about the Earth.
Will you
Oh, I didn't
please
say about the
share
Earth. I
that
just
map
said a
with
map.
us? Will you share that map with us?
My flawless map? Oh, I got it from Joshua. It's classified.
Joshua?
Yeah, he works for Amazon Satellite Services or something. It's classified.
I want to see
You
a
need
map.
top level clearance.
You get it.
Map of what, dude? I had a map. You don't want a map. You guys pretend you want a map. You want a picture. That's what you really want. You want a photograph. That's what you really want. Why don't you just say it? Oh no! How are you gonna test the map, bro?
Well, I would
You're gonna compare it to the globe.
Distances.
No, you're gonna compare it to the globe and say it's wrong because my globe is right. Your map is wrong. Hey, give me an orthographic. Give me an orthographic.
I mean, shit.
map
I
of the
want a
globe.
photograph.
I know you guys do because you guys.
What's the issue with wanting a photograph?
All you guys can do is picture books.
I mean, pictures are used as proof all the time. I don't see the issue.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
In what sense? In what sense are they used as proof? Like in court?
Well, yeah. If you say this
Sometimes,
thing looks like this, and they say, "Do you have
Pictures and
proof of
videos are
that?"
used as evidence all the time. You have video evidence of someone stealing from like a convenience store. If you have video evidence of someone stealing from a convenience store, that's like pretty damning evidence that like you stole from said convenience store.
You still need a positivity ID that the person in the image is the person, right?
Yeah, you compare it to like
high
I guess
resolution.
the
You can
image
see them,
of
see them walk out. Yeah, these things.
How do you ID that person, dude? It's not simple.
You look at
guys are
them.
nonsense.
You look at them in the
You just look at them until you objectively know they look the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how they do it.
I can't get anywhere with him. Never mind.
No, you don't understand. Look, you don't know anything. Nothing gets in evidence in
if
court.
something happens to
Why are you
you
talking
in
over
court,
me?
you're gonna like because you're saying nonsense. That's why.
Have you ever been in court? Do you know anything about how court works? Anything?
I've been in court once.
How does evidence get in court? I have a photograph. I want to admit it into evidence. What do I have to do?
You got to submit it
through discovery.
Yeah. Like you can't just like, show up like the day of. You gotta.
You need a witness to authenticate the photograph. You know that, right? A witness. The witness is the key component, not the photograph. Nothing gets into court without a witness. Nothing.
I don't think that's true.
Nothing gets into court without.
You can think whatever you want. I don't give a shit.
Okay, well then prove it then. Prove it then. Where are you getting this? Okay, so then source your claim, because I've never heard this before. A lot of shit does require a witness to get like submitted to the court, but like not everything. And I'm just curious where you're hearing this from. Who told you this?
No one.
Exactly. You're making it up as you go.
The federal rules of evidence.
Can you like source your claim? Can I get a link to something?
I just did. The federal rules of evidence. The federal rules of evidence.
Okay. I'm getting nowhere.
I think it's section 3A or something.
There we go. That's something.
Well, you can just scroll through it, right? Go to the federal rules of evidence. Scroll
You
through
could, but the burden of proof is the person is on the person who made the claim.
You're,
You can't
you're
just
going to get
take away
muted if you keep
anytime
talking
someone.
over me, dude. This will not be
asked me a
tolerated.
question, and I wasn't done talking. You're talking over me.
Yeah, like that's going to work. Like trying to gaslight me is going to work. Yeah, that'll work.
I mean, you can't really gaslight people that are full of themselves. You have a point, yeah.
Look,
you could sit here and talk.
Federal rules of evidence. Nothing gets into court without a witness at all. Period. Okay, someone has to testify that they took the photograph, or that it was taken in the ordinary course of business. Now, if you want the actual case, this is all laid out, and it's called Khalid versus the state of California. It's about a traffic traffic light camera. Now, the guy fought the traffic light camera, okay, in the state of California, tried to admit it into evidence using the business records exception, because otherwise it would be hearsay. And the court said, no, you need the actual frickin' person that set up the camera or their company to come and testify that that camera was functioning properly, all the shit, testify about the camera system.
Okay, that's a different thing, dude. Holy shit.
That's not a different thing. It's a photograph, and that they're trying to use the photograph to convict him of a crime. I'll get the actual case. Now
Yes, what the fuck?
I'm on PC. Photographs. Well, do you think you can be convicted by a camera? Don't you have a right to face your accusers? Say, stick a camera up the top of a fucking street light. It just snaps photographs all day, and then they bring the camera. Oh, here's the camera, judge.
It's literally the camera that's literally fucking. Yeah, that's literally what's used to get you like into have like that initiates that trial in the first place. The speed camera trapping you when you go like 30 over the speed limit.
Okay, anyone can pop
behind the camera.
No idea how this shit works. So the camera presses charges.
No, the I don't know, but I never said it was a camera that presses charges. But your claim is that like it requires like a witness, and you don't. Nobody. The photograph itself serves as a quote unquote witness. Someone doesn't need to watch the camera take the picture or watch the guy drive by the speed trap.
You have the right to cross-examine people. It can't be the witness. How do you cross-examine a camera?
But you're saying that like the photograph can't be submitted to the court without a witness, but it fucking was.
That's right. It can't be.
But it can be.
It can't be submitted. No, it can't, because the attorneys in the case, namely the district attorney, they can't testify. That's Trinity versus Pagliaro.
The photographs. Okay.
You're out of your depth, dude. You're going by the seat of your pants. Okay.
Like what are you saying, India? You're saying like if there's like a public recording of some like crime happening, that like video evidence can't be used because there's no.
No, they would find the person that took the public recording, dude.
Oh, that's not the witness. The person who made that camera isn't the fucking witness. The speed trap camera photograph.
Manufacture the camera. I'm talking about the person that took the photograph. Set up the camera for it to take photographs.
They didn't take it though. They didn't take the picture. The camera did. It's on a sensor.
Did they push the button? Does it an autonomous camera where it freaking pushes its own button?
It doesn't push a button.
Oh,
it's
really?
a sensor.
Who pushed the
Yes,
button
it's
and
a
tells
sensor.
to push the button?
Okay, you're just gonna
on, dude.
7 degrees of Kevin Bacon yourself into like proving that like
Who turned the camera on? Someone has to turn it on, right? Someone has to testify. I turned the camera on and I set it on automatic filming. They'd have to testify to that.
Okay, but that doesn't mean they witnessed the crime happening.
Oh, they have to authenticate the photograph, dude.
Yeah, they have to authenticate that like that's like from their camera or whatever. But like if it's set autonomously on a sensor.
Okay, there we go. Then it's over, dude. Thank you.
It's not a witness, but you don't need a witness to submit that. They're not a witness.
They are a witness because they have to swear under oath that they fucking did the shit. Dude, they have to swear under oath that they set the camera up, dude. What? Don't you understand?
But it doesn't make them a witness.
He thinks the
That's
camera
exactly what a
can
witness
swear on the
is,
oath.
dude. You fucking dumb
No.
fuck.
He thinks the camera can be a witness swearing under oath.
No, I'm the.
That's anything else what anyone's saying, Jamesy?
Can the photo
That's
prove
so
something?
I can't get through to you guys at all. Like it's like you purposely misunderstand everything.
Yeah, can a photograph prove something beyond reasonable doubt?
What is a witness?
You
He's
use
saying
a
the camera is a
photo.
witness.
I'm not saying the
Use a
camera's a
photo.
witness. I'm saying the person who made the camera isn't a witness. I never
Does the
claimed that
photo
either one of them are a witness.
something
but
beyond reasonable
still
doubt?
as a quote unquote witness. Yes.
Why are you talking about the camera manufacturer? No one cares about that.
You are, motherfucker. That's you. You're the one who brought up who made the camera.
The person that made the fucking camera has nothing to do with who set up the camera.
It's not by the. That's
Dude,
really
some
fucking
Chinese
fucked
guy at
coming
fucking
from you.
Nikon isn't coming to fucking America setting up cameras. They're making the camera at fucking Nikon in some fucking sweatshop.
Yeah, but they made the camera, so you would need them. According to your logic,
no,
you would need
you
them to
don't.
authenticate that like that camera works if they're the one who made it.
No,
Okay, so
that's
like
not it.
there are holes in your logic, and you'll use it when it like attains to you and supports your case.
There's no holes in my logic. I'm telling you what is required.
No, I'm pointing out like the hypocrisy where like you're bringing all the way back. To,
Yeah,
like,
more meta. No one cares, dude, what your opinion is about fucking this, that, and the other thing.
Once you start to lose your argument, you complain about meta, and then we're going to turn this back to measure.
You're just going meta, dude. You're just going meta. So you abandoned the issue, and now you're talking about me.
I'm trying to get to the issue by pointing out the meta you're using, but okay, let's be a
What
hypocrite.
meta? What did I say about you? What was the meta I used?
You were going back to like who set up the camera.
That's not what you don't know what meta means, dude. It's a conversation about the conversation, dude.
Yes.
You started talking about me and what I was talking about. I didn't talk about you and what you were. Correct, dude. This shit ain't gonna work, bro. You're not gonna correct me. You just said
I'm not correcting you. I'm agreeing with you. I'm not correcting you. I'm agreeing with you. I don't know.
Yeah, because you were wrong, bro. Okay, and it's really simple. I said with specificity what the court requires. It requires the person that set up the camera to take the photograph to testify under oath that they did that thing. Okay, a witness is anybody.
It's not a witness.
That gets on court, swears.
Pretty sure that's not true.
If you interrupt me one more time, motherfucker, go for it. Do it. Who's talking?
Like India, if I like,
nobody was talking.
And there's like a camera set up by the government. Okay, someone set it up 5 years ago. Who's quit and died. Okay.
Someone.
That camera
That's what we care
recorded
about,
me
this
murder
someone.
someone. And then
Yeah,
some
we want
prosecutor
someone.
says, "Oh, we think Mez killed this person in front of this camera, so we're always recording." Like, who is going to be the witness? Like, can they just like not use that recording? Like, what do you think happens?
The person that set up the camera is the witness.
Okay, so we need to track down the person that set up this camera 5 years ago.
You're goddamn right you do. You're goddamn right.
Otherwise, that evidence just like doesn't exist.
That is how it works, dude.
No, they're not technically called a witness. I forget the word for it. I know
Are a
there's
witness
another.
if they testify.
Okay. No, not everyone who testifies is a witness.
Everyone that testifies is a witness. Yes, they are.
Okay. All right.
Okay. The testimony, okay, is something experienced. They have a competent fact witness has firsthand knowledge of the facts, experience with the senses. That's how it's defined legally.
Time out. Though you said firsthand. The person who made the camera doesn't have
with the senses.
Okay, I can't with you.
That the facts they testify to. Okay, you can't testify to your first. I can't testify to your firsthand knowledge. That's hearsay. You can only testify to your own firsthand knowledge, experience with the senses. For some reason, the courts think it's good enough that you testify to shit with your senses. You guys think you don't trust your senses. The entire legal system is based upon the senses.
Oh shit! Wait a minute. Okay, you know what? I'm a man. I can admit when I'm wrong. I was using witness as like the colloquial term of just like watching the crime happen. I was more thinking like of eyewitness. that person would not technically be an eyewitness that like observed the crime, but they would be called like a witness in the legal term. Is just I guess you're right. Like anyone who just kind of sits there and testifies to certain facts. They're not technically like an eyewitness, right? Where they didn't watch the crime happen. They're what's called an expert witness, where they can testify that like this camera works. Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. Well done.
Yeah. I didn't mean they freaking had to see it, dude.
You made it. You finally made it, bro. Congratulations.
And not sure why you got to be like a condescending prick about it, but okay.
No, I'm being actually considering.
Not you. No,
I'm actually being very nice to you right now.
No, not you. I wasn't.
Oh,
I don't know why you thought I was talking about. I was Gemsy, who just said 2 seconds ago.
You made it. Congratulations. That's good. You're on the same page finally. That's
You're being condescending. You know what you're doing. I know. Come on. All right. Let's be adults here.
You made it to the same page. That's not condescending.
Okay. Now we've all got here. Where do we go from here? Is this going to go anywhere?
I guess photographic evidence of the Earth and cameras set up by like engineers and scientists that work at NASA being credible and giving their witness that like this is a workable camera and this is the correct camera to use to take a picture of the Earth. We could then, come to the conclusion that these are pictures of the Earth and that's what the Earth looks like because of these photographs.
Ain't that good? They're really credible. I really trust them a lot. I super trust them. They pinky promise that they're telling the truth.
Do you know what? Okay, so do you think I'm just making up what makes someone credible, or do you think there's like
there is no objective metric for credible? There's no objective metric for credible.
You have a low standard, is what it is. You think
I don't think you know what my standard is, though.
Yeah, you're saying
how
that
did you evaluate? Let him tell us. What is your how do you evaluate the credibility of a human being?
It comes from
NASA's credibility.
For starters, it comes from and I'm not going to use a technical term, so calm down. Just let me explain. A quote unquote like a track record and a certain credentials that they have that will make them experts in certain fields. Like for example, I wouldn't like trust someone like if they like got a job at NASA, but their field is in like social media training or some shit. They wouldn't be a credible expert.
That's great. But if you're seeing images, right? You don't even know who's presenting the image. You just see an image. That's the gist of it, right? No, you're not looking into You're not looking into the author or who produced it or any of that stuff. You just see an image, and then you think in your head you're justifying it by saying that somebody behind that image created it or took it or whatever, and it's genuine. But that's the thing. You don't even know who's the author of that image that you're looking at.
That's you're just steel manning my argument. I never said that I'm just taking every image I see of the Earth at face value. You don't know whether or not I look at these images that I see of the Earth and cross-reference it or not cross.
So that's the thing. Funny. Which picture do you think holds up to the standard that you think is evidence for the Earth being a globe? Which picture? And then after you find that picture, I want you to tell me the author of who took it and why you think they're credible. Go ahead.
Yeah, we want your evaluation procedure for their credibility. That would be funny.
Yeah, of the image that you think is the one. Don't post any image. Post the one that you think is the one that certainly is the Earth as a globe.
It's too much work.
No, I'm in the middle of doing it. I don't know why you're bitching.
Just post it, dude. Just post it.
I'm working on it. Holy shit, dude.
He doesn't know which one it is that he's talking about. He's gonna find it now and then talk about it.
Yeah, exactly.
No, you want it like my credible. Like I don't know why you want me to just pull a random picture out of my ass.
But
this is your standard.
Yeah, and I don't have the evaluation. Okay, so
something you've already done.
Yes, but I don't have it saved. I have to go find it again.
He's telling you he doesn't know which one he's talking about. He hasn't evaluated it yet. He's gonna do it now.
I can tell you for a fact I evaluated like one or two different ones. It wasn't in like recent months, so I have to go find it again.
Well,
AB, I want to ask you a question.
You're going to sit here and complain before you even get it? Like, what's the point of sending it if you're just going to complain before you even have it?
Yeah,
sure. What?
Did you evaluate The image or the person taking it?
Both.
Both.
Ooh.
Yes.
Yeah, I like to see it.
Fuck, awesome,
Yeah.
dude. Find that
This
shit.
is gonna be great. It's gonna be
I bet
worth
you-
the dig. I tell you that much right now, funny. It's gonna be worth the
I
dig.
bet you he might leave before
If
he
you're
gets
if you're already going into it like wanting to like then what is the point? Like if you're complaining before I even send it.
Oh, nobody's complaining, bro. Go get
You
your
are.
stuff.
No, you and Indio haven't shut up for the past like 20 minutes
Oh my God.
talking
Just go
about
I haven't said anything for 30 seconds. Go.
Go get your stuff, man.
It is crazy, dude. You have that. That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, we've heard it all before.
This guy's extra lispy tonight.
Yeah, he just wants to, stall, say something. Hopefully, we go to another topic. We're gonna wait until he produces the thing that he thinks is the holy grail of evidence for the Earth being a globe.
Yo,
He's
Indio.
looking for it. If he doesn't find it, he will sneak his way out.
Is that what you got your money on, Gypsy? He's just gonna like, as soon as we start chatting up, when he's like, acting like we forgot, he's gonna leave.
Think he's DMing someone to come in and run interference while he scoots out the back door.
Hey, Indio, happy birthday, buddy.
That wasn't today.
Well, it's close
you
enough,
know.
man. Shut up.
Hey, there's
Oh,
belated
thanks, Vlad.
birthdays.
Thank you for that. Yeah,
When it-
thanks, Vlad.
When is it? Okay, am I close enough? No.
You're probably within. What would they? Yeah, within 10 days. So that's good.
It's still good enough. Shut up. Still good enough.
Belated.
I think 2 weeks to cut off. Yeah, so you made it, but thank you.
That's right. That's right. You're welcome, buddy. I always make it.
Happy birthday! It was during the full moon. That's when creatures are reborn during the.
I wasn't around, bro. I wasn't around. I was doing shit. I was about to say yesterday, but then you left yesterday so fast.
How do you think this is going to go, Jedi?
I was just gonna tell you, dude. Me and you were thinking the same thing, Indio. Jedi's biting his nails right now. He's like, "Oh my god!"
I can feel it already. I know how it's going to go. I can feel it. This is going to be fun.
Okay, quiet, man. No pressure. He's going to feel pressure.
You're gonna have to do it like Steve Irwin when he's sneaking up on one of the creatures. He's like, "Oh, and you see him? He's in the bush. But if you scare him, he'll run away."
Don't scare him now. He'll bugger off.
He'll bugger off.
During the case, they tell you don't speak to the witness. So since he's gonna be a witness for the globe, don't speak to him until he.
Can I get a witness?
Testifies.
It was weird is that like over the many years that we've been doing this, nobody's ever claimed what he has. So let's go.
Maybe he's the one.
He's like Neo.
He also said they got
with that
credentials.
with
so I
that
expect
fucking
him to
list, he ain't
know-
shit.
I expect him to know their background, like their level of education, their test scores, like their competencies.
Man, that
that was part of his evaluation, right? He said, no, they have
AI. There's about 4 or 5 different flavors of AI that are being like utilized at the moment. They're all just going ham on his question. Coming up, tits, how funny.
Yeah, it's gonna hallucinate some shit for him.
He's getting Don Pettit.
Nah, you know who's in his DMs, right? The poor man's Colonel Sanders.
Okay. Poor man's Colonel Sanders. Isn't he on the logo for Kentucky Fried Kangaroo?
Oh God, dude. The other white meat. Dude, Timbo said he had one. He ate one of those, dude.
They don't look
Yeah,
appetizing.
kangaroo's delicious.
Is it?
Oh, that's too.
Yeah.
Are you for real?
Yeah, it's nice. It's really like really lean, a really juicy steak. It's really nice.
Yeah. Who is it? Like he said they put
red
that
meat.
sucker in a.
Is kangaroo red meat? Yes. Is it considered red meat like beef?
He's kind of,
Do you know if
yeah.
it's anything like deer?
I think he's red.
Tastes like
yeah.
chicken.
Kangaroo
Like
is all
lamb.
muscle. It's all muscle meat. If you see the kangaroos, they look like on steroids. It's all muscle.
Is it like rabbit?
You think so? Why, have you had it, Yoder?
No, I'm asking if it's like rabbit or deer.
Yeah, steak is really chewy and tough. It's like a steak, but not chewy and tough. It's like a chicken steak or something. It's
You gotta get them when they're Joey's, yeah.
my god!
What the hell, dude? He's trying to look for the kangaroo version of veal.
Just saying.
Joey Parmesan.
Oh, Mr. List is back. No, he's back. He's back. He's just quiet.
Just post whatever you got on your DMs by the old members.
Just make it easy for him. We don't why don't we start? We'll help you evaluate it. Get the image, post it, and then we'll evaluate it from there. How about that?
So hold his hand.
Yeah, he's in the DMs with the homies. Like, guys, I'm drowning over here.
Imagine the globe. The evidence is so difficult to find.
No, Indio, you got a point. I think it'd be better if we just kind of like start from scratch, that we're on the same page. Because I heard you say something earlier about like wanting his like SAT scores or something, and I'm just curious, like where your like level of like how much of a background check do I have to do on someone for you to consider like good enough?
It's not about Indio or me or anyone.
He brings up a good point. He just said bring the picture in and we'll work through it together. Are you taking back your offer?
I know that, but you have a standard. You have a standard, and we want to go by what you think is your standard.
And I told you my standard, so I want to know if you have a problem with my standard. Do you have a problem with my standard?
You don't actually have that standard, no.
What do you mean I don't actually have it?
You haven't never used that standard before in your life. You already believed them before you applied the standard.
Okay, do you know what my standard is?
Post the picture of the reality, man. Come on.
Alright. Fuck it. Let's just see what fucking happens. It's gonna be the same fucking copy paste shit you guys do all the time. I'm just.
Yeah, but does that present the reality?
Just scramble. Just do your usual shit. Yep.
Oh, is that what you posted? Get out of here.
What's wrong with it?
Friend.
Let's start from the beginning. What's wrong with it?
Can you point it north?
He deleted it, friends.
No.
He deleted it.
No, it's not deleted. It's just someone posted 4 different things in front of it.
Okay, can you point it? I remember the picture. Can you point it out? Where is the North America on that?
No, hold on. Wait.
Oh god, what the fuck?
You guys can't even have an intellectual conversation instead of just all laughing at it. Like, say some words.
Okay, hold on.
Maybe.
Hold on. You're looking into the great space of fucking awesomeness. Where are all the fucking stars, boy?
What does it have to do with the argument we're talking about?
Well, you're talking to create a fucking real photo of space from fucking whatever of Earth, and there ain't no fucking stars in the background, buddy.
Okay, but hold on.
He started everybody.
Seriously, guys.
The photo's fake, Bo.
What the fuck? Not the point of conversation.
So what? AB deal with this. Go ahead, AB.
With this image that you posted, what was your standard by which you evaluated that this is a real, authentic image of the Earth?
I told you earlier. The track record of the people and the credentials that are had by the people.
You didn't evaluate the image. You evaluated the people.
Yeah.
No, so cross reference to other pictures from the moon and from like.
All right. Just
that
relax,
you also didn't evaluate. That you evaluated the people.
All right. So who?
What do you mean? I literally told you I did evaluate the people.
Funny. Just focus, dude. What person
you're asking questions. Your boyfriend here is asking questions. I'm answering them.
Let me ask. Yeah, specifically, what person?
I'm relaxed. Just
what person?
With you guys.
See what I mean? I can't if India is going to keep interrupting you.
Bro.
Like, I'm trying.
What person posted this image? Who was the author of this image?
The person who took the picture was engineer Bill Anders.
Okay, what was the camera that was being used?
Does that matter? That doesn't matter at all.
It does. We're evaluating.
It could be an iPhone 4. It could be an iPhone 12. That's not relevant. It's not relevant. Okay, so can you explain? Okay, I'll hear you out. Can you explain to me why the difference in camera manufacturer or whatever changes anything about like the validity?
It's going to show your standard of evaluation. What you actually tested.
That's not
when you said this is authentic.
That wasn't my question.
What do you mean? Like, this is what we're evaluating, your standard. So we're going through the different ways that people can look at this image and say that it's real.
Yes.
So did you by any chance look into what camera took this image?
No.
Okay, so you don't think that was
not necessary? No.
You don't think that was important? Okay, so that's fine. You don't think that was important. Now, you said that individual that you just named right now is the author of this image. How do you know that?
What kind of stupid fucking question? What do you mean? How do I know
Just
that?
answer the question, dude. How do you know that he was the one that actually took this picture? How do you know he took it?
Because that's what it fucking says.
Okay, so it says.
Do you want me to ask the guy? You want me to ask the guy if he took a picture? Like, I don't know.
No, I'm just saying where you got all this information in which you right now are standing on.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Certainty. So
the website I got it from was NASA.gov.
NASA.gov said this person took this image, and you don't know the type of camera. What was the distance away from the Earth that the image was taken? Do you know?
Whatever the fucking distance is from the moon.
Okay, so you don't know that either. All right,
that's not relevant. You're asking a relevant question.
That's fine.
You're asking 1,000 questions that aren't relevant. Can we get to the point?
Yeah, I'm asking.
Hold on.
And India was going to erupt, and we're going to go nowhere.
Hold on. This conversation started with me talking about witnesses, and you just said, "You want me to ask the guy?" Yeah, we fucking do. We want the witness, the guy that took the fucking picture.
Yes, but we don't need him if we have the fucking image already.
We don't need them. Trust really hard. You're right.
That he's from.
Okay.
Shut up, Mez. If you don't have anything to contribute, just go on fucking mute,
I did contribute. I told you
you're not contributing anything either, dude.
In this situation, doesn't need to be the specific person that took the photo. It can be an expert on cameras. It can be someone from the organisation. It can be anyone that can say, "Yes,
organization isn't a witness, dude."
Situation arrived.
And I told you, someone's already sued over that. It's called a business records exception, and no, that is not acceptable.
Of course it is.
Well, no, because just because you say it's not acceptable, like it is acceptable.
Hold on, just mute Mez real quick because I can't mute him. Somebody mute him. The thing is, Mez is not up here presenting this image. This guy is. So we're asking this guy because he has a standard of evaluation.
Hold on, if I can say something, if 3 or 4 of you
standard of evaluation about this image.
Okay, so I guess I'll go fuck myself every time I try to talk.
No, dude, I'm trying to correct that. The other guy had a point, which is not your point, right? That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to get him out of the way so that you
kind of is my point.
What you're doing.
But my issue is if 3 or 4 of you can like dogpile me, like you and Indio, as you fucking do, like have been doing for the past half hour, I think it's fair for me to have someone else in my corner. If you can have 4 of you just fucking yelling random things at me.
It's not his evidence, it's yours. It's not his evidence, it's yours.
Hold on a second.
No, it's not ours. It's
Bunny Monkey, just quiet and listen. I'm not going to talk anymore. Listen,
I don't believe you.
Listen, dumb fuck.
I don't believe you.
Well,
with your anger issues.
Dude. Listen, this started
I can't trust you.
Why are you talking over me? What is wrong with you?
Witness.
He's spurging out, man. Stop spurging.
I don't think I'm the one spurging. You're the one who's like
crying. This little girl's crying.
For some reason, taking the stand here.
I'm gonna mute you in like 3 seconds if you don't listen to this shit because I'm here and I'm trying to.
I don't think you are
concerned, and you're not letting
nuts. I am.
You're not letting me.
You're getting nowhere. I did let you, and you made 0 point with it.
No, address your concern about being dogpiled on, dumb fuck. Uncork your ears, okay?
Really I hear you. It's just you got nowhere. So I don't know. Try again, I guess. I don't know.
What are you talking about?
Make your point. Hurry up.
Okay, I am going to let AB talk to you, okay? That's what's going to happen. He's going to talk to you. I made my point when you said, whatever, that you, like, should I ask the guy? That was my point from the very beginning. So my point's done. Now on to AB. Thank you. Have a nice day. Go ahead, guys.
Okay, so that didn't kind of... you didn't bring... That had nothing to do with, like, the
Why
fact
are you
that
talking
you threw...
to me? You don't want me to talk.
Yeah, don't respond to him. Just he said what he said. He said what he said. All right, so
Yeah, but he's going to respond eventually. He's going to jump in.
We're going, dude. Just
he has before.
Just focus on the fact that you just presented something that you think is evidence or case for the case that the Earth is a globe, right? So it's called Earthrise, and it was taken from the lunar lander. You probably don't know any of this information. I'm telling you right now.
I know this. So I don't know why we're rehashing this.
So
just get to the point.
I'm rehashing it because you think that it's evidence that the Earth is a globe. Now, you don't know the camera that took this photo. You don't know the distance away. You just said it's just a distance that the Earth and the Moon are away. You don't any of the specific information that somebody would know if they were standing on this as being a standard for them knowing that the Earth is a globe.
I never told you that was my standard, though.
You said that this image was the standard of how you know that the Earth is a globe.
No, I told you my standard is the source it comes from and their verbatim track record and like credibility.
Okay, so credibility. What credentials does a person have that took this image?
They're a fucking engineer at NASA. That's kind of helpful for starters.
Yeah. What makes them an engineer, and how do you know that they have that background?
Probably the degree in engineering makes them an engineer. I don't fucking.
Well, this is your standard, dude. I'm only telling you the thing that you said that you evaluated.
I don't understand where the question's coming from because you're asking like a question of.
No, this isn't stupid. This is your evaluation method.
Yes,
I'm going
through your method. The engineering degree makes them an engineer. You're not going through my method. Yeah. You are nitpicking my method and trying to get me to like. Yeah. I will admit to you, it is based on a little bit of trust, as everyone fucking does. You have to have.
So you have trust in the fact that whatever is said about the individual is the fact that they're claiming that he's an engineer, he does this and that.
Yes, if multiple sources say it, then 99% chance that like this guy does have a fucking degree. Like when you're in college, right? Like earning your master's and you're doing a group project with your class, you don't know for a fact if like they have their bachelor's in the field you're studying, but they got into the school and they're working with everyone else in that school, haven't been kicked out yet, so you can reasonably come to the conclusion that this guy probably has their bachelor's and they're like I do and working on their master's.
Okay, so first of all, we're just listening to you. You have good reason to believe that this individual is who he says he is based on the information that you read. Yeah? You have good reason.
If that's the way you want to dumb it down, sure, yeah.
No, it's not dumbing it down. It's the facts. So the facts is you have just a reason to believe that this individual is.
Just phrase it however you want to. I'll agree.
It is. I'm phrasing it exactly like the way it is, right? So there's nothing that you know. Yeah, there's nothing that you know here in this particular part of the evaluation. You don't know if the individual is who they say they are. You've taken it on a good reason to believe based on the information.
Knowledge is now inside of my brain. I now have that knowledge. Yeah. I now know these things.
No, you don't know. You have a good reason to believe that that's true. You just gave me an example of how you just, like somebody could be in a college. You don't know if they have a bachelor's, but they're there because that's what the school will allow. So
no, I know they have a bachelor's because they're in the school. And the only way to get in here is to have a bachelor's to then go after your master's.
That's fine. But you only have a good reason to believe that the individual...
My first-hand knowledge of what it's like to be in this school, like, then I know these things. This isn't like a pulled out of my ass like assumption.
There's a difference between knowing and believing. So believing, you could have a good reason to believe.
This isn't believing.
You don't know the facts. No, you don't.
This is not believing.
It's just a belief.
No, it's not a belief.
Yes, it is. Specifically on the information about this individual, you believe that he has the specific credentials that you think he does based on what you've read. You don't know.
No, I do know. I believe and also know.
No, you don't believe in no. It's just believe. There's no knowing in this.
Okay, so there's just no getting through to you, is there?
No, there's no putting it as you know. You can't put it as you know. State it like
But you
the
can,
fact.
though. You
Just
can.
believe. But you don't know.
Okay.
That's the facts. You don't know.
Sure. Whatever
You
you
have a
say.
good reason. Right.
I think he knows. I think he knows.
I'm going to progress the conversation. So you have a good reason to believe the individual has the credentials that he has.
Yeah, I can't in good faith progress the conversation if it's based on like a dog shit claim that everything is belief. I can't go anywhere with that.
So far, listen, I will say this. You haven't presented...
I'm stuck in the past of the conversation of me knowing this.
Funny, you haven't presented anything that is factual that you know. You've only presented things that you believe or a good reason to believe. That's all you present.
Wrong.
No, it's not wrong. So what thing do you know for sure?
Everything I said already.
Which is?
Are you asking because you forgot, or are you asking because
no, I'm asking
you don't
for you to be honest. Be honest in what you said you know, so everybody can hear.
I wasn't
exactly
done asking my question. I'm not sure why
you don't know.
Me.
So you have a good reason to believe.
I was kind of told. Okay.
So two things so far, right? The individual whom you said that has the credentials to take this image, you have a good reason to believe this person is who they say they are. And the second, the camera, you didn't even know what camera took the image, so there's no way to evaluate if the image was taken from a specific camera. And on the third thing, you don't know the distance to how far away the camera was able to take the image to see if
but that has nothing to do with the standard of evidence that
everything is important. Listen, let me tell you something real important. What's important when a photographer goes out and takes an image, a picture of something.
This is the standard I use.
Just hang
on. You're creating your own standard that I don't adhere to.
No. This would be if you're evaluating. If you're evaluating an image, you're going to ask a lot of these questions which are relevant.
That's not how I operate. I told you that's not how I operate.
I know that. So this is why we're evaluating.
Doesn't seem like you do, though. I don't think
we're evaluating your standard. It doesn't meet. It doesn't meet the criteria.
Yeah, but I told you my standard already, and it seemed like you guys were okay with it.
All right, here's the thing. You're going to have a choice.
Ignoring everything I say.
You're going to have a choice.
I can't hear anything that's being said because you just keep talking through AV.
Well,
I haven't got a clue what you said, Sunshine. I'd like to hear it.
I keep talking
to him when other people aren't speaking.
So, I think the issue is you guys. A lot of you have this habit of like rambling for hours on end and then saying things that are just.
Doing it again.
Oh, my bad. I thought if you guys could talk for an hour and say things that are like inherently false, that like I could talk for 20 seconds. Is that cool? Can I get 20 seconds? Or
you already did.
Because I'm not here, I don't get an hour.
Yeah, you said your piece. So let me continue. All right. So your standard of evaluation.
Like 6 of my pieces, dude. You are yapping about like something that is not even relevant to the conversation.
Are you gonna let me talk, Bunny?
No, because you keep
conversation.
No, he said no. I'm not gonna let you talk. Right? Listen to this bitch.
That's what I'm saying.
Everybody, come on. This guy's a fucking lispy asshole, please. I'm tired of this fucking asshole.
The next logical step will be comparing this image that he believes is true and comparing it to actual measurements of the thing in question, the surface of the Earth. And if this image is a representation that can be validated and demonstrated and measured, or is it a misrepresentation of what the Earth is?
Yeah, so let me just take it. Let me just finish up.
I'm not going to get dogpiled, and there's 3 of you talking already. Actually, 4 if you count Jedi. So, yeah, Indio, you're a lying piece of shit.
Hi. I have to do that. You might leave if I do this, but that's fine. I'm going to have to do it because you didn't let anybody talk funny. Sorry. He deafened. So, yeah, the point is his standard of evaluation is dog shit. I mean, there's nothing that he did that he looked into somebody's credentials and says, that guy took the image. He doesn't even know. He just has a good reason to believe that this guy says who he says he is based on where he works. He doesn't know the camera. He doesn't know the distance. Like any of the specifics that somebody would ask if somebody took a picture of something. He doesn't want to hear it, but.
And he hasn't tried to verify or falsify the image itself. Because the image is one thing. And then when you go to the thing in question, right, they've taken a photograph of the Earth, you can check if it's accurate or not.
That's
on
correct.
The Earth.
And the point, funny, I know that you're still listening. I was going to bring up is that you didn't, the standard, even though you were saying that you went through all the things that you supposedly said you did, you haven't checked any of the things that somebody that would look at a photograph would. Dude, this guy's a child, man. I mean, if he's going to keep deafening, then. Wow. I guess we can't ask people how they evaluate images anymore.
Well, I think the way you're doing it is good because they're saying, okay, I believe this guy presented this image, right? Whoever took it.
Yeah.
And then you can set where they basing their conclusions from, which is the image, and then you can take it to verify to the step of verification or falsification, which should be the standard, right?
Yeah. You have to critique their internal perspective so that you can actually get to the external, which is what they would claim is what was done in the field. So first I was tackling all the ways that he would think that this could be authentic, taking it apart, and then going to the external, which is like when you actually go outside and take the image. But he didn't want that to happen. You can't keep deafening Funny if you want to have a conversation.
Come on, Funny.
Yeah, Lispinator.
Yeah, come
Don't
on,
be a
Funny.
little
Let's
bitch.
hear it, bro.
All right. Let's try it again.
Yeah, I can't really have a conversation if I'm muted too. So
Try
I'm not
more.
gonna listen.
Yeah.
If anyone else gets to interrupt me, I should also get to interrupt you
He's
guys.
crying again. He's not
just
going. He's
seems
not
fair.
going on a topic. He's crying. He's going to cry for another fucking hour.
See what I mean? Like Indio said, I wouldn't.
Yeah, see what I mean? He's going to cry again. He's going to cry again about
I said
crying.
I wouldn't do it.
Linktree, go ask for more crypto donations.
Cry more. Cry more. Cry more. Keep crying,
You're
bitch.
crying, dog. You're crying.
That's all he's doing. He's crying. Everybody, he's crying. He does exactly. Lispinator. Keep crying.
You're yelling.
Keep.
Funny monkey, that picture,
Okay.
what you build,
Look. We're not going to do personal attacks. Okay.
All right, Funny. So your internal critique was that you thought you had an evaluation, which according to everybody here, wouldn't even pass a basic standard of evaluation. So we're going to look at least the external part. So you're saying that this was actually taken from on the moon to the Earth. Now, how do you know that actually occurred? The event of actually taking a photo from the moon. How do you know they even got to that place?
A completely different fucking conversation, dude.
No, this is all a part of why you think that this is evidence that the Earth is what it looks like.
It was a big rocket, and they filmed it.
Yeah, but we're not talking to you.
Oh,
we're talking to Funny.
No, I'm done with this stupid ass conversation. It's clearly going nowhere.
Done? Are you tapping
ask
out?
Me, again, with leading questions, you can sit there and try to fucking rephrase it all you want into like I'm the winner here, ha ha ha. But like,
Yeah,
it's just,
well, if you're tapping out, dude, like,
an
it's
engineer when like that's just a stupid ass question.
No,
Like,
it's not
like,
stupid.
I don't know
People,
it is.
Listen, Funny, inquiring minds want to know how people evaluate information, such as the image that you presented.
But nothing
You're
to
not
do
doing
with
a good
evaluating.
job.
It was you nitpicking. No, it was you nitpicking. I said the guy's an engineer, and you said what makes him an engineer, as if like that's a big fucking point of contention.
Well, you said he's an engineer. I want to know how you know he's an engineer. What's wrong with that?
Like personally eyewitness every little thing that fucking goes on is just impossible. Like you can't fucking do that.
That's not it.
Okay.
No.
See what
you said he was.
Okay.
You said he was an engineer. I want to know what qualified him as that, and how you know that he is one. That's nothing wrong with saying that. I'm just asking you for how you know what he is.
But then I told you, and then you went on to nitpick it even more.
No, I didn't nitpick. I gave you now you have a good reason. You have a good reason to believe that he is who he says he is. That's what I said. It was a belief.
No, but that's the issue. It's not a belief. I don't know why you keep trying. No, it's not a belief. You don't know
he's an engineer.
I do know.
You just read it somewhere.
AV, buddy, you don't need to personally eyewitness something to have knowledge of something. That is not how knowledge works all the time.
You don't know if he's an engineer or not. You just believe he is. Based on what you've read.
That's not how knowing works at all.
No, that's how belief works.
Sure, it is. Okay, I will give you
and you believe it.
No, wrong. It is a little bit more, I guess, for lack of a better word, like reliable knowledge. If you could like firsthand.
You can't put lipstick on a pig, buddy. It's still belief.
So
even if you say it's more reliable, it's still belief.
But it's not belief. It is knowledge.
It is. No, it's not. Knowledge would mean that you were there in his graduating class, and you walked
you don't need
where he got the actual diploma, and you now know he's an engineer because he passed some certain standard. You don't know
that. That's not how that works at all. You don't need to be a first-hand eyewitness to something to know something.
Dude, you just believe he's an engineer. You believe he's an engineer.
It's not belief. It's not belief at all. I know he's an engineer.
No, you don't. You believe he is.
Okay.
Until you find out all the information.
Holy shit.
Listen, this is how you stated it. I read that
you keep misusing the word belief, though. Yeah, that's not belief.
It is. It's just a belief.
Yes, can you stop talking over him, dude? Stop talking over him.
We're talking for each other, Indio. Stop riding his dick, okay? We're both here yelling at him. Relax. Indio, you said you shut the fuck up. Indio, you said you shut the fuck dog. You said you shut the fuck up and not dogpile me. Continue being shut the fuck up. So me and AV can yell. No, it's two of you now. That's 2v1. It's a small dog.
Lose the emotions. Lose the emotions.
Lose the emotions. Stop fucking interrupting me and being a dickhead. Anywho.
Okay, this is hard to listen to with you interrupting. That's why I said something. This is being broadcast on YouTube. It's audio chaos.
Not sure where you came at me instead of AV as well. AV was also interrupting me, but okay.
Yeah, but we're just talking about the standard right now. And so you haven't produced anything that you know is true.
No, see, you keep misusing the word. Okay, wait, all right. Maybe we start from scratch. Can you define the word belief?
Yeah, acceptance without evidence.
Is that your definition, or is that are you claiming that like that's the objective definition of belief?
Yeah, you can go look it up. That's what it is. You accept something without any evidence. So it's like this. You read something somewhere and it says this person is who they say they are. You're like, hold on, Finney. Doesn't matter who it is, right? It could say this person's a PhD or whatever. You could just take it on credit that the person is who they say they are. You have a good reason to believe based on it says that they came from this college and this college is respectable or what. It doesn't matter, but you have a good reason to believe that that's true. You don't know it's true. You just believe it. You can accept it without any evidence based on what you read. That's exactly what you've done with this particular type of information.
Here's the thing. I know I'm a little bit wrong, and I've been toying with you a little because I'm kind of hoping that like you'll eventually walk your way into it. What you're talking about is like a blind faith belief. Belief isn't like knowing something without evidence. That would be just more blind faith. There is a belief that doesn't really have much. I'll just give you the technical definition. You don't get confused. It's acceptance that a statement is true or that something exists. That doesn't say with or without evidence. That just like acceptance of something that is true.
Okay. So what evidence do you have that he is an engineer?
His Wikipedia article, the NASA website,
when you submit, but that's gonna You didn't present that, did you? You just said I read something.
I said I read from NASA.gov.
I'm going. So NASA.gov. You have to find out where they got the information about him being an engineer. Like you're going down a rabbit hole that you didn't present.
You don't need to go down a rabbit hole, though.
Yeah, but you didn't present this information. Yeah, we're only going based off what you presented, which is something that you read based on NASA.gov, and that says that he's an engineer. So you have good reason to believe that he's one based on what NASA's posting about him.
No, that is the evidence that he is an engineer, a reliable source with like a biography or not. It is whatever autobiography, whatever it is.
Was it an autobiography that you were reading from? Because it seems like you're adding a little more to what you're saying.
No, it's autobiography is like the author. If you write it yourself, that's autobiography, right? Or is it autobiography if someone else writes it?
What you read is what somebody's stating about who he is.
Yeah, autobiography. No, I wasn't like adding anything. It was just sometimes I get autobiography and biography confused. But someone else wrote an excerpt about Bill Sanders or whatever.
At this point, his credentials and who he is wasn't what was being contested. I'm just saying you're just taking that based on what you read.
Yeah, the evidence.
But until I mentioned it, you didn't look into if he's a genuine engineer or not. You didn't look into that.
I told you where I was reading it from.
Yeah, I know that. Sure. But the conversation between me,
I don't need to look into it.
I know that. I know that part. You didn't.
So why are you bringing it up?
Because that further bolsters my point that you have a good reason to believe he is who he says he is, coming from NASA.gov. That's why I'm saying that.
You can believe something and also have knowledge of it.
But you didn't look.
You can know things.
You didn't look into it.
I didn't need to.
Until I
didn't
said
need
so.
to.
Dude, shut up! I'm gonna start fucking muting you.
Why is Evie allowed to talk over me, but I can't talk over him?
I'm just making a statement. I was making a statement that you said, based on what you read, he is an engineer. You didn't look into his autobiography and figure out if he was one.
I didn't bring up an autobiography. Why are you bringing up an autobiography?
Yeah, you didn't look into any other information other than what you just read. That's all I'm saying. All right. So that right there is just what you're going off of, and you're saying that based on the image. And you can try to keep saying no, and it's not going to work.
Yeah, and you can keep trying saying believe, and it's not going to work. Like I don't know.
The audience
you're going with this.
It's because it's for the audience, not for you.
The audience is will decide. Like three people like jingling keys in front of each other. You don't have an audience, dog.
That's great. That's great.
I don't know why you got to bring the audience into it. It's completely irrelevant to the conversation.
Listen, dude, you can try to throw shade. It's not going to help your argument. So here's the thing. So the second thing is
you're an audience.
Okay, that's fine because I am.
It's completely irrelevant to the conversation.
Doesn't matter, dude. I don't care about your feelings.
Bandwagon, if anything. It's like if we're just going to throw fallacies out the window.
Yeah,
it's not feelings. It's you using fallacies.
So
anyway, you're starting to lose the plot, aren't you? You're getting pissy.
No, I'm not. You did.
You are. Okay.
Yeah, based on the evaluation of your image.
That's enough of that shit, dude. No, I mean, you can keep talking. Funny monkey. Control your fucking mic, dude. Like, seriously. Can barely hear what anybody's saying because you don't stop yapping. Stop just yapping, freaking spurging out, dude. Take your meds.
So this supposed image that you presented of Earthrise, it was being, I'm contesting it based on what you're saying, how you evaluated it. It doesn't sound like you've looked into anything about the person's status of his credentials, which you said when you first began this, that I've looked into their credentials. You said so at the very beginning of this. You looked into their credentials. So that's why I'm questioning what you looked into. You said, based on what I read from NASA.gov, that's how I know he's an engineer. Because why would they post something that's not true? It's kind of like where you're going with it. I understood that. But you didn't look into whether or not he is who he says he is. You didn't do that. So that's why I'm saying you have a good reason to believe he is who he says he is. It's a belief. It's not knowing. So moving on to the other point, right? You're saying that the camera, you don't have to have any information about it. It's thoroughly important if you're saying that this image is what you're resting your knowledge on what you think the Earth is. So that's why I was asking you. There's another point of evaluation you didn't go through. So the other part of it was the distance. How far away is the Earth to the moon? Because you're saying that's another part of evaluation that you looked at, right? And however far it is. Now, people that are listening, inquiring minds are going to want to know, why didn't you ask that question? Because a professional photographer, when out in the field, would know a distance to a shot is totally relevant to the type of camera they're using or what type of lens they're going to be applying. It's specific important information that you didn't have when it concerns to something so important as to how you're going to present information to this panel about how you know that the Earth is a globe. Now, I'm going to overlook all of that because you didn't present any of that. And we're going to now go into how you can compare this image to anything that you can see in our known world. So now we're into the part where you're going to be able to say, how can I validate this image based on a standard of comparing this to something I know in the physical world?
Hey, AV, 1 second. Can you reshare the picture in question?
Yeah. Oh, it's Earthrise. It's Earthrise, Kirill-san. It's okay. If you might want to scroll up. It's Earthrise, though.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if that's what was being referred to. So thanks.
Yeah,
I know
I'm referring.
Okay, when I unmute Funny Monkey, just let him talk. Okay, hopefully he listened and he's going to address everything you say. Hopefully he didn't Fundy deafen himself because I didn't look.
No, it
doesn't seem that way. Okay, so please just address what he said. Don't freaking talk about side topics. I'm just trying to moderate this chat because it's hard to listen to, and I want to hear it. It's interesting. You're good, Funny Monkey.
Oh, is he done now? Holy shit.
But if
you didn't listen to what he said, if you didn't listen to what he said, I'm going to just kick you out of here.
You want me to repeat the question?
No, you clearly saw I wasn't muted. No.
Okay, can you respond to the question?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
You didn't listen.
If you're gonna interrupt me and talk over me, and then I get shit for talking over you as well. No. I'm saying I'm not talking about right now. Holy shit! Listen.
So you just asked him a question.
As I'm explaining. That's hilarious.
You just asked him a question and then tried to answer it yourself. You just asked him a question.
I didn't ask him a question.
Did you ask him a question or not?
Yes, no, I didn't. But no, I didn't.
You did.
Well,
yeah, you did, dude.
I never asked him a question.
You just did, just now. You did, and then you tried to answer it, and then said he was interrupting when he tried to answer it. Stop playing games, dude.
So it's only okay when you guys do it?
You asked him a question.
I didn't ask him a question. What was the question I asked him?
You asked him, how come I get muted but you don't, basically?
Yeah, and so did I pause and allow for a response, or was there a good chance?
Well,
again, holy shit, dude. Okay, so when people say questions, sometimes they're not looking for an answer immediately.
You just asked me a question.
Okay.
And then interrupted that when my answer.
I wasn't interrupting you. It wasn't your turn to talk yet.
We're gonna do
It's kind of funny how I could complain about you interrupting me, and while I'm explaining this, you interrupt me.
That's what I didn't want.
Times.
So,
Funny, are you done?
And now AV's interrupting me.
You're not the moderator. Shut your pie hole, dude. Okay? Shut your hole.
It should be a respectable conversation where each person gets a turn.
I'm trying to turn it into one, but you are refusing, okay?
Well, because I wasn't done yet. You keep trying to interrupt me right now.
If you ask a question, you need to let people respond.
That's the issue.
Okay.
I didn't ask anybody any questions.
You did. We record this, okay? Shut the fuck up, dude. You're lying. Okay?
Do you know what a rhetorical question is?
Okay. Well, yeah, I do. I don't think it was a rhetorical question. He tried to answer.
Okay.
You can't complain. You can't ask a question and then complain that someone tried to answer. Sorry. Rhetorical or not.
Okay, but I didn't ask anybody a question.
So from now on, from here on out, when you ask a question, allow time for people to. You're interrupting me. From now on, from here on, don't do it. From now on, from here on out, when you ask a question, please allow a response. If it's simply rhetorical, just indicate that so it doesn't need to be answered. Okay? Thank you. Okay. Have a nice day.
Can I ask you a quick question now?
Please answer AV's question.
Can I ask you a quick question though?
I'm moderating, dude. I'm not involved in this conversation. I'm moderating.
Yeah, but I want to ask you a question. I thought I'm allowed to ask
moderation. Okay, go ahead.
No, it's about will you hold that same standard for everyone else? Because actually, I asked a question. Will you hold that standard for everyone else?
Not everyone interrupts like you do, so it depends. If they're doing what you do, sure, I will.
Okay, Okay, the standard I'm talking about is like where someone asks me a question, and they continue talking past that point. I'm able to understand that, like, it's not a rhetorical question, but it is them just kind of. Okay, so I wasn't done talking, and you're interrupting me.
Well, you asked me a question, and I'm answering it. You said, "Will I hold the same standard?" Okay, dude, you keep doing it. It's a game you're playing, okay? You asked me a question about whether I was going to hold somebody to the same standard.
You answered it. You answered that question.
Talking the entire time I talked. The entire time.
I didn't ask you a question because you're interrupting me.
You did. You said, "Will I hold somebody to the same standard?"
You answered me. And then I went on to make a statement that you, for some reason, took as a question. I'm confused on what's a question now. Like,
oh my God!
I'll repeat the question.
You did ask another question.
No, I heard that. No, he knows the question. I got my answer.
Listen, you said, if somebody asks me a question, are you going to allow time for me to answer? That was the question I was trying to answer. Yes, I will. If they ask you a question, I will stop them from talking. If they continue to talk and try to answer the question themselves, I will let you answer.
That was it, dude. So I do want to.
You're making this harder than it has to be, Funny Monkey.
Yeah, really. It's like pulling teeth with you, bro. All right, so just with the one question. Can you compare the image of Earthrise to anything that you see outside in the natural world? That's it. And the question isn't going to change; it's the same.
Well, is your contention that the
not you, Kiro-san, not you, Kiro-san,
Funny Monkey's going to answer.
Okay,
we can talk to you next, man. It's not an issue. Go ahead, Funny Monkey. You requested to be allowed to answer. Request granted. But you're in your DMs and not paying attention.
Do you know or believe that I'm in my DMs right now?
Oh my God, dude! Are you just skating past what I asked you?
What, did you ask me something? I didn't hear anything.
Yes.
What did you say?
What did you compare Earthrise to anything you see in the physical world?
Oh, that question. I thought we were done with that stupid ass conversation. Oh, yeah.
Oh, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done with you. You clearly, like, we're just not on the same page about believing and knowing. Okay.
So we'll go to Kiro-san now. All done. Go ahead, Kiro-san.
Tell us.
Yeah, I wasn't here for the whole thing, so I was curious. Is your contention that the Earthrise photo and the Epic Discover photo can't be of the same two objects? Is like
no. He said that Earthrise was his standard. He evaluated it, and he knows that that's the way he understands that the Earth is a globe.
Let's actually go all the way back. We asked him how he evaluated.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's a meta question because I wasn't sure what started it.
Okay, well, let me go all the way back. We asked him how he evaluated the authenticity of images purporting to be from space. He said he evaluates the image and he evaluates the people that took the image. So we said, give us a particular image and how you evaluated that image and the people, and that's where you probably tuned in somewhere in the middle of that interrogation.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this sounds like not something I would ever bring up because how could I even prove that?
That was our question. His evaluation turned out to be I evaluate the people, but he didn't even tell us how he evaluates it. Well, he did tell us. He reads what they say on NASA's website, and if they have enough checkboxes or credentials, then the image is real.
Gotcha.
Well, just explain to him how the image is impossible.
Yeah, I think that's where the more interesting discussion is that when you see those photos and you compare the Earthrise and the Discover, and I'm not saying you guys are doing this, but I do hear that a lot from flat earthers, and I think Geo, what's his name? I forget his name, but it starts with Geo. Yeah, he showed maybe he's in the side chat. He was engaging with me earlier, but he showed a compare. He had a picture, meme, whatever you want to call it, that had a comparison showing the Earthrise on the bottom and the Discover photo at top, and it's like, and it's kind of like an incredulous, like, how can these two be possible? But I think that if you use scale models and just just change the observer point and change like focal lengths, you can just show that those two pictures, with the given distance, with the given size of the Earth and the given size of the Moon, and put it on to like a scale, diagram, real life, not talking about, on a piece of paper, but like actually put these into play in real life. You can show that those two perspectives and how they would appear are possible with the given sizes. That doesn't prove the photos themselves are real, but it proves that just the nature of those two photos looking so different is not proof that they're either of them or both of them are faked.
So what you're saying is the images are consistent with each other? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, like you can consistently demonstrate that in a real setting. Granted, we're talking about scale. We can't make a ball the size of the globe and do all these in a lab or at an in-home test. But if you look up the size of the Earth, look up the size of the Moon, how far apart they are, and you scale that down, and then put those two into your living room, and then take a camera from one perspective, zoom it in really far out. That would get you the Earthrise perspective, and then you take the camera and go beyond the Moon and zoom in. You can see the Moon obscure, in front of the Earth. And this is without moving anything except the observer point, and then changing the zoom, the focal length on the lens for the camera. So I think the demonstration will show you it's possible. Granted, obviously that doesn't do anything to prove that it's real, but it just shows that it's not, that just the nature of those two photos looking so different, it's not proof that they're fake. I think, I know it's
probably proof that the Discover one's fake, that it's the Moon itself. The Moon actually cartwheels across the sky when you observe it, and the Moon in that image, the series of images doesn't cartwheel, because they released like a lunar transit across the Earth, right? So it's like a gift.
Do you have a source for that? I know the Discover, is that from NASA's Discover?
You remember they released a GIF with the Moon going across the Earth, right?
I don't think I've seen the GIF. I've seen the picture, the picture that is shared by everyone and shared everywhere, and was, Pop Science really took off with it. I haven't seen the GIF itself, if you don't mind sharing.
Yeah, it was like a time series. I think it was 6 hours. Like from the first.
Is that it, Des?
It was 5 frames. Yeah. I think it was 5 frames over 6 hours, or maybe 6 frames over 6 hours, something like that. Every hour, maybe.
Yeah, Des, I'm familiar with that picture itself. I was curious about the GIF. Is that a GIF? Because it's not playing if it is, for me. No, that's just an image.
I'd have to dig it up.
Okay.
I mean, I don't really
I'd be curious to look at it.
Quite honestly. So the Moon right there, right? So in the GIF, it just shows the Moon staying in that orientation as it goes across the Earth, but it would actually have to, from the Earth that you see the same face, but from space, you wouldn't see the same face. Because the angle changes.
What's the time? Do you know
hold on. It's not phase locked to the satellite. They're tidally locked to the satellite. It's tidally locked to the Earth.
But isn't the satellite tidally locked with the Earth, or at least that's the claimed orbit?
Well, the Moon. What you're concerned with is the Moon tidally locked to the Earth, because the Moon has to slightly rotate relative to the camera. That's 1.3 million miles away or something.
Yeah, I mean, we can kind of like do some math and try to figure out how much it would be, because we're talking about the satellite's 1 million.
A long time ago.
Is the satellite 1 million miles or 1 million kilometers? I forget off the top of my head.
I forget.
Or claimed, obviously, of course. But in any case, we would know the distance from the satellite to the Earth, and if it's claimed that the satellite is it's not even geosynchronous. I think it's locked in position to be between the sun and the Earth.
It's in like L1 or something. It's in like L1.
The Lagrange point 1 or 2.
Yeah.
I forget. I forget off the top of my head. Yeah, I would be interested to see that GIF, and also if we can get information like what's the time lapse, like how much time are we dealing with, because that's how you would
true, like if you were really providing a deep analysis, you would have to know that information.
I did work it all out, all the math and all that stuff, how much of the angular change would be, how much more of the face of the moon you'd see. I did work it out. This is like a few years ago, 5-6 years ago.
Do you happen to maybe have that posted in the official Flat Earth Discord? Because I am there.
Fuck, it's probably in the old Discord, the one that was before this one.
Oh, okay.
But that's nuked. That's freaking vanished. It's obliterated.
I'll see if I can find one on YouTube for you.
No, I mean the evaluation would be in that. The GIF. The GIF is available on the internet somewhere. I mean, I don't really even find these very interesting. Quite honestly.
Well, I mean, it's relevant. I would find it relevant if anyone's claiming that, these can't be real, or that's not real, that's fake. It's like, are you saying it's fake because of the behavior of the image, or are you saying it's fake because,
There's really no way to evaluate it. That's the problem. There's no way to evaluate the image.
You would evaluate whether it's possible with the claimed measurements and distances, right? And that's where you would spot the fake.
See if it looks realistic. I mean, if it's over a time lapse, you'd expect the environment to move, like the clouds in the background, and if memory serves, they don't move at all.
Well, I mean, how do we know if it looks realistic unless we've seen the real thing?
Right, unless you were in the satellite, looking at it with your own eyes.
Yeah, like, that's the problem of evaluating images claiming to be of the Earth. We don't have a reference from which to compare them to say, yes, it's the one that looks real. We can only compare them to other ones that also say they're pictures of the Earth, right? We can only look for internal consistency within the pictures themselves, but we can't compare them to any memory that we have of seeing something that's actually real, right? They're impossible to evaluate. Like, you've never seen a
even
unicorn
if it's
in real
perfectly
life.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because even if it's perfectly consistent with, like, if you model it yourself in a Blender or something, and you keep everything to scale of the claimed measurements, then you could just say, well, you just did it in Blender, so that means it could be CGI'd from.
No, the realistic, whether it looks real, it's a subjective evaluation, or this looks realistic. Okay, it's impossible for us to do.
I follow you. I understand what you're saying.
Well, if you guys were talking about the Earthrise photo, that was the photo you guys were talking about earlier, right? Earthrise, that's the one from Apollo 8.
Apollo 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, Apollo 10, yeah.
I mean, is it? Okay, because I Googled Earthrise, and I thought it doesn't matter.
I think Apollo 10 was the first one, and that's the most famous one.
Right, but I mean, just the fact that the photos claim to be taken from an area that's physically impossible to exist is all the proof you need that the photo's not real.
Well, I mean, that's only convincing to people that would agree with that, presupposition, right?
Well, I mean, it's going against the second law of thermodynamics. If it's going against the second law of thermodynamics, then it can't possibly be an actual location to take a snapshot of a picture. I mean, the snapshot of the Earth, not a snapshot of a picture, but you know what I mean. In other words, if you're claiming to go into the vacuum of space, to stand on a rock in the sky, to take a picture of the Earth, just making that claim by itself proves that the picture is 100% impossible to be authentic and real, because the vacuum of space is physically impossible to exist.
You can't take a picture from a place that don't exist, in short.
Yeah. So, I mean, to argue about the authenticity of this picture seems kind of dumb when, like I said, the area that the picture was claimed to be taken from is not physically possible.
So sometimes I bring up, like, if NASA had a picture of Jesus walking on water, would you accept that? And nobody would, because you're like, well, fucking people can't walk on water. That's physically impossible. That video must be fake. But when we say, hey, the vacuum of space can't exist, so that picture has to be fake, that somehow just goes out the window.
Why can't the vacuum of space exist?
Because it violates natural law.
It can exist in your mind.
What's the natural law?
Second law of thermodynamics. If you look at the Earth with pressurized gas, and then you leave the surface of that Earth with all the pressurized gas into the vacuum of space to get to the moon, to look back on the pressurized gas to take a picture while wearing a spacesuit, it's just demonstrating that entropy is not taking place. And if entropy is not taking place, it's going against the second law of thermodynamics. And if it goes against the second law of thermodynamics, it means it's physically not possible.
What's pressurized gas?
The stuff you're breathing right now.
I'm breathing pressurized gas? How do you know that?
Because the gas you're breathing has a pressure to it?
Okay, what's gas pressure? Define it.
Define gas pressure? What's the necessary need
Force
for
exerted on
gas
the
to be
walls of a
pressurized?
fucking container, dude.
I don't know.
Yeah, there we go. Well, yeah, no, it's the force.
So how
exerted on the
pressurized
walls of
gas
the
you need a container?
So I think this is.
Where's the container?
Your lungs.
My lungs are the container?
You got it.
Okay, when I breathe out, where's the gas
You
pressure?
asked how you breathe.
Well, you're just
When
breathing
you breathe
in
out, you
and breathing
decrease
out
the volume and increase
pressurized
the
gas.
pressure in your lungs.
How do you know it's pressurized gas that you're breathing?
Because the gas outside is not fucking off into the sky. That's why, dude.
Okay.
Mez, you're sea
Why
lion.
does that
Come on
make it
now.
pressurized gas?
Look, man, let's find freaking M. Scott Beach, and him and this guy can do the vacuum chamber test.
No, I think we can talk about the idea of like gas pressure next to a claimed near perfect vacuum, because like so we're dealing with opposing forces, right? When we're talking about higher gas pressure going towards an area of lower pressure, there's a force generated by the higher pressure gas exerting onto the lower pressure, right? So there's a force there, and then if you, and this is not even considering whether the Earth is flat or a globe, right? If we accept that there's a downward acceleration, and the downward acceleration is also a force, right? So now you have two competing forces. You have the gas pressure from a higher pressure area trying to move to the lower pressure area. That's a force. And then you have the downward acceleration. That's a force. So for the gas to actually move upwards to the lower pressure, the force of that differential pressure has to exceed the force of the downward acceleration. So in theory, without even considering a container, without even considering the shape of the Earth, in theory, you would have, if the downward acceleration force is stronger than the differential between the higher pressure and the lower pressure, then you wouldn't expect to see the higher pressure go to the lower pressure because the downward acceleration is stronger, right? Like, do you disagree with anything I just laid out there?
You would have demonstrated in theory.
Yeah, I mean, that would be like an experiment.
We can demonstrate that, right? So if you have a closed container in a lab, right? And granted, I'm granting you the container for this particular thought experiment. If we have a closed container in a lab and we fill it with a singular gas or liquid, such as H2O or such as argon or something, with no other pressures, we have a uniform temperature inside of this container, you can see a pressure gradient, and the container doesn't have to be that big. It could be 2 meters, right? Or 1 meter long and a couple inches wide. And you have it enclosed, you fill it with argon, and then you measure the pressure at the bottom and the top, and you can see the bottom has a higher pressure than the top. The gas isn't equalizing because the downward acceleration is stronger, so there's a little bit higher pressure at the bottom of this container compared to the top. So this is an example that demonstrates that diagram, that paradigm, that the gas pressure, in order to equalize, has to exceed the force generated by the equalization attempt, has to exceed the downward acceleration, the force of the downward acceleration.
That's all.
I've heard Glover say this.
Damn it.
Yeah,
Hold
exactly.
on, dude.
I've heard Glover say this a billion times. They've never once posted what the gradient difference is.
Yeah, I want
not only
the actual measurement data that someone's actually done this and demonstrated this argon freaking pressure gradient.
I mean, not only that, if you have just argon by itself in a container.
I'll look for, because I was reading a paper on it, so I'll see if I can dig up the one I was that showed the measurements, showed the controls and the testing for it, and how it showed a pressure gradient in a lab environment. with no other factors. So uniform temperature is important. So I want to find that particular example.
Okay. So here's the problem with all that. That would mean that gravity does work on a gas and would raise its temperature, pressure, and in fact, you can logically extend that to gravity could cause phase differences, right? It could make water, gaseous water, turn into water if there was enough gravity.
Well, first off, with gravity,
yeah, that's fine. If the gravity is strong enough, then it could increase the pressure of liquid to the point where it vaporizes. I don't find that a problem.
The problem in the kinetic theory of gases.
Yeah.
In what way?
Because there's no G considered, little g, mind you, in any of the kinetic theories of gases.
And I want to go back to your claim about gas pressure being different with inside a container, all things being equal. That's not true. Gas pressure is equal in every point inside a sealed, rigid container at equilibrium. This is because the gas molecules are in constant random motion, colliding with each other and the container walls. The pressure is the result of the force these collisions exert over a given area. Due to the random and uniform nature of these collisions, the force exerted on any equal area of the container walls is the same. So I'm going to need an experiment where you demonstrate there's a variation in gas pressure when all things are equal.
Well, before we even get to the experiment, we're going to need a naturally observed phenomenon of things going down. Individual gas molecules by themselves do not have directional bias whatsoever. They move freely and randomly in all directions until they collide with either another gas molecule in an elastic collision or the walls of their container.
Yeah.
There's no naturally observed phenomenon to even claim gravity.
You can pour gases.
Well, just remember, this might be a game of semantics, but just remember, I didn't invoke gravity. I just talked about a downward force acceleration, right?
Yeah, which we don't observe.
Gravity doesn't cause, but what gravity doesn't cause atmosphere.
A heavy gas into a container.
Okay, Mez, you fucking just blurt nonsense. Gravity, contrary to popular belief,
mean something that directly
is not what is claimed in modern physics to create the atmospheric gas pressure. It's not even the physics claim. So I'm going to post in the chat a PhD physicist laying it all out for you. Because we know everything a flat earther says is wrong, so you need your credentials person to tell you that the flat earther's right. Because you won't believe me.
You know, the funny part is, I don't know if anyone's talking or anything. I lost connection. I had to pop back in. That's quiet. So the fact that the man claims that he has 100% argon gas in a sealed container and can show a gradient, which I'm sure he won't be able to. I've never been able to have any Glober point to what the difference is between the top and the bottom ever. But it is funny how to even invoke a gradient, he has to have containment in the first place. Like, I can think offhand of a billion different examples of gradients being inside sealed containers. You know, I mean, fucking terrariums. You know, terrariums. You can have a terrarium that's like 100. You know, sometimes people have them for over 100 years, and they'll have a pressure gradient inside the sealed terrarium. Argon light bulbs, when you turn those on, there's pressure gradient inside sealed containers. You know, teapots boiling over and the steam escaping. Not a 100% steel container, but still a container nonetheless. Has a pressure gradient in it. Smoke in a jar has a pressure gradient in it.
It's got a lot to do with temperature as well.
Right.
You can have pressure gradients inside a container.
Yeah, you have pressure gradients inside containers all the time. If it's a dynamic system and something's happening to that container, like if you were to get like a canister of shit, just a canister of air, like something that you go to the gas station and you plug up to your tire and fill your tire up. you have something like that, and you heat the bottom. Let's say that you heat the bottom with a torch, and you heat the top, and it doesn't matter. But let's say one end is sitting in dry ice, and the other end has some dude with a torch heating up the top of it. You're going to have a pressure gradient because it's now a dynamic system because you have things interacting with that container to cause pressure gradients. But the thing is, you can't have a pressure gradient without a container. You can't have gas pressure, period, without a container.
Okay. So where's the container around the Earth? Like, how far away is it?
That seems a little bit fallacious, huh?
Yeah. Maz, do you understand the necessary condition argument? X is a necessary condition of Y.
So you're saying the container is necessary?
It's a necessary. Yeah, it's a necessary condition.
Let's accept that for a moment. Okay.
Okay.
So where is it?
Go find it.
Okay. So we don't know where it is.
Well, I don't know where it is.
Okay. So it could be 1 billion miles away.
Yeah. Keep Polaris over your left shoulder and travel for 50 weeks.
Sure.
And maybe you'll run into it.
Whatever the moon is.
You could theoretically go to the moon.
Well,
not in your paradigm.
Yeah, but
the moon being engulfed inside a vacuum.
In your paradigm, you could. The container could just be past the moon.
But look, the moon is inside the Earth's atmosphere, so no one's been to space.
Fine.
You're not hip on the new lore, dude? The moon is inside the Earth's atmosphere.
Okay.
I mean, atmosphere is a contradiction in terms anyway.
Yeah,
We haven't debunked the possibility of these photos of the Earth from the moon.
Okay, so ESA
even with the gas pressure
thing
container
that says the moon is inside Earth's atmosphere, so nobody's ever been to space because the furthest any human being's been is the moon. So they were still in Earth's atmosphere and never went to space.
Okay.
You want to play
so they
games,
went to the moon
Matt?
and took a photo of the Earth. That's fine.
Yeah,
I'm
from not
okay with
space.
that.
From not space. They also somehow took a picture of a freaking astronaut that had a shadow that went between his legs off the other side but never fell on his body. How did they do that?
I don't know. It must have been movie magic.
Yeah, well, it's not physically possible. Have a shadow go between your legs out the other side.
But going to the moon is physically possible. It can just be inside the container.
Hey, but how do you know that, Maz?
How do you know that? I'm following your logic.
Werner Braun said it would take, according to his calculations in the book he wrote about it, before
I don't
they
care
went
what
to the
someone
moon.
said. How do you know his credentials?
What are you talking about?
I don't care what someone else said. You're just reading stuff off the internet and then just saying it. You haven't verified any of it.
No, I just cited a book, not the internet. A physical book with paper.
Yeah, the book that you got from the internet.
Yeah, it's something you've never touched in your entire life since you put down crayons. Yeah. Well, here's a book you should write.
Someone on the internet said this.
I didn't say the internet. I said a book, so you got to straw man me for the second time?
Okay. Someone in the book said this.
Yeah, that's right. He said it would take 3 rockets the size of the Empire State Building to get to the moon.
It's if they weren't staged.
It's a wonderful story.
All that.
Well, he should know. He's the one.
You can read your fairy tales in your
ran
books,
NASA. You know who?
I'll stick with reality.
Braun is? Who's Werner Braun, bro? Who's that?
I don't know.
You get. Of course you don't.
Of course I don't. Just
you believe in a TV show, man. You think TV shows are real?
Yeah. You believe in Alice in Wonderland? Well, it's in a book.
It's in a book. Werner von Braun was a Nazi rocket scientist imported by NASA who ran
the Nazis.
entire
Oh,
NASA
saying the
program.
Nazis now. Ugh.
No, I'm just saying that's what he did, okay? But he was started the absolute head of NASA, who conceived the entire lunar program.
Yeah, he wrote a wonderful fairy tale, and you just bought it.
Yeah, you're right. You are correct. He wrote a fairy tale. Yeah. Thanks, Mez. Thanks for the concession. Can't go to the moon.
It's all nonsense.
He said you could. But he was wrong because he wrote a fairy tale. Thanks, Mez. Just cooked yourself.
India, the claim that they would take rockets larger than the Empire State Building was without staging. Saturn V used staging.
And that means what?
The rockets
stages the size of the Empire State Building? Were the stages the size of the Empire State Building?
No, it was one single stage vehicle. That was what he was saying. As if it was a single stage vehicle, it would have to be ginormous, like 800,000 tons or something.
Okay, so they use 3 stages, right?
Yeah, for the Saturn V. That's how they got it to be able to be that
3
light and small.
stages. Each stage is equal to 1 rocket, right?
Yeah, in a way, I guess, yeah.
Okay, so were the stages the size of the Empire State Building?
No, the Saturn V was not the size of the Empire State Building, no.
Were the stages, the individual stages, stage 1, 2, 3, Empire State Building 1, 2, 3, were they all the same size? Were they equivalent?
No, I think you're still confused as to what I said.
No, you didn't answer
I have a question real quick. I have a question real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
Where does this calculation come from that it would take a rocket 3 sizes of the Empire State Building to get to the moon? Because from my conception, like if you get in like the globe head theory, right? If you get into orbit, there's no forces acting on you once you're like in 0G, right? So if you use just like a little bit of fuel, you can get all the way to the moon. I mean, you won't get back, but you can get to the moon with just a little bit of fuel past orbit.
Okay,
because with single stage vehicles, you have to carry the entire vehicle with you the entire journey. You're not shedding any like useless mass that you're bringing with you. So like all the tanks, the engines that you no longer really need anymore for the thrust it provides as you get lighter and lighter, you're just bringing a bunch of useless mass with you, which slows you down, which is why you need a massive vehicle to do it in one stage. Rocket stage, because it's way more efficient. You shed all the useless mass that you bring along with you, like the empty tanks.
So what I'm hearing is if it were a multiple stage rocket, you would not, in fact, need a rocket 3 times the size of the Empire State Building, if it was a multiple stage rocket.
Okay, yeah, first, like, hold on. Wait. It was 3 rockets the size of the Empire State Building, not a rocket 3 times the size of the Empire State Building. It's 3 individual rockets.
Yeah, 3 separate vehicles.
Like combined into one 3-stage rocket? Or like
no, they had something where they were freaking orbiting each other or something stupid like that. It wasn't written by me. It was written by Werner von Braun, the guy that ran the fucking NASA program. Okay, there's even a video presentation where he did about it. Right back in the day, produced by Walt Disney. But that's all well and good. So what you're talking about going to the moon, so the height of an orbit is based upon how fast you're going. So I'll give you an example. If you were on the ISS and you threw a baseball right at the Earth, I'm looking down at the Earth, I'm going to throw a baseball. That baseball is going to end up in a higher orbit because the speed of the object determines its orbital distance. So they need to get to a certain speed to reach the moon. They need to reach the moon's orbital velocity, and they'll eventually get there.
Well, it would depend on which. It would depend on which direction you throw the baseball, right? Because if you throw the baseball forwards, then yeah, it ends up in a higher orbit. But if you throw the baseball backwards, then you're detracting the speed from it.
Well, yeah, I guess you'd be decelerating if you threw it. My example was right at Earth. So if you threw it down and tried to hit the Earth with your baseball, it wouldn't go. It wouldn't go toward the Earth. It would end up in a higher orbit. It would end up above you. And this isn't my claim. That? This is what astronauts. Well, I mean, this is what I've heard astronauts say.
Which astronauts?
The ones in the ISS. One of them.
Do you know their names?
Probably Don Pettit. He says dumb shit.
Is there like a quote?
Dude, I thought a long time ago, so I don't know. I could find it, I'm sure.
Talking about losing the technology.
Come on, India.
Are you talking about losing the technology statement? Because that was Don Pettit, if that's what you're talking about.
Oh, Don Pettit says all sorts of dumb shit, dude. I mean, that is definitely a. Never mind. Diversity hire. You got the American with Disabilities Act. You got to hire a number of, handicapped people, and he fits the bill. No, not a week. There's probably some procedure somewhere, and You know, we'd probably steal up the cupola. I'm the safety officer, and I don't know what to do with a leak. Fucking hey. Hey, Mez, I got a question. I really want to believe in the ISS, but I'm not gonna believe it until I see the maintenance schedule and the sign-off sheet that they actually did the maintenance.
This match.
Can you provide the ISS maintenance schedule? Why are you interrupting me?
No, I can't.
Rude motherfucker. The ISS maintenance schedule.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
Chama.
Go on mute, dude.
So I'm just wondering how.
I mean, you can just like track where it is and then look at it if you want to know that it exists.
How would 3 rockets even help to get to the moon?
I don't know. Ask Ron Braun. Well, you'd have to dig him up. Read his book.
Well, he's dead.
Yeah, you'd have to dig him up. I mean, he probably still wouldn't tell you. I can go dig him up with a Ouija board. Actually, Jack Parsons. You might want to talk to Jack Parsons. You probably could actually communicate with Jack Parsons with the Ouija boards, considering he was like doing that freaking sex magic shit.
Yeah, I was going to say a load of stuff then. These people were obviously doing some kind of black magic, but that's well off the beaten track.
You guys are obsessed with Jack Parsons. It's crazy.
Well, his story is crazy.
It is crazy, but he was just one engineer. Like, calm down.
JPL, Jack Parsons Labs, is just one engineer.
Yeah, he was just one engineer, Jack Parsons. I don't know what to say. Do you think everyone follows the same ideology today in JPL?
I have no idea, and that's
everyone's a Thalemite in JPL, really? Like,
who gives a fuck, dude? We're talking about where it came from. You know what Jack Parsons thought? He thought sending rockets to space was injecting sperm into the cosmos.
Yeah, he was a little crazy. Yeah. Not gonna lie about that.
And Scientologists, so his buddies were L. Ron Hubbard and Aleister Crowley.
He was a Thalemite. He was crazy. I get
tell me how he walked in off the street in Caltech, gave him a lab. Off the street when he was 18 years old, just goes, talks to the guy and says, "Hey, give me a lab." Tell me how come he talked to Werner Braun in 1932, even before World War II. They had personal correspondence.
Well, yeah, because Werner von Braun was still an aerospace engineer in 32. It's not like he became an aerospace engineer during the war.
Aerospace engineer?
Yeah, that's what.
And World War II.
Werner von Braun
was his title?
He was an aerospace engineer before World War II.
Really?
Yeah.
Aerospace.
Yes.
Okay, how high was the highest rocket? Did any rockets go to space during von Braun's time? In that time, why would it be aerospace?
It was more theoretical then at that point, but yes, he certainly was an aerospace engineer. Do you want me to show you his? Should have a PhD thesis. Yes, he does. 1934. Let's say.
Dude, Buzz Aldrin has a PhD thesis.
Yeah, I know, but your claim is that he wasn't an aerospace engineer in 1930 or before.
Yeah, there's no such thing as aerospace at that time period. They weren't calling it that.
Is that your claim? Should we look that up together?
Well, I don't know what would be in German. What would be in German?
I don't know. But is that your claim?
Yeah, that is my claim. That the term aerospace was not in the vernacular of German at the time he was fucking doing physics. I think they just considered him a physicist.
It was 1934.
Hey, in the side chat, I did post. The full text is available, but it's from ResearchGate.net, and it was a It was a lab experiment regarding they were measuring temperature in a closed container of just standard air, but with it insulated, so it's isolating out external variables. And it does show they were measuring the temperature, not the direct pressure at like the bottom and top. But in this closed container, it showed a variance in temperature the higher the higher the measurement was taken.
I could have did that with a blowtorch.
Well, in the experiment, they didn't provide. It was there's a diagram of their container, and it shows that it was insulated on the outside, and they didn't apply any heat to it. It was just the air inside the container, and then showing variances in temperature at different heights inside the closed container without an external heat applied to the container. But it doesn't say what the pressure was at the different heights. It just measures temperature.
Okay, so not a demonstration.
I agree, Fences. But in this example that I provided, it's not using an external application of temperature, so it's not introducing heat to any portion of the container, top or bottom. You can read the diagram, and the full text is downloadable for free for that, so you can see the whole their methodology, and then they have some graphs that you can look at that show the difference in their different measurements.
What's he trying to provide evidence for, Indio?
He said, he initially said that they tested a closed container and measured a vertical pressure gradient or pressure difference, and he come back with a paper that measured a vertical temperature difference.
Yeah, to what altitude?
This would be
in the lab.
It's a closed container, and they measured it at like 10 centimeters, 30, 40, 90. There's some graphs in it. You don't have to download the text to see the graphs, but you can download the whole text if you want to look at their methodology. I think it's interesting from either perspective. It's interesting to see.
It was temperature difference, not pressure.
Right, but if we're... I agree, but if we're in a closed environment, and then you can just apply the ideal gas law and get what the pressure would be at that, with a given Kelvin.
Is argon an ideal gas?
No, in this case they just used air. They didn't use isolated gas.
Well, I'd have to look at the guts, which I can't do right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'd be interesting to.
But I will save it. Let me check this out. Let me save this.
IC2 file.
Hey, what does it mean to say?
What was he advocating for?
Sorry, does anybody else get a security check message come up as soon as you open that file, or was that just me? Does anybody else?
I did. It's ResearchGate. It's ResearchGate.net. It does a CAPTCHA, like a human verification.
Fair enough. Okay, buddy. No worries. I'll keep going.
What was? Yeah, but he's trying to provide evidence of a container or not a container.
No. So originally, what I brought up was just a concept of having, like, if you have a differential in pressure, there's a force generated by the higher pressure against the lower pressure in an attempt to equalize. But on Earth, regardless of flat or round, and not considering with or without a container, you also have a downward acceleration that's exerting a force. So in order for the gas pressure to actually rise to equalize above it with the lower pressure, that force generated by the higher pressure has to exceed the force of the downward acceleration to actually make that, to actually equalize. So the idea is that could explain how you could have a pressure gradient of air without a container, with just the opposing forces of the differential pressure
being opposed by the downward acceleration. And in order for that equalization to actually happen, the force trying to equalize has to exceed the force of the downward acceleration.
Okay, so now you're going to have to provide evidence of the downward acceleration.
That's what that was supposed to be.
Well, isn't that circular? Like, you're just saying that it is doing the thing.
No, this would be accepting. This would be accepting the axiom that there is a downward acceleration of a measurable force and the measurable force of the differential of pressures trying to equalize. Like, but if you don't agree that there's a downward acceleration that's 9.8 meters per second squared, regardless of flat or round, then you wouldn't accept this concept.
It's the idea of comparing solid objects to gas as kinetic energy.
Would that be
Why
the
would there
difference?
be a difference, though?
Sorry?
Because they're not the same. Obviously, they're two states of matter that are not equal.
One's got a one-way vector, right? A rock, for example, is going to go down, right? So it works along a vertical. Like gas doesn't work like that. Gas is omnidirectional, infinite degrees of freedom. It has kinetic energy. It has lots of random collisions. It has the power of indefinite expansion because of the random collisions. The only way that you stop the expansion because of the random collisions is to confine it within a physical container. Once confined within a physical container, by consequence, the gas is now under pressure.
I'm going to disagree because the gas exists in your universe. It still exists with a gradient, with higher concentrations of gases at lower altitude. So it's not even following what you just described.
Yeah, in the concept I was presenting, it would just be like not having a top on the container. You would still need sides to this to this concept in order to keep the gas from spilling out sideways, infinitely. But if you had just the sides and you had a measurable downward acceleration force, and the gas differential trying to equalize upwards, in order for that equalization to actually happen, it has to exceed the force that's generated by the downward acceleration. Now, in this concept, you would still need sides so the gas doesn't spill out, across the flat Earth.
How did you, Hero-san, how did you provide evidence of the downward acceleration?
Well, like I said, that would be an axiom that would have to be accepted for the concept. So if you disagree with that, then you wouldn't accept it.
Wait a minute. No. We're dealing with physics, right? Why can't you demonstrate the thing that you're talking about? Just demonstrate it in a way that everybody can test and verify it.
I feel like we do, like it just, and this is not, I don't mean this in a demeaning way, but we can, like, just taking a ball and throwing it up and then measuring how long that takes, you get 9.8 meters per second squared, and that's not even considering what's causing it. That's just the observed.
You're seeing the effect of something solid go up and down in the medium of air. But now do that. Can you throw gas up in the air and it do the same thing?
I mean, I could pour liquid down and do the same thing.
No. Gas.
But here's the thing: there's already gas.
But because of how light gas is, it interacts in a more compounding way. It interacts interacts in a more compounding way because there's so many more variables that can affect the gas as opposed to a solid object. So a solid object just isolates out compounding factors, right? Which is useful in experimentation, right? And then the other thing is that experiment I showed shows when you isolate all out as many factors as you can and just put air inside of a container, you insulate the container to isolate out external temperature changes or temperature changes caused by external forces. And in this container, you can see a temperature gradient inside this container with just air, with no other external factors. And that would suggest that if the temperature at the bottom is higher than the temperature at the top of this closed container, and the only other thing you have, if you isolate out temperature, in the introduction of temperature or heat to this container, the only thing that could account for that, would be in some part the downward acceleration.
What? We're just talking about temperature at the moment. How did you throw gravity?
Because when with temperature of a gas and you have air and a temperature, the temperature does
is a reflection of the temperature is a reflection of a difference in pressure. If you have air of the same consistency at the bottom and the top is at a lower temperature than the bottom, then there's a pressure difference there.
Yeah, we understand that the higher the temperature, the higher the pressure. The lower the temperature, the lower the pressure, because the temperature makes the gas move faster or slower, depending on its temperature. So that's just temperature. Well, why have you thrown gravity into PV equals nRT for some reason?
Right, because if the temperature difference isn't extreme enough, then you don't get the ablation. You don't get the fluid mixing of the gases. The temperature difference has to be enough. So if the temperature difference is small enough, then they won't try to mix, and then that's where you would get the pressure gradient. Now, granted, if you get a high enough differential, then you will see an equalization.
You need a large differential, dude.
Yeah, you need a larger differential creates more violent forces.
You're talking about a gradient pressure force.
Well, if there's a gradient in temperature, then there exists a gradient in pressure.
Yeah, there's always the same mix of gases when we're talking about gas, dude. There's always going to be temperature when we're talking about gas, but you're talking about a pressure gradient force.
Right.
The only things that are involved. Sorry, dude. The only things that are involved in this is the gas inside the fixed volume, that's a container, and the variance of temperature.
And with a variance in temperature, you have a variance in pressure.
Yeah, inside a container, which is called. Dude, let me explain it like this, right? We have got X, that's pressure. You're talking about delta X, a variance in pressure, right? But to have delta X, you need
demonstrates the temperature.
Listen, please. To have delta X, you need X. What's X?
You're talking about in the experiment?
Yeah, I've already told you.
Are you talking about
you wasn't listening?
Are you talking about the experiment that I posted? Are you referring to that?
Seriously, I'm trying to get you not to talk because you've already demonstrated you wasn't listening. You're talking about delta X. That's a variance in gas pressure. To have delta X, you need X. That's gas pressure, the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. Right? So why have you thrown G in there?
No, I'm not throwing G in there. It's an observation. No, it's an observation in a closed container with no external heat applied. So there's no extra energy being added to this in a form of temperature, right? There's not like heat sources being applied. This is a closed container that's insulated, and a temperature gradient was observed in this container with just air, atmospheric air. I don't know exactly. They might explain what air they put into this container in the text. I didn't specifically read that part, but it does specify air. Right. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's interesting because if you have no other factors involved, then the downward acceleration might be sufficient enough to explain why this temperature gradient exists in this closed container with no external temperature applied.
So, are you saying that gravity is affecting the temperature of this environment?
I'm not saying gravity. I'm saying downward acceleration.
Yeah, you said I don't care what you call it. It's the same fucking thing. The downward acceleration is causing a temperature increase.
Jedi, he actually used the word might. It might cause. So he's given like only a probabilistic reason that it could be the thing that's causing this. He doesn't know. Yeah. He used the word might.
Yeah, I mean, it seems apparent that it is the...
No,
it
dude.
Seems apparent that it's a downward acceleration.
Brother, hold on, Kirill-san. You've only insinuated that it could be a possibility that it's a cause. You didn't determine that it was. You're only insinuating that it could be.
Right, but if you isolate all other causes and all that's left is a downward acceleration,
no, that's not it. That's not it. You didn't come up with that as all external factors were not included in this test. You didn't isolate everything else.
Well, okay. Let me ask you this then. And hypothetically, what else could cause that gradient in temperature?
I don't know. So here's the thing. If you
so check out the experiment.
No, wait a minute. Wait, Kiro-san. You're not listening. You didn't isolate all the factors. You just made a deterministic, probabilistic view on what you did based on your assumption that it could be. You didn't determine that by evaluating all the factors that it could contribute to this. You didn't do that.
Well, that's why I provided the experiment so it can be reviewed by both sides because I think it's interesting.
Yeah, as
do you at least find it interesting? Okay.
No, it's basic physics, dude. Like that's all it is. It has nothing to do with you inserting a specific type of force that you're saying exists that no one can test. This specific force, this downward vector, cannot be tested. So that's what I was telling you in the prior conversation. You can't test it. So you can't propose that it's causing anything. So here's the thing, right? If it
can't be tested, you're just saying that.
Okay,
so now you haven't seen proof that it applies to a gas.
Wait a minute. So if it can be,
let me get in a little bit.
If it can be tested, I want to know what test was done. Provide the test, please.
I provided the. Would you like? No, you can download the text and look at the methodology.
Not this. We're talking about the downward vector, not this test that we were talking about. What provided evidence that the downward vector exists? That, as you so claim it does. Go ahead, sir. In physics, what downward vector test has been proven that this downward vector exists? The ball's in your court.
What would satisfy your question? Because I just said that we can measure the 9.8.
No. Kiro-san, it's simple.
We can measure the 9.8.
Something that proves the cause, dude. Something that proves the cause for the effect. The effect is the 9.8. Dude, the effect is a 9.8 meters per second squared. That something falls at the average rate that it falls.
I'm not arguing the cause.
All right. So now we're looking for the cause, not the effect. The cause.
Why does the cause matter? Because you can have the 9.8 meters per second squared on a flat or round Earth, regardless of the cause.
Yeah. So what is the cause? You said it's a downward vector. What's causing that?
I like on the globe model, it would be gravity, but in the flat Earth model, I don't think I've heard people claim that the 9.8 meters per second squared can exist on a flat Earth without considering a cause.
Listen, dude, but what you're proposing in this test that you're submitting to Jedi and everybody here in the panel is that there's a downward acceleration. I'm asking for the validation of that downward acceleration being something that physics has described as we can understand with the cause and effect relationship to be tested. And if it can be tested, you're just assuming the downward vector exists based on your assumption. It isn't proven, sir.
Yeah,
do you understand?
The cause is immaterial to the observation of the gradient existing.
Not. You're saying that the downward vector is causing something, isn't it?
Well, you corrected him before I said might, right? It's like on the globe model, the globe Earth, we would have an explanation for that gradient, and it would be the gravity, right?
It's not
on a flat Earth. On a flat Earth, I think you would have a proof for it as well. You would have the downward acceleration as well.
I'm sorry.
Regardless of what the cause is.
You submitted this as evidence, and it doesn't pass because you can't validate that the downward acceleration is causing anything. That's why.
I don't know why we have to argue for the cause.
That's what you're proposing as the claim. The downward acceleration is causing something. It is not causing anything because you haven't validated the cause. You can see the effect, you just can't validate the cause.
Right, and my purpose of it was to show that if you have a downward acceleration, that can apply to gas.
You don't.
In this experiment, if this experiment is the methodology, if the methodology is good, regardless of the shape of the Earth, because this experiment doesn't do anything to talk about the shape of the Earth, it invokes little g, which is downward acceleration, not even talking about a cause, right?
Oh my God!
Then all this would demonstrate is that you can have a gradient of pressure, or in this case, what was specifically measured was temperature, a gradient of temperature with a uniform air, and in that gradient is just showing that downward acceleration is sufficient enough to create a force that can prevent gas from equalizing how we might expect it in a system where there is no downward acceleration. And then the extension of that was to show if you have a downward acceleration, and that downward acceleration is a force that's greater than the force of the gas trying to equalize from a higher pressure to a lower pressure and a vertical gradient, then that could explain how you can have once you get to a very thin
explanations
atmosphere.
are worthless. Kirill-san, explanations are worthless without demonstration. It doesn't matter what you can explain. It matters what. No, it doesn't demonstrate it. No, it doesn't. It's not talking about the downward acceleration that you so desperately want to prove. It doesn't do that. It's your assumption that exists as a cause for the effect, dude. So you're not proving the downward acceleration.
Do you have an alternate source for the gradient?
I don't need one. I don't need one because your claim was that this is what is causing the effect. I don't need one. So I'm just proving the thing that you're submitting. How about that?
Fair enough. If that's the stance you're taking, then we're at an impasse.
It is. Well, obviously.
Maybe he's just doing his "we can't know anything" shtick.
No, that's your shtick, not mine.
No, that's your shtick.
I'm saying we can know things, but they have to be tested and verified. You're saying we can't even know reality exists.
Yeah, I suspect that you do, but anyone that's listening in this chat, it is a very interesting experiment, regardless of your position on the shape of the Earth.
You're just using it as confirmation. You're using it as confirmation bias. That's all you're using it for.
No, I used it as a proof of concept for the concept I was providing about having gas pressure not equalize because the downward acceleration force is greater than the force of the gas trying to equalize.
Which doesn't exist.
I mean, that's a positive claim. Maybe are you going to prove your positive claim about the downward acceleration doesn't exist?
Go ahead, Jedi. I'm going to step back. Go ahead.
What we know from this experiment is that a pressure or temperature gradient inside a container can exist without external temperatures being applied to it.
We don't care about that. We don't care about that. We only care about what he was
caused by something else other than temperature.
Up, dude. Yeah, so can prove it it's a downward acceleration right now for everybody. Prove it.
Jedi was talking.
We've ruled out one of the possibilities.
Prove it.
I don't think you're quite following, AV.
Prove it. Prove it. Prove it. That's what I thought.
I go away and let the fireworks start. What the hell? Missed them again.
Downward acceleration is the topic, and no one can prove that it exists, so they're coming up tits on that part. Bunch of happy-go-lucky guys that want to just submit information they can't back up to say that demonstrates what they're claiming it does, which would be the downward acceleration that this guy says that's happening in this specific example that he submitted in the text, I guess.
It was interesting that I get screamed at to prove something and then get muted.
Yeah, you didn't prove downward acceleration. You never will. Nobody can. Everybody's
you prove downward acceleration of gas. Yeah, that's what you want. Because we can prove downward acceleration of solid and liquid object. You just
then prove it. And solid and liquid object. What about gas?
Okay. So if I drop a heavy gas and it falls.
Yeah, and what is going to happen over time to the heavy gas?
So what's the temperature of the gas?
Yeah, it does, because it dissipates. That means it's going to go into any and all directions. Yes, it does. What are you talking about?
Okay.
A man-made gas like sulfur hexafluoride is going to dissipate over time.
Chlorine gas. It accelerates downwards.
What's the temperature of the gas that you're talking about?
It's an acceleration.
What's the temperature of the gas? What's the temperature of the gas?
You talking to me in this experiment? What is the temperature?
Yeah, you're talking about pouring gases. I'm wondering what the temperature of the gas is that you're pouring.
What's the sound of the gas? It doesn't fucking matter what the temperature is.
Sorry, hold on. I mean, shock horror. Hot gas rises, cold gas falls. I'm interested when you pour gas, what the fucking temperature is.
Well, if it goes down, what does it matter what the temperature is?
Well, it's probably cold then.
Okay.
Wow, shock horror, brilliant, thanks. The reason why it went down
So it
is it
goes
was
down?
fucking cold. Yeah, it's cold.
Wait, did you even look at it?
What, the sulfur hexafluoride? That's really cold.
Look, these guys, the main problem with these guys is they don't understand that this Avogadro's law exists. Okay? You can swap out gases all you want. But any gas, no matter what the gas is, of the same pressure, temperature, volume, swap out any gas, has the same number of molecules. So when you're changing things, right? When you change the gas, the temperature, and it goes underneath some other gas, it's trying to maintain that relationship of the same number of molecules. You have more shit there, dude.
You know what I mean?
I mean, it's like a balance scale. Oh, I put two rocks on one side and one rock on the other side. Why does the two rocks go down?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm not sure where you're getting sulfur hexafluoride from.
You'd pour in fucking gas.
Well, did you look at the video that I posted? Because it's not sulfur hexafluoride.
Cool. What's the temperature of the gas that you posted?
It's CO2.
I didn't ask what the gas was.
Okay.
Just that's the temperature.
It doesn't matter what the temperature is. If it goes down, it goes down. That shows
really
that gas has a downward acceleration.
It really does depend.
It really doesn't.
It's like it's one of the prime reasons why we have hot air balloons.
Jedi, why does cold
look,
gas
if we
fall?
heated up that gas to 3,000 degrees, would have poured out.
Could we use it to like maybe make a hot air balloon fly?
Yeah, you could do that.
Right, cool. So we're going to really understand that temperature is going to make things do lots of different stuff, maybe go up or down relative to the ambient environment.
So why do hotter gases rise?
Question to ask when you're demonstrating. Look at me pouring this gas going down. What the fucking temperature is?
The temperature doesn't really matter. What matters is the density. And Jedi, the reason hot gases rise and cold gases fall are the same gas. Okay, so you
density. What can you vary for density of gases?
You can vary the temperature.
Oh, thanks. Please don't condescend me and ask me why I'm asking very basic questions, dude. Yes. You'll admit eventually they're fucking basic.
It is very basic, Jedi. Now, why do hotter gases rise?
Just have more kinetic energy.
It's a very basic question, Jedi.
It isn't
instant gravity. I walk away. I'm not interested in really conversing with you. That's another basic question that you can answer.
Walking away.
Yeah, I've come back. I don't really care. You can Google that answer, or you can listen to India. You can have them India.
Because they have more energy, Jedi. And if the gas has more energy, it has more energy.
And he doesn't care for you, Mezhead. He doesn't care for you, man. So get that through your thick skull.
He doesn't care until he thinks he can get a win, then he comes back. But then he realizes that he doesn't have a win, so he runs away.
He's already got his win.
Okay.
He's already got the win. He doesn't need to stick around for hearing you whinge about
the temperature. The temperature doesn't really matter.
It does.
The point we're trying to prove is that gases have a downward acceleration. And if you can pour a gas, that means it goes down more than it goes up. The temperatures are relevant. The fact that there is some kind of downward acceleration affecting the gas means that gases are affected by a downward acceleration.
Yeah, and then you gave up the ghost when you said it was density causing all of it.
Yes, it is density.
You lost right there. Oh,
why do denser things fall?
Congratulations.
There's some reason why denser things fall.
It's density.
What is that, India?
Not mass. It's density. It's density, not
on
mass.
its own makes things fall.
That's right. Density, not mass, right?
Yeah. So why do denser things fall?
Density, not mass, right?
Yeah, you just sabotage your position, Mez.
Like, you gave up the ghost. You don't even realize it.
He's still bewildered. He's still bewildered, trying to figure it out.
You're a spirit looking down at your own body.
I guess I just have one question.
Brilliant.
If you're going to keep saying that temperature doesn't affect gases, can you name a gas that temperature doesn't affect?
It wouldn't be a gas. It has to affect gas.
So he can't? Okay.
Yeah, these globe apologists, man, they just hate science. I hate it.
You like the story?
I love science. I love when we have a demonstration of gas falling. I go, oh, look, gas falls.
Yeah, why does it fall?
Downward acceleration.
He
really?
said density. He said density is the cause. He said density.
I did not say density is the cause.
You did.
We
Yes,
said
you
that
did.
denser things fall. Denser
Yeah,
gases
there you go.
fall.
See, why?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they're affected by some kind of downward acceleration.
Some kind. Well, you really narrowed it down.
Who knows what that would be?
Yeah, let's look at that. Some kind. Where do I find that in the definition?
I'll give you the first letter. What is it?
There's some kind.
I guess I understand now.
How do you know it's accelerating now?
Completely.
Yeah, that's a scientific definition right there. Some kind of downward acceleration.
How do you know it isn't just a linear
So we all accept the gases are
answer my question, guys. How do you know it's an acceleration?
Of downward acceleration.
How do we know it's an acceleration?
Because it goes down from not going down.
Okay, you can go down and be at a constant speed, right? How do we know it's an acceleration?
So it changes velocity.
How do you know that? That's what I'm asking you.
What do you mean? Because you can see it.
Because you can see it. You see acceleration.
Yes, you see things move.
Moving is not an acceleration. I thought you loved science. You don't know the difference
Moving
between
is not an
acceleration and speed?
If I'm sat still and then I walk away, is that acceleration?
Well, there's going to be you're probably going to do the second derivative of acceleration called the jerk. That's the rate of change of the acceleration.
No. So if I'm not moving and I start moving, is that not accelerating? What? Indio, come on. I know you're a photocopier at MIT or a janitor. I know that, but don't you at least read the papers that you pick up sometimes to throw in the trash?
It's called the second derivative of acceleration. It's the rate of change of acceleration.
Third is snap, fourth is crackle, and the fifth is pop. Yeah, I get
who is this new character in here? Cavendish or whatever is he?
In his test with the pouring of the gas, right? The gas was already in motion, right?
No, I'm talking about you not understanding what acceleration is. Why weren't you able to answer his question?
I am asking. How do you know?
Why weren't you able to answer his question? Why weren't you able to answer his question? It's kind of weird.
Which question? What was the question?
If I stop and I'm completely stood still and I start moving, did I experience an acceleration? Was what Mez said, and then you went on to talk about jerk. I guess that there would be some level of jerk, but it obviously would be an acceleration.
I guess there'd be some level of jerk. Yeah, so I was correct.
Yeah, but you weren't able to actually answer the question of whether there's any acceleration. You brought it to jerk, like a retard for some reason.
No, I was being
nuanced. It sound way more complicated. You're like, it's not a derivative of acceleration.
Oh. No, it's not. No, it's just being nuanced. Because you guys are being pedantic.
It is being nuanced. I agree.
I was going to up you with it being even more pedantic. So, back to the thing. How do you know the gas is accelerating? That the motion wasn't imposed by his hand. You don't. He gave it to Ghost anyway when you said density. See, what I think is you guys don't have any practical experience using anything in the real world, physical objects, building things, having to actually move things around. That it's all done on pieces of paper.
Who's that new Cavendish guy? Is he a anti-flat earther that I've never heard of?
No,
He's Britnet's girlfriend.
Yes, I am.
Really?
No, that's true.
But what's the over and under on he doesn't know what's observed in Cavendish? What did Cavendish, what was the title of Cavendish's paper? No idea. Google it. Hurry up. We're waiting. We'll change his name to ChatGPT Stenographer Part 2.
I'm gonna take that guy apart as soon as he starts talking about something. I'm gonna wait till he makes the first
You've
move.
already talked to me before, Alpha. Do you not know who I am? Do you not remember me?
No.
It's been a while.
Give me your alt name.
I don't have an alt name. This is my only account on here.
Well, I don't know. I do remember some people, but your name for some reason.
It's always been this name.
Well, I changed my name on the server. It was Gamma before. Gamma No Hack.
Oh God, that's how I know you.
There you go.
Oh jeez.
Never mind.
India, why doesn't that grey gas go up when it's poured?
Yeah, Mr. Density, things go down. Thank you for that. That's one for the books, Mez.
How come liquid helium don't float away, but gaseous helium does? They got the same mass. I hear the gears grinding, dude, right now in their brain. Frickin' put a frickin' big lead pipe in those gears.
So Mez, there's nothing there, dude. There ain't no gears, ain't nothing. So empty space in between those 2 ears of his.
All the teeth broke off the gears.
Long ago.
I'm more of a Red Bull and cigarettes kind of guy.
There's no gears, but the brainworms make it function still.
Why do denser things fall?
The human being is the parasite at this point.
Come on, Indio. We're so close. Why?
What do you want? I didn't hear what you said.
Why do denser things fall?
You tell me.
I'm asking you.
I don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody knows why things fall. Nobody knows why things fall. No, the experiment is not available to determine what the causal mechanism is.
Okay. They just do.
Well, I mean, you can give it to us. You can give us that experiment, that the causal mechanism experiment. Go for it.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mez. Come on, Mez.
I'm happy with they just do.
You're happy with the story.
Okay.
They just do. So, yeah, you know, the weird thing is he doesn't have the test to validate the cause, and he's asking you for it. How weird is that?
Well, because he's got the story. He thinks I have a story, so it's because I have a story and you don't have a story or won't give us a story. Somehow, my story's automatically true.
Yeah.
No, your story's bullshit because there's no scientific validation of your story.
Yep. That's what I was asking Kirill, son.
Actually, it wouldn't be bullshit because you can find bullshit in nature and you can determine where it comes from.
Dude, you trying to... Don't do that. I almost choked to death on my drink, man.
I can show you where it comes from.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
No, there's no cow. There's no bullshit if you don't have the cow, bro. How far away is the cow, Jonesy? If you don't tell me how far away the cow is, that's not bullshit.
Hey, Gemsy, you got a competitor in here. We got Gem, and now we got Gemsy.
How dare he? Hi, Gem, my brother. Unless it's a lady, I've seen ladies using the Gem, GEM thingy.
If a gas molecule collides with something, does it impart a force?
You don't stop, do you?
No.
Zero
You don't answer
self-awareness.
questions, do you?
Dude,
It's
if
like
this
Weekend
was a
at
Little League
Bernie's, dude.
baseball game, they would have called it.
Well, we'll slowly get there.
It's like Weekend at Bernie's, dude. He's just like that corpse, like dancing around with the music.
I'm about to invoke the mercy rule. Don't worry, everyone gets a trophy, Mez. You'll get a trophy too, Mez.
Oh, well,
You're a special little snowflake.
Thank you. You're special.
Yeah,
Fairly
just your
unique.
helmet, dude.
You're like a rare drop.
So, I'm not familiar on how Mez knows the Earth is a globe. How do you know that, Mez? What is your
It looks
primary
like it.
information?
Go ahead, tell him, Mez, how you
From
think
where?
reality
From
isn't
where?
real.
Oh, shit, Mez. It looks like it. Where do I go for that?
He closes his eyes and he sees it.
No, I open my eyes. And I see the terrain drop over distance.
Really?
Yeah.
How'd
So
you measure
it
that?
looks like a ball.
Numbnuts. It looks like a
Yes, it
ball,
looks
really?
like it. Yeah.
From where?
It looks curved.
From where? From anywhere. Well, I'm looking at a fence right now. Frickin', I can't see no curve.
Okay, look really close.
At the fence? I'm looking really hard at the fence. I don't see any curve.
Okay.
They
Well,
use
your
the level.
poor eyesight is not a good argument.
No, I have very good eyesight.
No, you don't.
Oh, you'd be surprised.
Look further. Look closelier.
At the fence?
At anything.
It just goes to show. I hope everyone on YouTube can listen to this nonsense. I asked him how he knows the Earth is a globe. He says he sees it. I ask him, "Hey, I'm looking at a fence. Can I see it too?" He's like, "Look closer."
I'm not you.
This is the level of desperation.
Yeah. Usually when you talk to Mez, like we're scraping the bottom of the barrel, dude. Like you're getting like wood chips off the bottom.
Meth is a good example of adverse reactions of vaccinations.
Autism causes vaccines.
That was the other way around.
Not in your case.
Oh.
What's up, Neil?
Jeez, Neil's named like 20 dabs.
Love it when people say that they think they have good vision.
I do
Dabs give you great vision.
Well, great vision is being able to see the Galilean moons with the naked eye.
I don't think I've ever tried that one.
Usually it's the young kids who haven't been staring at screens their entire life. They're the ones that can usually see it.
I might have seen them before, quite honestly. Hard to remember. I will admit my close vision isn't as good as it used to be. I still can see pretty damn far. I can read shit that's super far away.
Yeah, as you get older, close vision, it becomes a problem. That's normal. But everybody, including people who have good vision, should be using reading glasses, because reading glasses cause your eyes to relax. And that's more important than trying to read something for a long time.
Yeah, that's the opposite for me, man. I see better close up than I do far away. But I got
So what are reading glasses? Is that like the blue filter?
No, they're slight positive lenses, like maybe a plus 0.05 or a plus 0.75 or a plus 1. Those are what consider reading glasses. And I've given reading glasses to people who've never used glasses and goes, "Oh yeah, I can see this screen a lot better now." I go, "Yeah, because it relaxes your eyes." Because what the reading glasses do, instead of it appearing like you're reading something that's 2 feet away from you, it makes it appear like you're reading it from 6 feet away, which allows your eyes to relax.
They gave out some like safety glasses at work a long time ago, and it was a little bit like 0.5, so it felt like, and I don't know, it made my shit dizzy. But I got regular eyes.
Well, right now I'm reading a license plate. It's about 140 feet away. I can easily read it. So the numbers are probably, I don't know, 4 inches.
Yeah, it depends also on the colors they use, because there's stupid states that put weird colors like red. Red is the worst color to use for license plate lettering. It's the hardest.
I'm reading red on white.
But darker colors like the blues, the blacks, brown, yeah, sure. But
I thought I was going blind last month. Just took a dab. I was trying to read some.
Touching yourself.
Yeah. Anyways, I was trying to read this label from afar. It was on this new thing I got. I couldn't read it for the life of me. I was like, bro, like, am I going blind? It's like super blurry, dude. And, like, I kept getting closer and closer, and the closer I got, it actually kept getting blurrier. I'm like, no way, I'm going blind. And then I turned the light on and I read the thing, and the actual label was blurry. And I'm like, oh my god, it just trolled me.
by the thing, he means his phone screen on Pornhub.
Yeah, my palms are sweaty. My knees are weak. Choking on my spaghetti already. All right, let's stop.
Oh, we got ET that just jumped in here. What's up, ET?
What?
They said that you had all the globe evidence, man, that you're going to tell us about. So go ahead.
I'm not sure about that. I just want to hear other people's opinion.
Are we moving on, Avi? We didn't figure out if gas has a mass.
Yeah, you're a big knob, dude.
You can't define mass. If you're on your best day, you could not define mass.
All right. What about weight? Can we say weight?
Yeah, the displacement of a spring or something. But we don't want to talk to you.
Wait right there. Just sit down and wait.
Okay.
Yeah, we want to talk to ET.
So the gases have a weight?
You can answer this question too, Mess. Well, it's a simple question. How many degrees of separation are you from someone that's been to space?
I think the limit is 9.
Really? You think so?
Didn't Veritasium do a video on this recently?
Yeah, Veritasium did it.
I noticed you guys pull a lot of shit from Veritasium.
He did the 7 degrees of separation for space.
Yeah, I think they said that like you're at most nine peoples away from like the president of the United States or whatever.
Isn't it 6? 6 degrees of separation.
I think it's like on. I think like I said, max on average. I think it's 6, but max is like 9 or something.
Dude, you're an infinite number of degrees of separation from someone that's been to space. Mez has been to space, right, Mez? You said you saw the Earth as a ball.
No, none of us said that. You're making things up, Indio. Come on, concentrate.
No, you said you saw the Earth as a globe, dude. You said drop over distance.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I saw that. I never said I went to space.
Was it a slope?
Was it a slope?
Yeah. Your drop over distance, was it a slope? Was it Earth curve?
No, I just said I saw a drop over distance.
Yeah. Well, what did it look like?
Well, it looked like...
Dropped from what?
There was some distance, and then dropped. Yeah.
Yeah? From eye level?
Yeah.
Doesn't it ramp up
any level
to your vision? Didn't the horizon rise to your eye level?
No.
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 Where was the horizon relative to your eye level?
A little bit below it.
A little bit. Like how much?
Like half a degree. That's less than 1 degree.
Oh, really? Did you measure it, or is you just pulled that out your ass?
No, I just looked at it.
Just looked at it. So your eyes measure degrees? Yeah, so it was like the width of the sun? The moon?
A little bit less than that.
Well, that's a half a degree. Oh, you just trash your own rhetoric. Man, Mez, how come you keep wrecking yourself? Yeah, here we go. The mocking. That's all we got. Mocking.
Yeah. You're very easily mocked, India.
No. It's just desperation. You're like a child.
I think it's desperation.
This is like grade school. This is like grade school level shit. Pretty sad.
That's all Mez does, dude. He always does that grade school level shit.
Might be a grown adult, dude. This is coming from a grown fucking adult that thinks the Earth is a spinning water pear whizzing through space.
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
There's I posted a few examples of that in the chat.
Yeah. I got cartoons too.
Now these are photographs.
So you got pictures of photo. How do you know they're photos?
I looked at them.
I looked at them. I got photos of Superman and Bigfoot.
I've compared that with my own experiences.
Really?
Yeah.
So you saw a photo from space and compared it with your own experience. Can you give us the comparison? How it was compared?
I'm talking about the horizon drop.
Features? Oh, the horizon drop.
Yeah, the thing we were talking about 10 seconds ago. That's what we're talking about.
So the horizon is the edge of the Earth, right? Horizon's the edge of the ball that drops.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You sure about that?
Pretty sure. It drops. It doesn't go to eye level.
Well, I mean, tell that to Felix Baumgartner.
It looks curved. I don't know what to tell you, Indio.
Tell to Felix Baumgartner.
It doesn't look
his
flat.
Horizon. Oh, it certainly does.
It doesn't, because I posted 3 examples of it not looking flat. I especially like the one with the sun, because this means the sun is somehow below eye level. So I don't know how you square that with flat Earth. How can the sun be below my eye level, but then directly above somewhere else? Doesn't really... This circle doesn't really get squared.
Because, Mez, that's the apparent sun, even in your own paradigm. That sun is already under the horizon in your paradigm.
Yeah, my paradigm. What is it in your paradigm?
In your paradigm, sun
my
doesn't
paradigm
have-
is
you don't
fine.
see. You don't
In
see.
your paradigm.
Look, I'm about to tell you. So, sun has an apparent position. It's not a true position.
So where's its true position?
Fuck if I know.
So how do you know it's not in its true position?
Because when you try to triangulate its position, yeah, the psi was not silence. The psi was you're pathetic. Okay, and
No,
I
the
started
psi
answering,
is.
and
Oh
then
shit!
while I
My
was
worldview is
answering,
falling apart. Nothing
and while
works.
I was answering-
It's magic.
While I was answering, you said silence. Okay, so I'm going to continue to answer. We know that the sun's position can't be triangulated. That indicates
If
that
you
it's in
assume the Earth
apparent
is flat.
position. No, in your own paradigm, dumb fuck.
No, my own paradigm, it works fine.
Yeah,
It's really
so
far
if
away.
no, it does not. It does not. If I take time and date.
So if I look out horizontally and see
why are
the
you
sun, and
interrupting
someone
me?
else looks up,
So you're going to try to filibuster.
we know
so
we're
I don't
90
get to
degrees
say-
around the Earth.
So you're going to
from each other.
filibuster, so I don't get to say what I want to say, or I
I'm
don't
not
get to
filibustering, I'm just
disprove you wrong. So you won't accept being proven wrong. You're going to ask a question, not let me answer, filibuster, so you don't get proven wrong. Yes, in your own paradigm, if you take time and date, sun calc, U.S. Naval Observatory, azimuth and elevation angles to the sun, and try to triangulate them in 3D space, they do not intersect at a common point. Okay, that proves it's an apparent sun. Proves.
If you assume it's flat.
Apparent sun. No.
If you assume it's a ball, it's
globe,
just really
dude.
far away.
On
Works
a
fine.
globe. On a globe. On a globe, dude.
That works fine on the globe. That's how celestial
No, it
navigation
don't.
works.
Dude.
Yeah, it do.
On a globe. On a globe, dude, that's what I'm talking about. They use an apparent sun in celestial navigation.
They're using a
You didn't know that, did you, man?
celestial
No,
navigation.
that's right. They use the mean apparent sun. Congratulations. You don't know anything about what you're talking about. You're just verbal diarrhea 24/7.
No, what they do
go
in celestial
start a
navigation
fucking
is they
get
look
channel
at they look
called
at the sun or a star.
24/7 verbal diarrhea.
They measure a zenith angle to it, and then they multiply that by 69, and that's how many miles you are away from
Oh, how do you
the
know
ground
that?
position of that.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Because I've read
Who
about
measured
it,
that, dude?
and you can do it.
Oh, really? Is that what you did?
Yes.
Oh, really? What instrument do you use?
You can do it with your phone.
Oh, yeah. So you took the zenith angle to the sun.
Yeah, you can do that.
Oh, yeah. How'd you do that? Tell me.
I wouldn't
Tell me
do,
the
I don't know. I wouldn't
Tell
do
me
that
the
with your phone.
technique,
'Cause it's-
Maz.
So what you do is you download like
Maz
an
is
app.
a compulsive liar and just keeps lying and lying and lying and lying to cover up his previous lies.
So you download an app, something like let's have a look, angle meter. See what this does.
Well, what did the old sailors use, Mez, before GPS and all that for mobile phones?
They used sextants.
They use sextant, yeah.
Yeah.
So the app on your phone is basically a sextant type thing. That lighty thing.
Not quite. But it's similar.
Point is,
you know,
Mez,
it gives you an angle.
you need a horizontal to get the angle, though, Mez. That's the thing.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's measured flat.
No.
So yes, and then no. Okay.
Yeah, so the thing that you said that was correct, yes. The thing that you said that was incorrect, no.
Well, you can check it out yourself, Mez. So if you measure an angle to the star, even from an app, you're going to need a horizontal baseline. Get the angle. The angle is two straight lines meeting at a vertex.
Not necessarily. You can use the vertical angle. In fact, you should use a vertical angle because it's easier. So you don't have to do the subtract from 90 to get your zenith angle and all that.
But you're measuring from the ground, Mez.
Oh, sorry, I was talking to someone. I'm
I
down.
mean, you're measuring from where you are.
What are you measuring again?
Angles with a sextant.
Oh.
No, you can use it on your phone. Wherever you like.
Angles between what?
Two straight lines.
Yeah. Where'd you get those?
So one goes up, one goes to something else. And that's called a zenith angle.
A zenith angle, first of all, you're getting confused. Okay, you're getting very confused. Zenith is directly above your head, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What's a zenith angle?
So that would be an angle between zenith and something else.
Oh, okay. So measuring down from zenith. That's in astronomy, not in celestial navigation. So why don't you try again? They use a different
that's
convention.
in astronomy, not
and
celestial
it's called
navigation.
zenith distance, by the way. So they have a convention in astronomy that they don't
It's called
use in
zenith
celestial
distance.
navigation.
Hold on, let me Google zenith distance.
Yeah,
I googled zenith angle, and that showed me what I was talking about.
Yeah, you Googled?
Zenith
in
distance is
celestial
the angular
navigation-
separation between a zenith and a celestial body. It's equal to 90
Right,
degrees
zenith
minus 0%
distance-
altitude.
So it's a difference of origin.
So these terms seem to be interchangeable.
That's right, but they don't use
Zenith angle and
zenith
zenith
angle and zenith distance in celestial navigation. They measure up.
A zenith
not
angle
down.
is the angle between an object, typically the sun, and the zenith, which is the point directly overhead.
Why are you ignoring what I'm saying?
Well, you said I was wrong. You said you shouldn't call it a zenith angle, it's zenith distance. But I googled both of these things, and they both seem to fit. So I don't know.
But they don't apply to celestial navigation
You mean they don't apply to celestial navigation? Of course they do.
because they use a different convention.
What do you mean they use a different convention?
The spatial reference is horizontal. They measure up instead of down. The origin of coordinates.
What do you mean they?
Is from
If I want to know, okay,
celestial
how
navigation.
far away I am from the ground position of a star, the sun, whatever, I will take a zenith angle measurement. So I have one line pointing up and one line pointing to the star, and that gives me an angle. Then I multiply that angle by 69 degrees, and that's how many miles away I am from the ground position of
That's
that
what
star.
you think. Yeah, that's what you
What do
think.
you mean I
but they
think?
don't
That's what
measure
you do.
down,
That's
they
what you
measure
can
up.
do. It doesn't matter whether you measure
Okay.
up or down.
Navigate that way. Navigate
The
that
information
way.
you want is the
you're gonna have
zenith
a hard
angle
time.
and the ground position.
Okay, that's a cool story, but you're going to have a hard time.
That's not a cool
'cause
story.
you're gonna have
That's
to
what you
convert
want.
listen, it's a cool story because you're going to have to convert all the numbers in the nautical almanac to your new.
No, you don't have to
spatial
convert any
convention.
numbers. If you measure up,
Dude.
you have to convert numbers because you have to subtract that measurement from 90
Listen
degrees. and that
really
gives you your zenith
carefully,
angle.
fucking guys. The numbers in the almanac are measured up from the horizon. All those angles, they're not down from zenith. So all those numbers you'd have to convert into your new spatial convention.
Okay, so what?
You don't know what you're talking about.
I do know what I'm talking about because I've talked about this a lot.
No, you're making shit up as you go along. You're Googling.
No,
thinking
you're
can
bringing in
fucking
irrelevant
out-Google
shit.
what I
I don't even know why we're talking about this because it doesn't matter.
Oh, dude, you
The thing we were originally talking about is the fucking horizon drop that you measure from horizontal. And then Daz, I think
where
it
was
was, brought up about
Baumgartner's
fucking
horizon drop?
measuring the Earth flat with angles or whatever the fuck.
Where was Spiel's Baumgartner?
I don't know why you're bringing up the almanac.
No, what? Because you talked about celestial navigation.
Yeah,
That's the
okay. So I know where the star is. Okay, that's all I want.
You
I need
need
to know
more
the ground
than one
position of the star.
dude.
Yeah,
You
look,
need
I'm
more
talking
than
about
one
just
star,
knowing the
dude.
distance. Yes, you need 3 if you want to know your absolute position. But what if all I want to know is my position, my distance from the ground position of a star? I just need to know where that is on the Earth. Okay, and then I need to measure a zenith angle from where I am to that star. And then that will give me my distance to the ground position of that star.
To get the Great Circle route, considering latitude and longitude, are you assuming it's on the fucking north-south or something?
What? What are you talking about?
Understand your own model, dude. Distance is look, bro. The distance is 69 degrees per nautical mile is for latitude, not longitude. Okay, so if you're looking at say a
69 degrees
45 degree angle relative to latitude and longitude, right? It's an angle. You're looking say northeast. Okay, it's not 69 miles per degree. You have to do the Haberstein formula. You don't know what you're talking about, man.
It is 69 miles per degree.
Other stupid for latitude.
Latitude and longitude aren't really relevant here.
You pulled it up.
No, I didn't. India brought it up.
Measuring angles to fucking stars, dude.
Yes, I didn't say anything about latitude and longitude.
Just made the claim 69 degrees multiplied by your whatever it is you're going to take away, so let's just keep it at 45, is going to be the distance. It only works in one specific direction. That's along the line of
It works in every direction.
No,
I know you do the Great Circle route. Okay, so you pull up your globe, you find where the star is above, and then you draw a circle around that. Okay, so wherever you are in that circle, you will measure the same angle to that star. It works in all directions.
No, it doesn't.
Where's the verification for that claim? It works in all directions. Know what he said?
Yeah, man.
How do you verify that? Anyone know? Does he know?
This is half-ass parroting shit he don't understand.
That's what I was going to say, yep.
Shall we? I mean, we could verify it ourselves if we find a star.
Yeah, but you're claiming it works in every location. Yeah. How did you verify that?
And looking at every.
That's what the celestial navigation people tell me. I mean, I've found my position using these stars.
So you don't know.
It seems to work.
It's an assumption. It's an assumption. It seems to work.
I mean, it's an assumption that I've done myself, and it works out. So.
Okay, where? Like tested? How? What have you done, Mez?
You measure an angle with your phone. Okay, you can download.
Yeah, what did you do? What'd you do?
So here's what I did. Okay, so I downloaded an app. I can't remember which one because I deleted it. Basically, you point your phone at a star. Okay, that will give you an angle. It'll either give you an elevation angle from horizontal or a zenith angle. You want the zenith angle, and then you multiply that zenith angle by 69 degrees. Okay, and that will give you the distance from that star. And if you find 3 stars that you can do this with, and you know their ground position, you'll find your position on the Earth.
But I swear you just said horizontal, no?
Okay, let's say I'm at 60 latitude. I'm in the Arctic Circle. Okay?
Okay.
I'm at 60 latitude. Okay, I point at the handle, the farthest star handle from the Big Dipper, facing away from the North Star. How far away am I? Your whole fucking bullshit's about to fall apart.
Wait, so you're...
It's not 69 miles from the radius between latitudes, dumb fuck. Like, dude, this is pathetic. That is only true north-south. But I don't even take that to be true. It's said to be true north-south. You don't understand what you're even talking about. Okay. Let's do this then. We'll make it even easier. I face east. The star is 10 degrees above the horizon. How far away am I from that star?
Wait, say that again?
I face east. I pointed some star that's due east, 10 degrees above the horizon. How far away am I from that star?
Well, if it's 10 degrees above the horizon.
Yeah.
Well, the horizon will be a little bit below horizontal. So what you want is is it above horizontal? So let's say it's 9 degrees.
What latitude is the star at, dude?
It doesn't matter what latitude the star's at.
Well, how do you know it's 69 degrees away? Because that's 69 degrees of calculation based upon latitude. What latitude am I at? I'm at the same fucking latitude, dude. So let's use longitude instead. Well, that doesn't work because they converge at the poles. Dude, you're talking out your ass. It's pathetic, man. Look, okay, I'm about fed up with you clowns shouldering and carrying the water for some other anti-flat earthers incoherent bullshit when they themselves couldn't come in here and prevail with that argument. You're taking a broken, twisted, misunderstood version of that argument and trying to foist it and try to run with it. Y'all need to shore up your shit. This is why I don't respect you guys. It's because you don't improve over time. Your arguments don't get better. They actually get worse. I expect people to at least get better. A little bit. I mean, you guys don't even stay the same.
If it's 10 degrees above horizontal, you'd be 5,520 miles away from the ground position of that star.
It's a star to the east or to the west. What star is it?
I said do we?
That's what we need to know.
Okay, sorry, I missed that bit.
I also said we're at like 60 latitude. You forgot about that. That's a tiny little circle on the top of the ball.
Hello, my beautiful people. Hello, my beautiful people.
Hi.
Hello. Flat Earth. Do you like eggs? Do you like eggs? You know eggs. Do you like eggs?
We like eggs. Are you from Sweden?
Right, because they're round, right? Do you like 3D? And so forth. Do you like I don't know.
Yeah, go to English Hub.
Spit it out.
Do you like do you like to live? Would you like to live in the city someday? Would you like to do that?
I do.
It would be fun, right? I think you all live out in the forest, out of nowhere. No one can see you. I mean, isn't that a little bit dull, boring? How about living in the city and and the smell, the city life? Isn't that a little bit more beautiful rather than just sitting around in the wood and talk about
This
flat
is how
Earth?
you can tell the vaccines work.
I'd like to live on a moon base and then take photos of the Earth and send them to India.
Fucking hell.
You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. I'm sure you can do whatever you want. I mean,
you might want to just focus on upgrading the shoelaces from Velcro, okay?
No, not on Velcro. Yeah, I use slip-ons.
You got somebody to slip them on for you.
Yeah. I get my mom to do it.
That actually checks out.
It's true.
Mez, what is the most complicated thing you've ever built?
Most complicated thing I've ever built.
Yeah.
A bowl of cereal.
Ice. He made ice once. It took him a while.
I gotta get my dad to do that. I tried it once and it set on fire. I don't know how that happened.
But what's the recipe for ice, Mez?
Water and not hot.
In gravity form ice.
Come on, guys. The lady was better than Mess. Why you guys, man, talking to Mess when we had that entertaining lady? Man.
Well, when she was asking if we liked the eggs, she was talking about, her eggs. She's looking for a husband to fertilize her eggs.
Is that how they do it now? Come up to you and start talking about eggs. Fucking dating's changed, dude.
Yeah. How do you like the eggs in the morning has a whole new meaning.
Really
I'd like them fertilized.
Even though she was pretending her accent, she was doing better than Mess.
Well, she had better gold proof.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Wish we could run events in here. Faceless Claim Monday. That'd be our topic.
I could name one called Not Mez Again.
Truth Stacking Tuesday. Or Claim Stacking Tuesday.
Maybe we're mispronouncing. Maybe it means mess. Maybe that's the actual pronunciation.
Or Square Peg. Or Square Peg and Round Hole. Can you do it?
Just keep hitting it.
Yeah. So trying to get celestial navigation to work on a flat Earth.
Shut up, Mess.
Ugh. I'm still waiting for someone to do it.
Do what?
Yeah, what would that be exactly?
Get celestial navigation to work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, they
measuring an angle.
They were doing it freaking 2,000 years ago in the Carolinian Islands.
Doing it with cross staffs. Yeah, about 1,000, 1,200 years ago.
Can you do it? Can you do it now?
People did
find your position on the Earth
before
assuming the Earth to be flat.
Listen, people did sail the oceans and get to places they wanted to be before people thought the Earth was a globe. You know that, right, Mess?
Yeah. But once they started sailing around, they quickly figured out that it's not flat.
Well, how did they figure that out?
Well, that wasn't even the point.
Well, I go over here. The stars in the sky.
Like how he just moved the goalpost, maybe? Like how he just moved the goalpost?
Yeah, the point was that they were traveling before the globe and getting from point A to point. Dude, shut your damn yellow teeth up. So what we're talking about is like they were.
How dare you?
Yeah, yellow. And so if we're talking about like they were doing it before the globe,
they're quite pearly.
Whatever. So they were doing it before the globe, and that was
underneath that jizz.
Yeah, they're glazed with pretty nice jizz. That's why they're so pearly.
Yeah, they're like take your degenerate shit out of this,
Sorry, I started it.
So
too easy.
Yeah, the whole point was that they were traveling before the globe was even brought in, like to any of the idea of celestial navigation. And you think it was a globe.
You can be wrong and move around.
So what does it mean? They didn't need a globe to get from point A to point B.
You don't need a globe to walk around.
Okay, then
put one foot in front of the other. But if you want to find your exact position anywhere on the Earth using celestial navigation.
Yeah, I just told you the Carolinian Islanders. The Carolinian
show the process.
Islanders. I'll show you the peer-reviewed published paper about it.
Do it.
Am
mother's ass is flat, and your mother's tits is also flat.
You should fucking know.
You're talking about your father.
And your mother's had more meat put in than a refrigerator. What's your point?
Oh, what's Travis put in the chat?
He think
When using a sextant, one assumes a mathematical plane for the baseline. Short answer, please.
So Mez is really funny.
Yes, when using a sextant, a horizontal
he says,
mathematical
please
plane is
post
assumed.
it, and then he never looks at what's posted, ever.
I'm reading from the chat right now what's been posted. Travis has said that a mathematical plane is assumed. Well, a mathematical plane is not the Earth, so.
It's my anus.
Can you stop, dude?
Yo, what's good, Leo? You make music?
Okay, just go on mute, dude. Mute up, man.
No, I don't.
Are we going to get that, Indio?
Okay, I got another one, too. Over the fence just reminded me of it. Thanks. Canary Island, dust storm. 2,000 miles by dead reckoning. I swear to God, Mez just does this to try and like wear us out. Mez, you can't wear me out. There's nothing you I could be on here for like 90 hours, dude. I will break you. Okay.
I believe that. All right.
So, how do you navigate by dead reckoning 2,000 miles on the globe?
How do you navigate by dead reckoning? Well, dead reckoning
2,000 miles on the globe.
Straight line, right?
Yeah, dead reckoning. Oh yeah, planar triangles. Can you have a 2,000 mile planar triangle on a globe? Yeah, can you have a 2,000 mile planar triangle on a globe?
2,000 mile planar triangle. I'm not sure what that is.
Oh Jesus Christ!
I know you know.
Aren't triangles on the globe greater than 180 degrees internal angles?
Yeah.
Okay, so they navigated using a planar triangle. That's how Dead Reckoning works. Well, how do you put that planar triangle on a globe? Has to be on a flat Earth, dude. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So the thing you asked for, now you're getting the evidence for. So welcome to Flat Earth, because are you going to be a Flat Earther now?
I mean, you're saying this. This is 165 pages long. I don't believe you've actually read this.
Jesus Christ. Are you serious?
That's the way he argues, Indio.
The origins of the Carnolian sidereal compass.
So we're going to go. I'll give you a little bit of backstory. Spanish explorers kept seeing these Carolingian islanders showing up, freaking hundreds of miles away from where they're supposed to be. They said, "How did you get here?" And they wouldn't tell them, and they couldn't figure it out. They kept it a secret for like, I don't know, I think 200 years. Then some Spanish missionaries got it out of one of them. Figure out their methodology, how they sailed. You know, they could hit something a mile wide from 600 kilometers away.
You might appreciate this link I just shared, Indio. It was ancient Polynesian Hawaiian cosmology. It's pretty short. It's only 6-7 pages or so.
Thanks, man.
Lunch break. What's up, guys?
Well, I mean, there's none of Mez left to eat, so all right. Good luck.
More people screwing up coordinate reference systems, confusing that with the terrain.
Chorus.
Well, that's mess. He's making a mess out of it.
If we have a node, if we can calculate the distance, but everybody knows the distance. If you grant me a calculated distance between point A to B on a sphere, then point A to B on a sphere measures a sphere towards a sphere. Everybody knows the distance between A to B on a sphere is that distance. Are you denying that it's that distance? Well, we can verify it. We can use GPS to match the calculated distance on a sphere. Checkmate, Fleur. Isn't that how this goes? It's like Russian nesting dolls of circular logic. Everybody knows GPS only works if Earth is a globe. Oh yeah, well, how come surveyors can use GPS on a state plane surveying grid? How come surveyors can also choose different dimension globes? How come you can also use a lunar datum with GPS? Ah, so maybe it's not exclusive after all. That's correct. The fundamental arbitrariness of coordinate reference systems is something that's completely lost on people. Probably just not lost, never really grasped in the first place. You could take a wireframe mesh of a chicken nugget and put it on a basketball and use that wireframe mesh as a coordinate reference system. All right, what you got in chat, Indio? Looks like Polynesian science. Oh, that's yet another thing. Oh, wow, okay. It's about Tenerife. Okay, see, Travis posted the Polynesian stuff. Yeah,
It's
so they would have like...
Sorry, it's the Polynesian stuff's pretty awesome when you get into it. It's flat Earth cosmology. It's a great read. It's only 6 or 7 pages. It's a good one.
Yeah, they basically would take like 2 stars and imagine them as like a barbell. When one rises, the other sets. And so they would just like pair up stars. It almost reminds me of the Mark St. Hilaire method of celestial navigation in a way. And so if you couldn't see where one star was, then you could imagine where the other one that it's paired up with is.
Yeah, I live in Hawaii, and after talking about this with my neighbor, he found out I think his mom, her middle name meant the meaning was blue dome of the sky, but it's some long Hawaiian word. They have all kinds of references. Yeah.
Cool, man. I used to live on Oahu when I was a kid. This is a long time ago.
Yeah, I'm on the Big Island, out in the jungle by like Puna.
Oh, nice, man. Guys, y'all got like property up there or something? I heard it's cheap.
Yeah. We bought the acre next door to us for $23,000, but it's pure jungle. Like every inch you try and clear, you're guaranteed fire ants jumping on you, and it's pretty rough.
Yeah, like you can't clear it fast enough because it grows back faster and you can clear it.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, we had like coconut trees in the backyard. They just drop coconuts and I'd bring one in, bash it open with a hammer. I mean, that was such a different lifestyle compared to living on the mainland.
Yeah, a couple times a week, I'll be lucky enough to be able to get some lilikoi, a papaya, an avocado, an orange, all from within 500 feet of me, just that we either planted or is growing naturally. And then I'll make my morning smoothie out of them.
No way. That's pretty cool, man. Are you worried about any volcanic activity where you live?
Yes and no. I mean, every inch of the island is potentially dangerous, but you can't live in fear. But yeah, it's just we can't buy house insurance because we're in lava zone 1, so that's a kind of a bummer. That eruption in Leilani, that was like 7 years ago now. I'm about a mile from there. where it took out 900 houses, I think, 900 or so. My neighbors have cracks going through their yards. We can still see steam coming up through them in the morning. And yeah, it's pretty wild.
Wow. So is that 2,000 miles of navigation, Indio, by dead reckoning? It's even in the chat.
Indio dropped out, Yoder.
Ah. Well, that's a mic drop win anyway, so.
Why you even posted this thing? Because I'm reading through it and I don't see anything about. Like how this proves flat Earth or celestial navigation working on flat Earth or anything.
I mean, you have to go beyond, like, they're not going to say, and therefore this proves the Earth is flat. It's not like you're going to find that in this. You have to interpret what they're saying, right?
Pretty much nothing here.
Like, there are a lot of flat earthers that will post documents that say flat Earth and think that this is a big clue that, oh my gosh, NASA admits it. And we all know that's not really the case. Well, I mean, in a similar fashion you have here, you're not going to find, in this case, within documents like this, that, okay, this captain is going to come out as a flat earther. He's going to say that, therefore, the Earth is flat in his captain's log. You just kind of have to read what it's about, just like you would with the supposed NASA documents. And whereas the NASA documents might say that they're doing approximations, in this case, you've got captain's logs who are documenting actual measurements and taken from time, taken from reckoning. And if the geometry spells out a flat Earth, then that is just a consequence of the geometry itself that was used, and that's it.
Is there any
It doesn't have to
examples of that?
explicitly say flat Earth.
I always found it absurd when a globe believer would say something like, oh yeah, they assume a flat Earth because the math is easier. Well, why would these people want easier math? They have computers the size of a small warehouse. And wouldn't this be a chance for the NASA math magicians? Wouldn't this be their time to shine, doing some hard math and outdoing their coworkers?
I'm not sold on that, and I'll tell you why.
Why would you make it harder for no reason?
Well, you got that, and the
that's how anyone does
computers, right? The computers aren't as good as people think they are. Like, so I brought a Raspberry Pi to my office. Okay, I do a lot of financial math, and I tried to set up a dev environment on this thing to do financial modeling. And I spent like 2 weeks trying to get it to work, and it turns out the processor, the ARM processor, is incapable of doing all the mathematics I need to perform my financial modeling. Like, this is in 2020 freaking 5, guys. And what I'm doing is not really that complex, but it's just going to bring the damn thing to its knees.
And a Raspberry Pi is a very, very low power computer.
Yeah, it is. It's still way more powerful than like the Apollo computer.
Sure, but like running anything more complex than like a Discord bot is a struggle.
You know, if you look at the size of the Pleiades NASA supercomputer, there's no reason why this thing is like linked up to, you know, it's larger than a house. Like, there's no reason why that can't compute a little bit of globe orbital math without assuming a flat Earth.
Travis, did anybody tell you that you could be Radwin's son? You have the same cadence in your voice.
What's the name? Redwind's son?
No, I said you could be Radwin's son. He goes by Professor Triangle.
That's funny.
You have a more lighter tone than him, but
yeah, you sound like Radwin.
I don't know that I've heard Radwin yet. I don't know if that's a compliment yet or if that's a little slight to hear the voice.
So with the math involving like orbital mechanics, it can get very iterative. So like the only way to solve some of the variables is to just do the problems over and over and over again and try different solutions. This can get costly, so same kind of thing happens in financial modeling. It's super iterative and it's just not very, it's just a rote process for now. So I can understand why doing approximations is going to be helpful. Now, playing devil's advocate only because I think it's fair.
What's a small sample of the kind of financial math you do? Like what kind of numbers are involved?
I do a lot of matrix transformations of vectors.
Right on. I'll have to look up what that means. Yep. Have a good day, guys. I gotta head out.
Well, like, yeah, suppose it got two stocks that move in different directions from each other at different times of day. You can treat those as vectors and put them in a covariance matrix. And this helps you determine like correlation over periods of time.
It's a bit statistical, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. It's big on statistics, and I mean, it's really all it is statistics. So you do statistical hypothesis testing. I mean,
is the algorithm proprietary?
Something I build is, but I mean, it's not like rocket science, you could say. I mean, it's something that anybody who works in my industry would be able to understand if I were to show it to them. Just like, oh, okay, yeah, that's cool.
That's pretty cool. That you build it, I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, man, like I had to ditch the Raspberry Pi and build this freaking thing in Excel just to do out all the steps and to get everything laid out. It's kind of kludgy, but I'm going to take it and make an app out of it.
Well, I mean, if the company's happy that you've produced that, you know.
I'm a carpenter, so rise over run is about as complicated as my day will get.
Okay, well, you got the rise of stocks over the run of time, and some of them rise more than others, and some of them don't. Some of them go the opposite.
Right on. Thanks, man.
So how do you combine these together to optimize what you're trying to do? If you're trying to optimize like return over certain periods of time, you're going to give more to certain assets than others depending on their characteristics. You can kind of think of this in terms of Bitcoin too. Like, let's say you're not just Bitcoin, a crypto. Let's say you got 10 cryptocurrency. What is your goal? Are you trying to like minimize volatility over time? Are you trying to maximize raw like outperformance over time? How much of these do you allocate to each? And then what happens when these things move a certain amount and cross certain thresholds? How do you reallocate how much you give to each of these assets?
you want to give the company the best possible foundation for profit or return of investment. So you have to go at a more like a conservative manner. Would it be?
It all depends on the goal. So sometimes you can set up like a conservative risk budget and say, like, no matter what, I kind of want to carve this out and I want this to be my safe money. And then the whole rest of this, you can just full tilt boogie, do whatever you want with it to maximize return. And so that sets up a situation where bucket A and bucket B have two different goals, but they also have to work together over time. So it's the getting every piece to work together part that gets really tricky with the math. And then ensuring that you have the right triggers set up. So, and that's all subject to interpretation. How you read the markets, how you read market behavior, how you read like economic news and trends, indicators that may be providing some kind of advanced signaling or past clarity to certain events.
FU could be a good hub for that, man. Because we're always talking about like things that are happening.
Yeah,
and
well,
as you know, in America, they're starting to, well, at least Trump saying that he wants the military presence to be in every city. Like I was talking about this before, but I mean, it's now manifest. He spoke those words, so I don't know if you heard that or not.
Yeah, I've heard that, and
that's got to affect the markets, man.
Yeah, there are philosophical questions here, and there's no right answer. So you got some people that are going to say that, okay, this is going to have a calming situation on the markets. The markets are going to respond to this by saying, oh, we got some relief. We've got a stable presence. We don't have to worry about crime. You got other people saying, well, this is going to have such a scaring, chilling effect on the economy that people are going to be fearful that there's going to be something bad coming, so they're not going to invest as heavily. Right? You see a bunch of police officers on the street, and you can see two different mindsets. One person's like, great, safety. I'm going to go invest a lot of money. Somebody else says, oh my gosh, is something bad going to happen that they're not telling me about? Should I be a little scared about what's going to happen and not invest my money? I mean, this is part of the challenge and why there's an art to this. Why they say economists have two heads or two hands. On one hand, this could happen. On the other, that can happen.
Yeah, the question is, are you bullish right now?
Personally, for the short run.
Uh-huh.
What do you say about all the gold buying and the price of gold and silver?
I personally bought some 5 years ago and couldn't be happier.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I don't like crypto. I used to be all about it. I used to be big into it, but I got out some years ago. Yeah, maybe that was too soon. But I mean, the second like a national firewall goes up, it's over. The second somebody figures out how to hack it, it's over. The second the power goes out, it's definitely over. And to me, this impending doom, that any of these things could happen at any time, is part of the reason why people are panic bidding up the price. People are squeezing everybody up. And the smart people know when to get out. and maximize when that happens. The lucky ones will definitely get out at the right time. But, as with anything, like you got to have an exit strategy and you have to have some discipline about that. So set up, I would say, like, just as a matter of personal responsibility, set up an exit strategy. That doesn't mean you're not allowed to change it. But if you keep it always open-ended all the time and you don't have a strategy of any kind ever conceived, then you're probably going to be left holding the bags.
Yeah. Words of wisdom.
And diversify. I mean, these are all time-honored principles. Diversify. Like if I have a friend of mine, personal friend, who's holding about $1 million worth of Bitcoin. Like, I wish I had held as long as he did because we used to go in together. And but this is all he did, man. Like he made some crazy decisions. Like he liquidated his retirement plan early, took the hit, shoved it in. He basically doesn't own anything in the markets. He has some real estate, but I mean, this is everything he's got going for him. I'm like, dude, like what I just said a second ago, what happens when the power goes out? What happens if it gets hacked? What happens if a national firewall goes up? Something like this. I mean, I get that the United States under Trump seems to be very bullish on Bitcoin too. Trump's talking up cryptocurrency like BitConnect. Shouldn't that make you worried? Like, shouldn't that have the opposite effect? Shouldn't that make you a little worried?
BitConnect.
Yeah, Trump's like a BitConnect type man right now. I mean, just be careful.
BitConnect.
BitConnect.
That was a good one, man. Might have to put that on the soundboard.
Should you get out entirely, right? That's another thing. Go ahead.
So me and CB just trying to rise to the top.
Facts. We're going to the moon.
To the moon, baby.
But the moon goes under the Earth, so you might be going down towards it.
Yeah, CB usually asks them that. Do you point down when you're pointing up to the sky? You point down to the sky? Ballers are like, what?
Like, no, I would never do that. Okay, well, where's the sun during a sunset? Oh, well, it's down. There you go. Sorry to interrupt, boys. I just heard the BitConnect thing that just took me out. It's the best thing I've heard all day.
Some rando just hit me up on Telegram, offering me an opportunity right now. They're in my DMs. I don't even know who they are. Got this fresh opportunity for you. Oh yeah, go ahead, shoot. What you got?
Invest in my cloud mining operation.
I'll tell you what they put. I posted in the general chat in our FU server. Go check it out. It's the DM right now that they were sending me.
Oh, great. It's a bot farm.
She or he just added some more to it. I'm gonna post the rest.
Yeah, I'd love to have my reach expanded.
That's the hook.
You can straight up ask how many smartphones do they have in their server farm? How many SIM cards? All right, let's get straight to the brass tacks here. How many SIM cards are we talking you running? Virtual SIM cards. How many virtual SIM cards?
They're about to give me a task, looks like.
Oh, a task. Oh, that's precious, a task. Please go to a store and get a SIM card for me. Yeah, Telegram's scary. It's like the battleground of criminals and state actors.
Look what they put, Yoder.
Dude. Right, so could you imagine getting like 100 tasks, right? But one or two of them embedded within is something a little fishy and nefarious. Since you like 30 in a row, and they all seem legit, and you get one that's kind of weird, and you're just like, okay, I'm going to go do this too. Click here and blah, 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 and then move on to the next 30 or 40. Not knowing that you probably helped facilitate some kind of crime.
And that just came off the wire right now. Look at that. I have the Citizens app, and this just came off the wire.
Oh, I heard about that. What the hell happened? The freaking popsicle sticks for the corn dogs get mixed in with the batter and ground up?
Must be like a lot of them, actually.
Sounds like sabotage. Like somebody took a big box full of corn dog sticks and dumped them into the batter to get them all churned up.
Yeah, somebody didn't get their raise or something happened at a facility that they just went like, you know what? Let me throw a big FU to you, come to this company.
Check to see if that company just ditched their DEI policies. Or the other way, right? Kind of makes me wonder what else could be in the batter.
There's always been parasites, but you know.
Yeah. Brainworm batter. Mm.
We're talking about foreign material, yeah.
All right, I'm fixing to head back in. Just did a nice little 30-minute walk through the city. Great weather.
Beautiful over here, man. Raining. It's cold. Love it.
Got to talk to you guys. Let's see. Any Quobies in the chat?
There's one guy, but I don't know. It's not saying anything. VLTK.
Yeah. All right, folks. I'm listening.
Probably going to be somebody that speaks up, though. We're going to really need you, man. Some kind of satellite engineer or some kind of Air Force pilot or something.
It always happens, you know. It's like, yeah.
You're going to be gritting your teeth. You're like, no.
Well, you heard what that one Air Force pilot said, right? When he used his radar in the aircraft, he says he could set his radar to not detect planes under 10,000 feet or whatever. And he was still ranging planes that should have been too far and too low over the horizon to detect.
What's up, Lulu? $20 cups. What's up, man?
But it's the aeronautical engineers we need to talk to, especially the guys who developed the Concorde.
That'd be a good conversation. Granted, they wouldn't spurg out.
Yeah, because, see, they spent a lot of money creating a fuel system test rig. Back then, that was like 1.25 million pounds, which in today's money is worth about $40 million. And the purpose of this test rig was to simulate moving the fuel between 17 different fuel tanks on the Concorde so they could ensure that the airplane flew flat and level. Because when you're flying Mach 2, trying to use control surfaces to keep your aircraft set correctly not only wastes fuel, but the equipment needed to do it gets heavier, and the heavier your aircraft, the more fuel you have to carry. And it was a very delicate balance on how much fuel they could carry and how many passengers they could carry to make the plane actually economically feasible.
Wait, but do they carry fuel?
Let's assume they do. Remember, this was the 60s where they didn't have the advanced turbofan style engines.
They would pay me in crypto, they said, if I go like Louis Vuitton on YouTube. Whatever.
I like Louis Vuitton.
Yeah, but would you wear Louis Vuitton?
Oh yeah, I mean, they have the best fragrances. They have the best fragrances.
Recommend me one.
Louis Vuitton Imagination.
I'm gonna look that up, bro.
Go to the store and get your nose on that.
What outlet would I find it at?
Outlet. I don't know. You gotta go to the store.
Make sure you're careful about the agua de toiletes. There are endocrine disruptors.
Ooh.
Yeah, I used to believe that. Nah, it's okay.
And they can also affect your liver.
Yeah, see, that's why I didn't wear that stuff for the longest time for that same reason. I'm like, oh, it's gonna destroy my nervous system. But then I started smelling it. I'm like, damn, it smells good. And then the 304s are like, wow, you smell really good. I'm like, all right, cool.
Make it with whale vomit.
Yeah, that's that good.
Yeah, you ever heard of?
Yeah, they're gonna dry your testicles and damage your liver.
Good. I want to be infertile. It's fine. CB, you are not the father. That's what I want to hear.
No shit, dude.
There are some ways of smelling good without the water from toilets.
No, you gotta get the eau de parfum, not the eau de toilette.
Perfume is for girls.
Well, it's just a concentration thing.
You worked in that industry, CB?
I should, dude. I should. I'm hip.
Should. I thought you said you were it, and I was like, I don't know.
I should. Honestly, I should get into that industry. 'Cause I'm kind of on game with it. I could sell toilet water to a fish.
I bet you over there in LA is a huge market for that. I scan the chat every now and again. I don't see anybody new.
Scanning.
And same with the SR-71 Blackbird aircraft, because if they detected a missile launch, their best defense was to just increase speed.
That sucks.
Now, Now imagine you're in an aircraft that's been set to fly at Mach 1, and then all of a sudden you jump speed to Mach 3.
Why do they call it that? Why don't they just say like 700 miles an hour? Is it easier or faster to say Mach 1? Like, how fast is that?
It's the speed of sound. Mach is the speed of sound.
Oh.
So
how many miles per hour is that?
It depends on your altitude.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, if you're going Mach 1 and all of a sudden you speed up to Mach 3 without adjusting the trim on your aircraft, you might go too high and flame out your engines, and now you're in trouble. Or you may go straight down to the ground.
Why not? How do they just push the lever forward and then all of a sudden they're going so fast?
Yep, they throttle forward and turn on the afterburners.
Afterburners. Why do they call it that?
Because that's what they actually do. They called afterburners because the fuel burns after the combustion chamber.
Mm.
So they compress the fuel in one section, and then it leaves, and then they inject extra fuel into basically the exhaust, and that burns extra and expands even more, so it gives them the afterburn.
Interesting. How come airplanes, like commercial airplanes, don't go faster?
Fuel. I mean, they're made to carry weight more than speed, so they've actually slowed down since like the 60s and 70s. The fastest flying jet right now is the 747-8. All the other aircraft fly slower.
And so because they want to carry more, they want to be more fuel efficient, that's why they're slower?
Yeah, they fly slower for fuel efficiency, and they can also then carry more weight, which means more passenger, more cargo, which is where they make their money. People really don't care if it takes an extra hour to fly to, New York to London. If the flights are cheaper.
Okay. Why did they get rid of the Concorde?
One, it was getting more difficult to make it cost effective, and two, that takeoff crash in Paris kind of made these people who had the $10,000 or $12,000 for a ticket very wary of getting on there.
Wait, that's how much it costs? Is that a conspiracy like the, what are those things called? The blimp mobiles or whatever, those big airships?
Yeah, the Zeppelins.
Did they blow those up for, like, is it the same type of thing?
Yeah, they sort of. Well, one, they were getting old in the tooth, these aircraft anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because like I said, they first flew in 73, and so they're getting old. So they would have to have been replaced anyway. So even if it didn't crash, they would have been taken out of commission just for the fact they were just too expensive to run and too expensive to upkeep.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see those in action today. What would they be used for? I can't imagine they go very fast.
Yeah, like to bring like they still have Concords around here, but to bring one out of mothballs and get it fit for flight again would probably cost like $100 million.
Damn.
Because you'd have to go over the entire aircraft to make sure everything was perfect, and then overhaul the engines. You may not even get spare parts for the engines either.
That's because the manufacturing of, decent aircraft has been down, like the factories, and it's like a small monopoly that they got on building aircrafts. During the Second World War, the U.S. was able to build one of those bombers like in a day.
Yeah, actually, the Ford plant was building B-25s at a rate of I think 63 an hour, something like that. It was a lot. They were building a lot of them per day.
And today will take them like months. One.
I know, right? That's funny.
And Ford even reduced the cost of manufacturing the B-25 because when they first started building them, they were like $300-something thousand each, and then by the time they built the last one, only cost like $125,000. They had reduced the cost of building them.
Now all those factories are apartments for Mexicans. I mean, immigrants.
Racist.
Apartment complexes instead of production facilities.
So, is it true the airplane fuel conspiracy thing? What's up with that?
They do use the fuel. It's just that they don't probably use that as much as is claimed.
Why are they claiming there's so much to make the tickets higher price here?
It's like they make claims about anything to charge you more and make it more complicated and.
Yeah. Innovation isn't something that the large industries like. Like, look at the automotive industry. The 50 mile per gallon engine was developed in the 80s. The 150 mile per gallon engine was developed in the early 2000s. Do you know any automotive manufacturers making these engines? The number is zero. They don't want to change.
Yeah, I've actually heard that before.
Imagine being a contractor and saying, "Hey, I gotta build this very complicated flying machine, and it costs a lot of money because I gotta do this and do that." And they put all the things, like instead of making it efficient and advanced and simple, they just put more and more on top, and probably mostly on paper. It's a receipt, but for a bunch of services that are probably not even there. And when you go to the restaurant and they charge you for extra water or extra sodas or whatever, they add something in the receipt. So extra fuel in the receipt, even though it was never used. But yeah, the better point was made by the other friend. My bad. That they don't like the innovation.
Yeah, it's like all these years later, we still have cars that have the same exact fuel tank size. When they could make the tanks a little bit bigger so that you could drive longer. But instead, they're all about 14 to 15 gallons big, regardless of the size of the car or the age of the car. And so, I mean, I can think of multiple reasons for that. Making money. I don't think a tons of reasons for that. Maybe they don't want people like working the police forever, whatever. But it is weird.
Remember, it's to save weight, right? When you save weight in a car, your fuel economy goes up when you build 1 million cars. That's why Ford started building their F-150s with aluminum, because reducing the weight of the truck improved their fuel economy numbers.
Tell your passengers that, fuel is expensive. You can charge them more for the ticket.
Yep. And you get the fuel surcharge. That's the new one that came out in the last 5 years.
What does that even mean?
You said you pay more.
Fuel surcharge. What about a MAM charge? That's misogynist.
Within the nature of things, in a productive society, like technology should be getting better, more productivity, more efficient, more innovation, and it will be getting better and cheaper. But it's the opposite, in a sense, within this scarcity.
Are you saying it like that on purpose? Scarcity.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because they say the fuel is running out, it's expensive, and we gotta charge you more for it. Yeah, it's a scarcity mentality, scarcity system.
It's a Malthusianism. Same thing with
what does that mean?
Malthus was an economist who said that, oh, we're going to run out of food, we're going to run out of water, we're going to run out of everything, right? This growth rate that we had was unsustainable, and he was wrong in every single thing. But people still believe his lies even to today, and they're called Malthusians. People who think we're running out of clean air, we're running out of this and running out of that, and now they're just environmentalists. And like I said, it's estimated they spent $50 billion looking for evidence of global warming. We could have spent that $50 billion on producing cleaner burning engines.
Exactly.
Nope, we gotta waste it on research.
$50 billion is crazy.
Yeah.
In the 40s or the 50s, there was a car called by Chrysler. I forgot the name. They said it was an airplane engine, and this car will run, the turbine, and it will run in different fuels. That vehicle was killed, obviously, because.
Yeah, they produced about 50 of them or so, and unfortunately what they did was they imported the bodies from Italy, and to avoid having to pay an import tax for those bodies, Chrysler said, we're not selling these cars, we're only going to loan them out for display, test purposes only, right? And then they took all the cars back after the 1 year or whatever. And they had to destroy them all, except I think 2 survived out of all of them. Jay Leno has one of them.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
But yeah, he had to get that turbine refurbished and everything, and he actually, thankfully, some of the engineers who built it originally were still around, so he was able to have them help in that process to get rebuilt. But it must have cost $1 million to bring that car back up to snuff.
He's got the bread, the gas.
Oh yeah, he's got the money for it. Because making one-off custom parts for an engine, that's damn expensive. But we can't even get decent spark plugs. Like there was the guy who made that V-gap spark plug, that one that had the little V in it. Well, he also came up with a better spark plug. He called it the Firestorm spark plug. And he said, well, you could use this in any engine that exists today that uses a spark plug, including your lawnmower, and it would increase your fuel economy 40%. just by changing a spark plug.
Interesting.
But nobody wanted to build them.
My car.
But nobody wanted to build these spark plugs because the companies that build spark plugs, they've been using the same machines for like 100 years, and they don't want to change them, especially for this spark plug, because this spark plug never wears out. You would put it in your engine once and never have to change it. And they're like, we're not interested in that. We make our money off producing spark plugs that people have to change every couple of years.
Right. Yeah, what world is this? It's so messed up place that we live in. It's not to.
It's even worse than that.
It's worse than that, exactly. It's like the dream that they sold you when you were a kid is just a blatant lie. The globe is not even, like, that's like a bear. That's not even anything. That's nothing compared to how big they actually are now. That's nothing, dude. It goes so much deeper than that. That's what's so embarrassing with these guys that are clinging onto this stupid lie about the globe. They're missing out on all these other things. Golly, they're sitting here arguing about the shape of the earth, and it's like, they're killing us, they're putting shit in our water, they're holding us back, all these technologies, people coming up with inventions. You seen that guy with like the plastic regenerator machine, or whatever, that black dude, the black kids? And he has like a plastic recycling thing that creates fuel out of it. Yeah. And everyone's like, protect him, they're gonna kill him. Dude, this place is jacked up.
Yeah.
We can't even have geniuses anymore.
Nope. Even one guy came up with the idea for a modern 21st century steam engine powered car.
Oh, wow.
And he says you would plug your car overnight for one day a week, and you would be able to drive the whole week for normal driving on one heating cycle overnight.
That's impressive.
Yeah, so it would be pennies. It would be pennies to run your car. Probably $1 or $2 a week to run your car for a week in electricity. But it was amazing that shortly after he came up with this idea that they banned carbon tetrachloride, which is what he was going to use for the liquid in the steam engine, because carbon tetrachloride has a lower boiling point and it expands actually greater than water does when it's heated. And now it's banned everywhere. It's amazing.
Interesting.
It's dangerous for their pockets.
That's what they said. It's dangerous. We've been using carbon tetrachloride for decades, and now all of a sudden it became dangerous. It had to be banned.
So many ways to make an engine run, I mean, like turning a gear to make the wheels move you forward. So many ways of doing it. They want to keep people in the one that requires the fuel or whatever.
Dinosaur juice. It's limited. That's why it's so expensive.
That's why they call it fossil fuel, even though it has nothing to do with fossils.
They're lying on each other.
Carbon and hydrogen, the two most abundant elements in existence. Oh yeah, it was made from dead dinosaurs. Like, come on.
And people are still buying that.
Yeah, they're buying it, except they forget to ask, where did the plants get the carbon and the hydrogen from? Oh yeah, they got it from the environment, where it was plentiful.
You know what's funny is, though, they're made from fairy tale animals that existed long ago, billions and billions of years ago.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't have a full skeleton of a dinosaur that could show that this is verified.
And for the amount of oil they estimate that we had, and this is just our known reserves, plus they don't take into account the amount that leaks into the oceans for the last several thousands of years, is that it would require every single plant that ever grew on the planet to produce that much oil.
Yeah. And not only that, is that we've been using oil for how many years? And it still hasn't run out?
Yeah, since the 1900s.
People dig holes in many places and it pours out of the ground.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, Gemsy. There was a video, this guy like chopping away at something in the ground, and all of a sudden it starts pouring out. All the comments were like, "The U.S. government would like to say hi to you," and all this stuff.
The United States government added you as a friend.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, that's how oil comes up in certain places straight out of the ground, like the La Brea tar pits.
There was probably a collection of dinosaurs that died there.
Yeah, fairy tale animals.
Yeah, dinosaurs millions of years old, but when the one researcher there used acids to dissolve the bone away, it found soft tissues.
Yeah. That means that wasn't that long ago. So we use fairy tale animals to get oil. Okay.
And since I can go to the gas station and put gasoline in my car, therefore dinosaurs existed. Just running my car with it.
That's one of the biggest hoax, like other than like the Earth being a globe. That one. The dinosaurs make oil. Their bones make oil. Like, I'm telling you, dudes, we've been fed a bunch of lies, man. And I just can't believe in today, in the modern world, that people would still believe that one.
Something like who's the bigger culprit? Is it the people believing in it, or the people lying about it?
But the people that believe it love to hear the story, and the people that are lying about it love to tell it.
Yeah.
They're like, tell me more. Like, you know, they're just telling you a story, right? It's like none of it's true, bro. Like fairy tale animals. Like, come on, man. And you can make up any freaking weird type of animal and say it existed billions and billions of years ago, and its bones are decaying, so that's why we have now oil. It's like, what a narrative, bro. I mean, that's a doozy of a narrative, though. You got to admit. You have to jump through a lot of like mental hoops just to get into that one. And what's worse is people actually think they can stand on business on that one. Broken record just entered the chat. A broken record just entered the chat.
Oh, somebody that doesn't know what a circle is speaking. My bad.
That's what you actually think, Rob?
Yeah, you got to do a step on a cat's tail. It's gonna holler.
Must be easier to believe that people don't know what a circle is, bro. No.
No, it's Vax. He thinks you can draw a giant circle. That's conceptual. Like,
so locations on the ground are just conceptual.
The circle, not the location.
Oh, the circle where everything is. Do you know what equidistant means, AB? If something's equidistant to the center of something? It's a yes or a no. Either you know what it means or you don't. I didn't ask you to giggle. Yeah, your silence is deafening, my friend. Good Lord.
Yeah, your AE map breaks when you go to the south, doesn't it? Vax. What happens with the 24-hour
Have
sun
I not
in
stated
Antarctica,
that
man?
1,000 times?
Yeah.
You got proof that there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Well, it breaks your map, doesn't it?
I don't have a map to be broken. It just so happens that a stupid particular map works pretty darn well in the northern latitudes, and that's upsetting to you for some reason.
Well, isn't that the globe that you're advocating for? Because that's where it came from. Duh.
That's just how the Earth is measured. Globe comes after the measurements, buddy.
Oh, shit. You advocating for globe now? What the fuck?
No, I just advocate for that's how we derive our latitude is based off elevation angles to Polaris. You disagree with that. That's a you problem, not a me problem.
No, I know. I never said I disagree with that. I disagree with the fact that you can make a circle that you said everybody's standing around.
A circle of what? A circle of what?
A giant circle on the ground.
A circle. It's got a specific name. What's the circle called?
Yeah, that conceptual circle is not the one I'm talking about.
No, it's called the circle of equal elevation, where everybody on that point is equidistant to the center.
That's conceptual. That's conceptual. That's conceptual.
Yeah.
Yeah. Repeat after me. That's conceptual, right?
Okay. Cope, man.
Okay.
Cope with that. That's fine.
So now let's go outside and see if that circle that you have conceptualized is actually reality. Can you test that?
Yes, 34 degrees north latitude is reality, my friend.
Yeah, no, we're not talking about that. The circle that you conceptualize.
The circle, which is 34 degrees north latitude, that circle, yeah, that's reality.
That's not a circle. No, you don't go outside and see a circle.
It's not a circle. So 34 degrees north latitude is not a circle of equal elevation, with Polaris being the center point and every point on that circle being equidistant to the center.
You're conflating the concept with reality. You're conflating the concept with reality, and that's been your problem. You know that, right?
The reality of 34 degrees north latitude. Yeah, okay.
Which is the concept. Now talk about the reality.
It's just a circle of equal elevation, my friend.
Yeah,
it's just a circle of equal elevation.
Yes, the concept.
No, I mean, if you want to harp on the word concept, the fact that there's no circle spray painted on the ground, then it sucks to be you, doesn't it?
Yeah, because you can't make a giant circle and you're upset about it. You're all in your feelings about it. Because you're trying to make the concept reality and you can't. You're all stymied because I got you stymied.
No, the giant circle is called 34 degrees north latitude, which for some reason you want to buck against.
It's a concept. It's a concept.
Okay, so it's not a circle in reality then.
No.
Then what is it?
No. I don't know. I never made the claim. You did.
It might be a circle of equal elevation.
Yeah, you made the claim. So then, if it's in reality, you're going to have to verify it, aren't you?
Yeah, you verify by putting people in different points of 34 degrees north latitude.
Really? And so you know they're in a giant
Yes.
circle?
Well, what else would it be? Are they on a
I don't know,
giant
bro.
octagon?
Why are you asking
Are they on a giant
me? I don't know.
triangle?
I
Are they
don't
on a
fucking
giant
know.
square? Are
I
they on a
don't
giant
know.
oval?
That's not my point. I'm asking
There's
for the
only
verification.
there's only one shape you can make that has equidistant
No.
distances to the center on all points of that shape. you
No.
donkey.
No.
Okay, so what's the other shape that does that?
Let's see, a square, a triangle. You could be in the center of that and be.
Wait a second.
Yeah. Listen to
Wait a
this, man.
second. Squares
You could
have.
be. Hold on, dude. Let me just tell you. You could be in the center of any one of those shapes, and from each one of those points, you'll be equal distance away from it. Yeah.
So everybody on the perimeter of a square will be the exact same distance from the center.
Essentially.
Essentially, you're just retarded. You clearly don't understand.
So check this out.
Like the basics of geometry.
Yeah, check this out.
Draw me a square and make everybody on the perimeter of that square be equidistant to the center. I'll wait.
So the concept. So you want me to draw something down on a piece of paper, and then you want me to go outside in reality and do what? What am I going to do outside?
Well, you seem to think that squares are equidistant on every point of the perimeter of the square to the center, which is just...
You're talking about a concept, though.
You just said that a second ago.
Yeah, you're talking about a concept.
No, I'm talking about a circle of equal elevation.
Yeah, I know. That's the concept. I tried to break it down
for you in simple terms.
That's the concept. That's the concept.
Do you know what a maypole is? Do you know what a maypole is?
Yeah, you just keep talking about concept. You're not going outside and doing anything, so it doesn't matter. You can imagine they're circles, but you didn't prove it.
I proved it by showing you 3 different locations on 34 degrees north latitude, thousands of miles apart.
How do you know it's a giant circle?
How do you know? Point.
Yeah, how do you know it's a giant circle?
Because they're different points with the same elevation angle, you moron.
Yeah. How do you know it is a circle if you're using a concept? What's the verification?
It's not a circle, you donkey. Is it a diamond?
I didn't make the claim. You did.
Is it a diamond?
Why are you asking me? You're the one making the claim.
Because a circle is the only shape you can make that has equidistant, that has the same...
Yeah. So did you test and verify? Yeah. Did you test and verify that's true?
Yes. With celestial navigation, they use circles of equal altitude all the time.
You're using the concept. You're using a concept to verify something in reality?
Using a concept that has life and death consequences? Yeah.
Yeah. But you didn't test the concept against reality. You're imagining you did. That you're imagining you tested it. That's not it. You got to take the concept and see if it transports over into reality. You didn't.
Yeah, like in life or death situations where people are lost in the ocean.
It doesn't matter, dude. I don't care about that.
It doesn't matter that.
The only thing that matters.
Consequences.
The only thing that matters right now is that you verified you're in a giant circle. You didn't do that. You're just using a concept and then saying
I'm
that's
on a giant
reality.
circle right now. Yeah, I'm at 32 degrees north latitude.
Oh,
locally, no, it goes on for thousands and thousands of miles.
Yeah, go ahead and tell me that how you know it's a giant circle, though, in reality, outside.
Because Polaris is in the center of that circle, and every point on 32 degrees north latitude will have the same equidistant point to the center. Yeah.
What's the verification of that?
Celestial navigation and deriving your latitude.
So a concept.
Celestial navigation and deriving your latitude, just concepts now. They're not actual things that people do in practice.
Yeah, no, they're things that they do, but the idea that giant circles that you think exist, because you're using this convention, that's the problem.
How is that a problem? They work.
Because you didn't verify it. You didn't verify the giant circle. No, you didn't verify it's a giant circle. You didn't do that.
Okay. So circles of equal altitude aren't real.
The concept. Once again. You're talking about the concept
where you make the circle?
No.
I already gave you 3 cities with 3 different points with thousands of miles in between these 3 points, all in the same latitude, all experiencing nighttime at the same time, all looking at the same point that their circle of equal elevation is based off of. You literally have nothing to respond to that. You're a jackass.
Yeah, you're just using the concept, though. You didn't go outside and verify it's a giant circle. That's my point.
Yeah, if you want to use concept as your that's just your little life preserver of coke that you're floating on, just by claiming it's a concept. Okay. So you can believe in your two celestial poles, which are also based off circles of equal elevation. If you believe in two celestial poles, one being called north and one being called south, that's fine. You just don't like the fact that you can get multiple people on the same latitude, which is a circle of equal elevation, all thousands of miles apart, pointing at the exact same object that the circle was derived from, meaning that south would be absolutely different for all those people. It's a you issue.
You can never put forth that the convention is reality, and that's your problem. Just because you're drawing a circle on a map.
Latitude in circles. You're drawing it in reality when you're navigating.
No, you're not. That's idiotic. You're an idiot.
No,
you're not drawing any circle in reality. You're not drawing a circle in reality. You're not drawing a circle in reality.
If I keep Polaris at 34 degrees and I travel for 3,000 miles without that elevation of Polaris changing, that means I'm taking a circular path, which is a circle of equal elevation.
Yeah, how do you know you're drawing a circle on the ground? How do you know you're drawing a circle on the ground?
You're traveling in a circular path, dude. I already explained it.
Yeah.
Because your elevation to the center point is not changing.
Don't just say you're going in a circle.
The center point is not changing.
Don't just say you're going in a circle.
Elevation to the center point is not changing.
Yeah. So what? How do you know it's a giant circle?
Well, would it be a giant straight line? Wouldn't your elevation?
I don't know. I don't know, Max. I don't know. That's not my point.
You don't know because you're fucking stupid. And then you don't know.
Because you're trying to use you're using a convention. You're using the convention to then make it sound like you're talking. Yeah, because that's all you're doing. That's what you're using. That's what you're using. You think that that's reality, and it's not. It's not reality, dude. Otherwise, we'd have a. Listen to this. Otherwise, we'd have a gold standard map that we all go by based on what you're saying. We don't, do we, Vax? We'd have a gold standard that everybody can appeal to, and we don't have that.
Yeah, why is that? Why is the South all wonky? How come the South doesn't work?
It doesn't matter. Stop asking me questions. Your idiotic proof. They say that the concept
because Polaris is no longer visible once you go beyond the equator.
If it was just that easy that you're saying it is, then we would already have a map, and you yourself don't have a map. So what are you whining about?
I never claimed to have a map. That's just you strawmanning it.
There you go.
Never claimed to have a map.
So then how can you draw a circle on the ground?
So how can you draw? Because northern latitudes exist.
So then how can you draw a circle on the ground? Dude, how can you draw a circle on the ground?
Latitudes exist and they are circles.
Who cares? Yeah, how can you draw a circle on the ground?
Oh, I just drew a circle on the ground with my toe. Oh my god.
Yeah. So if you're making a circle using the convention, then we would have a map that actually details what you're saying. Well, all the cities that you described the other day would be in a giant circle on a map. We don't even have that. We don't have that.
Yes, we do.
Okay, which map?
I already said the AE map demonstrates that perfectly fine with
Is that the gold standard?
No, because the AE map is fucked up once you go beyond the equator.
Well, then you can't make up your mind, so you don't have a map. Yeah, there you go. No, it doesn't work.
I have a map for the north. Yeah, the map for the north works just fine.
Yeah, so only one part of it does, the other part it doesn't. So you're broken, right?
Yeah, but it works perfectly fine once.
Your convention doesn't work when you go to the south. Your convention doesn't work when you go to the south. Now what?
But once you go beyond the equator, what changes in the night sky?
Yeah, so that's a problem for you, not for me, is it? Because I didn't claim that. You did. See?
Yeah, but the thing is, all the latitudes in the north, all the latitudes in the north work perfectly
so your giant circles go bye-bye, don't they?
Yeah, they go bye-bye, I guess, if you want to say that once you pass the equator.
There you go. There you go. So you don't have the giant circles. You don't. Yeah, what happens to the circles, man?
You got 34 degrees north latitude. I would say that's a pretty large circle.
Yeah. Did you verify that?
Yeah. By making a circle of equal elevation around the center point of Polaris?
Yeah, you're just making it. You're just reifying the concept. That's all you're doing. You're not verifying
Reifying the concept
in reality. Outside. Yeah, you didn't go outside and test it. You didn't say, "Hey, I'm going in a giant circle." No, you haven't.
You are going in a giant circle. If the elevation angle to the center point is not changing, you're not traveling in a straight line. You're not traveling on right angles. It's like if you have a flagpole. Hold on a second. 1 second, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. It's no different than like looking at a telephone pole or a flagpole, and you bust out an angle measuring device and you make your angle to the top of that pole. Would you be able to travel in a straight line and keep the angle to the top of that pole the same?
How do you know you're going in a straight line?
Well, if I'm measuring the fucking top of a flagpole, it'd be pretty obvious if I'm going in a straight line or taking a circular path. Are you stupid?
Yeah, how do you know that?
How do you know you're traveling around the circle? Like when the flagpole's in the center, how do you know you're making a circle?
Yeah, so you can have the flagpole be in the center, right?
Right.
Okay, now try to do that in reality. How do you know where everything is in accordance to everything else? Because in your flagpole example, that's something you're testing outside. But what are you testing outside that can give you that same result? Because the flagpole is stationary. It's not moving, is it?
Well, gee, what do you think fucking Stella Polaris is, dude?
Yeah, so are the stars moving?
Is Polaris moving?
Yeah.
It is, really. How much? Do you have footage of this?
Yeah, everybody knows it. Look it up.
Look it up. So I'm going to see footage of Polaris making a tight circle in the sky?
Yeah, just type it into your Google.
Huh? Type it into my Google. That's your response. Okay.
Yeah. Look it up.
Type it into my Google.
You're missing information.
Yep. I'm missing information regarding what?
Polaris moving.
Really? Okay, so why don't you just present the video of it making a circle? Oh, wait, no, it's because you don't have that. All you have is it making sometimes a comma shape.
You're just looking stupider every time you talk.
From one frame
You're looking
to the
dumber.
other.
You're looking stupider every time you talk. Just look it up.
Well, first off, stupider, I don't think is an actual real word. Second off, you don't understand what a circle of equal elevation is.
Just look it up.
No, you're just proving yourself to be a hack.
Just look it up.
Look up what? What a circle of equal elevation is?
That Polaris moves. You said it doesn't move. You're saying Polaris doesn't move.
How much does it move by? How much does it move by?
Look it up.
No, you must know the answer. Don't just say look it up to me.
I do. I do, and I don't want to give it to you.
You can't claim that you know facts. Well, that's an elephant hurling fallacy, is it not?
I know. Elephant hurling fallacy means that I want to give you a lot of information to look at, and out of all that information, I'm just telling you the answer's in there somewhere. I didn't do that.
Well, you're saying that that you have information that Polaris moves, but you refuse to tell me because I have to go look up something on Google. Yeah. So that's exactly what you're doing.
Yep. No, I'm not hurling anything at you. I'm asking you to go look for it. I didn't hurl anything at you.
And you said the information's on Google.
Yeah, Google's not a source.
So I have to go on to Google and find out this information myself, even though you claim to know the answer to this information already and just refuse to tell me.
Yep, exactly.
Are you sure that's not elephant hurling? Really?
No.
So you're just withholding information for what reason?
Because I want you to walk the path.
Walk the path? Would that be a straight path or a circle path? Because clearly you wouldn't know.
Just go look it up.
Go look up what?
If Polaris moves or not.
Does it move or does it not move?
Go look it up.
Well, do you think it moves or do you think it doesn't move?
I don't need to think it moves. I want you to
know
look
it moves?
Yeah.
Do you know that it moves? You do know it moves. How'd you acquire this information?
Go look it up.
Go look it up. Really, that's a little bit weak. I was expecting better from you.
I know.
So how much does it move by?
I'm thoroughly enjoying this. I am thoroughly enjoying this. Please continue.
Okay, good job, Squidward.
Yeah, let your fingers do the talking, man. Type in your little Google fingers and find out.
Type my little Google fingers. What?
Does Polaris move? Question mark. Enter.
Does it? Do you
Yeah,
know
go look
the
it
answer
up.
to this?
Yeah.
How much does it move by?
I don't need to tell you. I want you to look it up.
So you're making a claim that Polaris moves, but it's the burden's on me to come up with the answer on how much it moves.
No, I know the answer. I just want you to go see for yourself.
Well, if you know the answer, just present your answer, sir.
Nah. I don't want to.
Nah. Okay, fine.
Nah.
Nah. Yeah. It moves. You just gotta believe me, but I won't tell you.
No, I don't want you to believe me. That's why I want you to look
To
it
be
up.
fair, I have heard that it does move. I have heard that.
Yeah.
But you haven't
Everyone's
heard
that it moves.
Well, then why
No,
are
it's
you
not
saying
that
it
I
doesn't
haven't
move?
heard. I haven't seen. Well, for one, it moves by how much?
Wait,
Yeah, go
if
look
it
it up.
moves at all,
Is
then it's
there any
moving.
video footage of it making a full circuit? No.
Go
Three,
look it up.
If it's
anytime
moving
there is
any, then it's
movement,
moving.
it's abrupt and it does not conform with the rest of the star trails.
Oh, dude. Just go look it up.
Go look up what?
Does Polaris move? Question mark. Enter.
Does it? Does it?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
I would like to know. Do you have the information? Do you know the answer to that question?
Yeah, I do. I do. Absolutely do.
All right. So, what's the diameter of the circle that it would make if it moves?
It takes like a few keystrokes with your fingers typing on a keyboard to find out.
Oh, so me stroking my finger on the keyboard is the diameter of Polaris when it moves in a circle?
Could be. Maybe.
Little interesting that you just won't tell me what the values are of its movement.
Yeah, it's a little interesting that you really want me to, and I don't want to give you the answer. You looked up the convention of celestial navigation and all this stuff, but why don't you look this up? You don't want to find out
Look
you're
up
wrong?
what?
Is that what I'm getting? I think you're afraid.
Well,
You don't
no,
want to
if I'm
find out that you're wrong.
No,
At the moment
I'm
you do,
afraid
your
that
whole
you
world's
have
going to
the answer,
crumble.
but you won't say the answer.
Your whole world's going to
My whole
crumble
world's
once
gonna
you find out
crumble how?
Polaris moves.
It's
Because
gonna
Polaris
crumble
moves.
how, my friend?
Because Polaris
It
moves, and
does.
your
By
whole
how much?
yeah,
By how much?
you're holding
By how
out that it
much?
doesn't move.
By how
Doesn't matter.
much?
Doesn't
How
matter.
much does it move
moves.
by? It doesn't
It
matter.
moves.
So it's just a vague, random number that you don't have any specifics for.
Yeah, go find out.
I don't think you know the correct answer.
I do.
Well, what is it then? Is it 5 degrees?
The answer is yeah. The
Is it point? Is it?
The answer is go find
Go on.
out.
The answer is go find out. So does Polaris move 0.7 degrees throughout a night? Does it move 5 degrees throughout a night? Does it move 15 degrees throughout a night? Does it move half of a degree? What's the percentage of this movement?
Go look it up.
Well, the globe claim was in one of those answers. Do you know which one it is?
No, it doesn't matter.
Well, so I literally just gave you the answer that you're refusing to give, but you can't even identify which one it was out of those multiple choice.
The interesting thing is that you're holding out on that. The whole point that you're making is that Polaris doesn't move, and it does.
By how much?
Doesn't matter.
Oh no, it absolutely would matter. If it moves, that means there's a value to it. There's a
Yeah,
value.
when you go find out that it moves, you're going to find out that your whole point resting on that it doesn't move is it's gone.
Well, wait a second. If Polaris was to make, let's say, 0.6.1 degrees circle.
Yeah. Here we go.
Hold on.
Let's
well,
go.
what does
Let's
that
jump into
change?
now.
Well, what does that change? Let's just say hypothetically Polaris is claimed to move 0.62 degrees in a night in 20.
Yeah, it defeats.
What would that change?
It defeats your flagpole test that you were saying. I got a flagpole and I go around the flagpole.
It's a flagpole test. How?
Yeah, the fucking star is moving, so it's not like the flagpole's not static. I mean, it is static, but it's like it's not static. So your example is something that's moving, and you're trying to use your example of the flagpole not moving.
So, well, no, I just find it interesting. You're making the positive. You're making the positive claim that Polaris does move, but it doesn't seem like you have anything to back this up other than just Google says so.
Well, if this observation is being made, Google would already have that. People have reported that this observation is being made, which you're ignorant of because you don't want to look at it because it's going to defeat your point.
Well, do we have? Well, where's the observation of this?
You know, when you see it outside, anyone can make it. You can too.
I can go outside and see that Polaris is moving throughout the night sky. That's your claim.
It's right there behind Google. The answer is right there for you whenever you're ready.
Behind Google? The answer's behind Google?
Yeah, search engine.
Okay, do you have some footage of this happening?
Yeah, just look it up.
Well, no, if you got evidence, it's appropriate for you to present your evidence.
I know, but I don't want to.
Okay, then, no, I guess the discussion's over. You refuse to prove your position. That's you. That's a you issue, dude.
Yeah, in this particular case, I want you to remain ignorant for the longest time.
Remain ignorant? How?
Mm-hmm. By not knowing that
Polaris. I mean, if it pivots around in a circle, I don't give a shit. It doesn't change anything on how we derive our latitude.
Yeah, so your argument just changed right now. You said that you were banking on Polaris doesn't move.
No, it's inconsequential if it pivots or not.
So now your argument has changed, isn't it?
Well, I would like the proof. No, I would like the proof that it does, because I have never seen Polaris making a full concentric circle in the sky. The only thing I've ever seen is it either makes a little dash, or sometimes they'll make a little comma shape. Sometimes it doesn't do anything. And like I said, when you do see an apparent trail being made with Polaris, it does not match up with the time lapses of any of the other stars at all.
So it is moving then, right?
Yeah, but how do you know the camera guy didn't bump the camera or fucking fly landed on it?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, considering it's perfectly stationary, then out of nowhere it'll make a blob of like half an inch from one frame to the next. It's literally there, then it's not. It's literally not there, then it is there. And then there's other videos where it doesn't do that at all. And then there's other videos where it just makes a dash. And like I said, other videos where it makes a comma. Do you know what a comma looks like versus what a dash looks like? One's a straight line. One looks like an emoji smile face. I have to probably explain it to you like that because you're stupid. So even in all your time lapses of Polaris, they're not even consistent with each other on what the supposed movement is, and you don't even know the degree value of how much it would move in a night. You little hack.
We just don't want to go find out, isn't it?
Go find out. So I got to go search through 1,000 different videos of Polaris, all with different observations shown in the video. If you got a video of it moving, present it, and I'll look at it right now. If you have video of Polaris moving, just drop it somewhere and let me see it.
You just admitted it just a while ago that it does move. So what? Your argument's going to change
No, I didn't admit that it moves.
Yeah, you said it was a comma or a little emoji. Yeah, you just said so right now.
How do you know that's Polaris moving, not equipment malfunctioning?
Oh, dude, come on. Come on.
Yeah, man-made devices never malfunction.
Now you're blaming the device malfunctioning versus you making an observation? Really?
Yeah, considering the camera has to be perfectly stationary for a time lapse to take place, and then all of a sudden this wild comma shape shows up out of nowhere when it wasn't there in the frame before it, and it doesn't move any further after that. Seems a little bit like some kind of a malfunction took place, not a natural observed event taking place in the sky, considering it doesn't match up with the rest of the star trails and it's not moving at 15 degrees per hour.
I can't believe you're actually arguing that Polaris is actually stationary. That's weird.
I have no proof saying that it's not.
You just said it yourself.
Something.
You just don't accept it because you're blaming it on camera malfunctioning.
Yeah, because it doesn't coincide with the rest of what the sky's doing.
Really?
Why? Because Polaris just all of a sudden makes a blurb out of no.
Okay, because when you get these globalists like yourself, okay, they come in here day in, day out, no change. They'll tell you they have debunked the flat Earth, and you're like, okay, cool, bro. What'd you do? What is the flat Earth? Well, they can't define it. Well, how'd you debunk it? Well, they can't tell you that either. And I'm like, okay, fine. You debunked the flat Earth. Have a good life. See you tomorrow. And it's true. And they come right back tomorrow, and they do it all over again. Like Pinky in the Brain. You know, what are we going to do today? You know, take over the Earth. You know.
Yeah.
So you're like, okay. Yeah, but how about this is you though? This matches you.
No, I was saying
So
like
then you
I don't care about debunking the flat Earth. I care about discussing truth and reality.
Yeah. So what's wrong with science and space news then?
Nothing. It's just annoying. He does it a lot. Whoever Crit is, hi Crit.
Yeah. What's up, dude?
Oh yeah, dude, you spam me. I don't block you because I'm in love with you. Like you're my favorite. Like
Yeah.
you're perfect.
One message per day isn't spam, and there's a method to it. The method is twofold. So offer the globalists something other than flat Earth, in hope of breaking this downward spiral they have. The goal is to get you to pull up, not like nosedive into the dirt. And like,
If I took a screen recorder and just scrolled up for a random point, you would look crazy. You would look crazy.
you know what I'm saying here? You're not paying attention. So that's what the Science and Space News is about. It's about trying to get you to engage in a topic that you should engage with, but you're not. You're more worried about what I'm doing rather than what's going on in the world.
Crit, you look insane, and I'm about to prove
Dude, I thought you said you were interested in truth.
Yeah, I am, and I'm waiting to discuss that. I don't care about whatever Crit's talking.
But instead, you're discussing whether somebody looks crazy for sharing truth. Isn't that ironic?
No, I just put it in the side chat. If I could direct everyone to the side chat.
Yeah, dude, I send the Science and Space News to lots of people and across lots of servers.
You just send gifts, bro. You don't send anything. You just send gifts, and I put it all in the side chat.
Okay, so look at. How about let's start? What's the one about yesterday? Being wrong is a scientific power. Do you disagree with that?
That's what it is. It's all scientific shit. The whole lot of it.
It's ripped right from the headlines.
Okay, so what I put in the side chat is Science and Space News.
These are all legit news articles, Mage. They're not just fucking made up shit just for a laugh. These are legit things.
This is Science and Space News. I see 1, 2 articles. I see 3 articles. That's about Pete Hegseth. Okay, the gift to article ratio right now is about 3 to 1. About 3 to fucking 1, bro.
All I'm really seeing is that he has a great sense of humor, actually. You're kind of making Crit look
That's some
awesome.
funny shit, eh? What you'll find, Mage, is there is a meme attached to the news article. So there's a news article you read, and there's a smarty pants little meme that goes with it. That is some kind of relationship to the news article.
But you keep scrolling up, and it gets to a point where it's like 3 to 1. There's 3 gifts for the article, and it's just like...
Well, there shouldn't be. That means you've probably deleted something or done something.
No.
They normally have a news article and a meme with it.
No.
That's it.
I don't
Let's talk about some of this stuff then. I can hear the pain in your voice. I can tell you're going through, you know, the cock diss that comes along with the subject. So let's get into it. You said you like truth. Let's do it.
Yes, I love truth. This This is great. I love talking to fire earthers.
Yeah. All right. So what's your position then? Obviously, you believe we live, or you feel we live on a ball.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
the model's wrong. That's my all models are wrong, but yours is really wrong. That's my position.
Just for clarification, flat Earth is not a model.
Are you taking measurements?
Yeah, we take measurements. Yeah.
Are your measurements discrete or continuous?
Is it continuous?
All continuous measurements are models.
No. No.
It's proven. It's proven. I've proved it.
No. You can make models, but in terms of the actual subject itself.
Just read the argument in the side chat.
In terms of the actual subject itself, flat Earth isn't about a model. It's about reality.
Are you taking measurements?
Yeah, I already answered that question. You don't need to repeat yourself.
Okay, so then you're doing models. I put the proof in the side chat. It's deductive. If you believe
there's modeling involved. There's modeling involved,
No.
but flat Earth doesn't
every
have
measurement is a model.
No, flat Earth doesn't have a model.
Are you taking measurements?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, then you're just arguing logic. I'm sorry, I put it in the side chat.
So you're not interested in truth then?
No, it's literally true. It's deductively proven.
No. Taking and making models, is a part of measuring. Yeah, you can make models, but flat Earth itself isn't and doesn't have a model. Like you said,
you're not interested in discussing
models
truth.
are incorrect.
I'm not interested in talking to you. Sorry,
models
goodbye.
are not reality.
Goodbye. You're not.
So you're not interested in truth, and you've just proven it. You can't even have a simple conversation. We didn't even get a minute into the conversation. You're already running away. You're moaning about the articles that are being sent to you, yet you claim to be interested in truth. You're a walking contradiction, bro.
Let me know when you respond to the argument in the side chat.
Camera off, please. Turn the camera off, mate.
You're a walking contradiction, bro. You're not interested. You're one of those debate bros. You're one of those ignorant debate bros who thinks he knows stuff, but actually wants to get out of a conversation with a gotcha that isn't even accurate. Flat Earth is not about a model. It's about reality, what we observe, and that comparing that to the model that's been produced. We're getting away from models and we're staying within reality, observable reality. But yeah, this is not for you, I don't think.
Hey, Marty, check your messages.
What was that?
Can you check your messages for me?
Yeah.
There's a severe model affliction going on. It's painful.
Well, oh, he's gone. I was going to say, well, if he accepts it's a model, then he accepts the measurements.
Or the reverse too.
Yeah, that's right. If he accepts the measurements, he accepts the model. Yeah, is he admitting we have measurements?
Nables, turn your camera off. Thank you. No one wants to see your head.
Look at the top of his head.
Please turn it off. I will help you. Okay, suit yourself.
See you, Nables.
So is Nables Mez?
Mage.
I mean, Mage,
Nables
whatever? Is that the same person?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's what. Okay.
There you go. Another person to send. He gets the news twice now. You get
And that's how to get space news, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, you guys enjoy your night. I'm swinging out of here.
Okay, mate. I'll talk to you later.
Catch-up.
Yeah, good night.
No, it is.
So does that mean if someone comes in and says, "Where's your flat Earth model? Where's your flat Earth model?" We just present them the measurements?
Yeah, inside Mage's worldview, that's it. That's all it takes.
You guys got to get a model.
Which
Well, do you have a globe model? A globe measurement?
Mage says we have one.
Mansky, do you have any evidence for curving drop over a distance across any kind of lake?
Yeah, aka a model.
I'm not playing your game.
So that's a no? You don't have a model?
He defected.
He doesn't want to stand up for Mage.
I've been here long enough. I know how the game is played.
Yeah, we asked for evidence and you troll.
How you going with your camera hunting, Mansky?
I don't know if I should pull the trigger on one. I'm gonna take a picture, and you guys are gonna say, "Oh, and then I'll have wasted $300.
Well, no, it's not about other people. It's about you. Why would
So
a
the problem
camera?
is, you go out and make a long-range observation without some kind of photographic evidence. How do you back up what you're saying? You can come here and say, "Hey, I saw the Eiffel Tower from the top of Mount Everest." And we're like, really? Bullshit. Have you got any pictures? And you'll go, yes, I got my P91 million and I took a photo, here it is. And then we can all sit back and go, well, holy fuck, he did it.
Damn, Matrix.
As opposed to, you're full of shit. Up to you. I don't care which way you lean, but...
I'm considering
Unlike these other clowns that come in here, at least you will have the capabilities of backing up any claims of observations that you've made. As long as you click the button on the camera and carry it with you all the time.
Does it bother you guys when we ask for measurements of curvature, Mansky?
I don't think that particular question bothers people.
So why did you run from it when I just asked it of you like a minute ago? You said, I'm not playing this game.
Bro, I'm eating dinner. I'm just relaxing. I'm not going to get into a fucking 2-hour long spiel with you guys.
This could just be, end it in 30 seconds. Just put it in the side chat real quick so we can look at it.
Yeah, we'll peer review it. I mean, unless are you into peer review, or do you think peer review doesn't work?
I think peer review is pretty flawed. I think a lot of the peer reviewers are pretty lazy. They just slap their name on it, or however the process goes.
Oh, we'll do the justice here. We'll be
holy shit! Where were you earlier when that other dude was having a meltdown over peer reviewing?
I think the concept of peer review is good, but in reality, I don't think they're like meticulously checking each other's work and like trying to reproduce the same results.
Well, a lot of the time, they don't. They just look at the formulas and go, oh yeah, the mathematics works out. Tick!
Well, peer review seems like such a joke when, they fake the moon landing and then we get all these peer-reviewed papers about the moon landing. It's like, fuck, dude, it's just garbage.
I mean, if something's practical, it doesn't really, like, the peer review would be in the replication of it. So there wouldn't be this need to really, like, say it's been peer reviewed. You just say, well, it's been replicated, and here you go. Like, here's the practical. Go and do it.
Anybody here?
Yeah.
Got JJ's telling me that I'm denying his claims, and I'm just actually saying, no, I'm reserving judgment till you substantiate them. It's different. He doesn't seem to understand the difference.
Yeah,
That's a big problem.
exactly.
What was he saying? Did he leave? Where's he at?
I posted some so-called images of Earth and the Moon taken from orbiters, Mars orbiters, and he's demanding that Yoda accept them or deny them.
Does he have like full, complete information about what they are for him to accept?
No.
It gets even crazier. When I asked him to provide validation, he said there are 2 photos. And the second one...
3, actually.
Yeah, I know. He said there's a second photo that validates the first one.
Wow. That's not circular at all.
Yeah. Yeah, creating a circular dependency. Not great.
Orbiters under control of different agencies. So, yeah, they've validated each other's photographs.
Yeah, accepting or denying is something that he wanted to make known to everybody that what we have to do. It's like, well, if you don't supply enough evidence, then how could we make a judgment call?
Right. And it's such a straw man and a very common one for them to say that we are denying their baseless claims. You know, there's a difference between denial and acceptance as well. Like you can fail to accept, you can fail to reject, or you can deny. There's subtle nuances to these differences, and it's all based off of your philosophical framework, your formulation of your argument.
Yeah, how many corroborating photos taken independently of Bigfoot are there?
Like, you can reject or fail to reject, which doesn't mean acceptance.
It doesn't necessarily you're saying it's fake either.
Right. Right. So, you know, is this a weaselly attitude to take? I mean, you could construe it that way if you wanted, but the point is we're being accused of denying something that hasn't been substantiated.
Yeah.
So, if the burden of proof is now on us to explain why we deny it, then we've accepted a burden that isn't ours.
Right. Well, that's the thing too. It's not our burden to bear. If they're making the claim, they have to support the evidence to back it up.
Yeah, that's it. All we have is the word so far, the word of someone. It's like,
yeah, and you seem to take it.
This is real. This is real. This is a photo of the Earth and the Moon from Mars. Oh, okay. Is it though? Is it? Yes, it is.
Well, what makes it real?
Right. How do I know that?
Well, don't you believe all the people that took it?
So you're saying it's fake?
I could have sworn there was a woman's voice that just said, "Yeah, and you seem to take it." Like, was that somebody in the room?
Yeah.
With us in here? Like,
no.
In T-Dub's room. Yes.
Oh, is that the missus? Yeah, shout out to the fam. You know, like, yeah.
Thanks, man. Yeah, we just had my son in here earlier too.
Yeah, I just like to say hello. I'm not trying to make it weird, man. I'm just saying I'd say hello to anybody if they were in the background. I'm acknowledging that we're all part of this, so yeah. It's a group effort.
What is your profession?
Oh. Oh, dude, I love it. I like it because you ask those guys and they
want to claim their PhDs and their academic, stature. And never do they ever like just say it's because of the truth. They don't ever do that. It's always because they're clinging to some sort of like title.
You could say they're tidally locked.
Oh, dude. That's right. Yeah, he needed that rim shot. Thank you for that. Yeah, Brenda made some accusations yesterday saying that I got destroyed by Talon or whatever, but never could provide the evidence. We're just like, so then what was said? I don't know, it's just something. But I know you got owned, or you got embarrassed, or I don't know what. It's quite funny.
Yeah, she does that. There's a screenshot of it. It's like, what specifically? I don't know. I wasn't listening.
Yep.
Well, how do you know then? How do you know?
You guys cut the stream off when it got to the good part, or something like that. It's like, nah, I don't think so.
It's convenient. That's not the first time I've heard Brenda make that claim. Oh, you just happened to cut off the stream while you were getting owned, Flurfs?
Yeah, exactly.
I've heard that same remark.
I don't know if you were here yesterday, but I mean, the claim was that you could get radar to get a distance to the sun. And, some of the
radar?
Yeah, like just radar.
Yeah, I heard that yesterday. I've heard that hundreds of times.
But there's no confirmation of that, even from the narrative. Like, Brenda was being challenged from the Globies that were in here. Now you had Josh Ingersoll, the Kuiper guy, and then you had Cosmic, who's got a bachelor's, I think, in engineering. I think he's otherwise known as Oliver. Is that Oliver?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
same guy.
Yeah, but just trying to get the information from Brenda, it never came out that. I mean, he never laid out the information for anyone. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, yeah, that's what happened. It's on McToon's website. You can go look it up. But it's like the Globies were challenging them. We weren't even doing anything. They were like, that's not possible. It's never been done. And it was done back in 72 or I don't know what. And then that instance was using like, satellite arrays, and it had nothing to do with like what specifically the claim was. And then not on top of that, the idea that you could do that with knowing the speed of light and all this other things. And I started questioning that. How do you know this? I wasn't telling Brenda. I was telling Cosmic and all them, because Cosmic was saying that the speed of light is already established. And I was like, dude, you guys are like so many steps removed from actually providing evidence of what you're saying is true.
That's correct.
So it's like, it's not just that you make the claim that you could use this specific technology to do the thing that you say it's doing. What the nuance inside of the argument is that if you're making this claim, the constituent parts that make up the argument, you don't even know that the terms that you're using, those things haven't been verified, like the speed of light. So you can't then therefore say that this technology uses, whatever it's doing, it's going to be able to tell you the distance to the sun. It's just, I mean, you could peel back the layer of like the argument and just try to undo it from within, how it's constructed and how it was even said to be proven. Just like say, hey, throw the article in here, let's check it out. We'll look at it, we'll take a look, and we'll see what it says. And then by examining the claim, we'll be able to tell you if it was even something that was possible or not. But based on what I know, nothing's been able to be verified that you can actually do what you said it can be done. And the Globies were in here even denying the fact that that was possible. So
Right, in their worldview, it doesn't even have a surface to bounce off. I mean, they're claiming it doesn't bounce off the sun directly; it's bouncing off the corona. But I mean, it would need to bounce off so that it comes directly back. Or actually, it'd have to bounce off. They'd have to know where to aim it for it to bounce off where they're aiming it to, and so that it comes back and hits where Earth is going to be. Not where, because the Earth is like orbited around the sun a little bit, as well as like rotated a bit.
Yeah, it would take 8 minutes to get there, 8 minutes to get back, and in that time, I don't know how many miles the Earth would have supposedly moved. many thousands of miles.
The 8 minutes calculation is just funny because the history of that comes from an erroneous observation of Jupiter's moons as they're going through their phases around Jupiter, and an assumption of a heliocentric orbit and an assumption of distances. And it was erroneous because the observer, Ole Romer, didn't take into account that in his own model, the Earth would be moving. But he came up with like an 8.25 minute calculated trip to the Earth from the sun. And somehow he was correct, even though his observation was flawed.
Yeah, I don't know if we were going over this yesterday, but like we're also talking about how things in history, the proponents who they claim ascribe certain, I think Eli brought this up, the proponents of whom they ascribe certain theories or examples that have proven things about the Earth, and specifically like, things that were written in like about science, like Newton's gravitation, like it was written by Newton, and how like he refuted that, with this in his Principia to his letters to Thomas, so there's a lot of things that what they assume they built this foundation of knowledge on, that when you actually investigate historical context, it doesn't lead to the fact that they're saying what they built it on is true. So, I mean, that's just one instance. And then you got Edwin Hubble. So there's a lot of instances where they're taking information that they've already just built upon and taking it for granted. So that's the other angle too. It's like they're standing on shoulders of giants, and Indio actually said, "What if you don't realize you're standing on shoulders of retards?" Like, that's funny.
It is fun. They've been building, so they've been building models that explain their observations over and over and over and over iteratively. These models can't be tested. They can only be tested by seeing if observations correlate. And the problem is you can play a game where there are potentially infinite numbers of models you can come up with to explain one observation. And then how do you pick amongst them which is true? Where the rubber meets the road is being able to substantiate that through some kind of direct manipulation. So really, we're in an era in 2025 where we've got astronomical models that explain observations that have just as much truth power and predictive power as like Vedic astronomy with Rahu and Ketu chasing the freaking, I don't know, stars around the Earth. What makes it believable to people, though, is because it's not stories of Rahu and Ketu and Helios. And what makes it sound believable is that you have all these notions of materialism at play. So they're going to say, yeah, the sun is a nuclear furnace. The sun's been producing hydrogen in all of its forms. that we've got this force called gravity that's holding everything together, and it sounds very, very kind of down to earth. It sounds very scientific and technical, and that's what's different. But to the ancients, I mean, they had no concept like this like we have today. And for them, what was believable is the idea that you had all these mystical entities up there. And honestly, that might be closer to reality than we know. Because everything we observe in the sky seems to defy what we know to be true here down on Earth.
Even the person, the astronomer, who they've basically is at the heart of what they think stars are and how they operate, is quoted as pretty much as having said that detailing the chasm between practical science and what his peers do in his field. The gap between them, because astronomers can't peel back stars and suns like an onion to see how they work and what they're made of. And that's Fred Hoyle.
It's really funny, like when you're aware of controversies in the mainstream itself regarding the nature and mechanisms of these phenomena, and how there's a lack of consensus across many different very foundational things. And then we get globies coming in here who are absolutely cocksure that they have it all figured out. I mean, it was like JJ with his, refraction claims. It's like he thinks they have this all figured out. And then I present a paper that challenges his idea, and he's like, no.
Yeah, because DJI showed that 21-mile observation, and people like him will just say, well, but you can't exclude refraction, right? Oh, so you just want me to give you the ball then? You just want what? Basically, that's what they're saying. Look, just give me the ball. Just give me the ball. No, I'm not giving you your freaking ball back. I'm going to be a bully. Fight me for it.
Isn't that called a special pleading fallacy? Just make this exception, this one exception, please, and it will all come true. Grant me my one special plea.
Yeah, that's pretty much what they're saying. Yeah, it is.
Grant the R value. So I got a really interesting paper from DJ on the refractivity of the atmosphere. What makes it interesting to me is how honest it is, like in 80% of it. And then the last 20%, the last mile of the paper, they're throwing in fantasy physics. And you just face palm yourself. They did a great job describing how basically the medium interacts with light and how difficult it is to predict ever-changing optical path due to ever-changing conditions, presenting statistical models to help narrow down their predictive error to a more manageable size. They've got all these observations. I mean, they're citing real actual physics, and they're citing real meteorological conditions. And then the last mile, they introduce the R value, and they presuppose that spheres of gravitational force are compressing gas down to a ball. And it just all falls apart. The wheels come off. And I see this over and over again. they take all this great information, something that could be predictable. I'm not saying that this is scientific, but they're taking something that could be empirically useful, regardless of whatever the topology of Earth is. And then they shoehorn it into the globe and it destroys itself. Intellectual seppuku, I think is what AI said yesterday. And so to those of us who've been in this space and researching this, we've been trying to find that R value. And we do that, you tend to walk through the halls of academia looking for it because they're supposedly the ones with the answers. And then you see the same behavior over and over and over again, where they come up with grand observations and theories that look good, and then they destroy it by shoehorning it into a ball. And then you challenge their ball premise, and they think some other department has the answer. Or the ones that claim to have the answers then invoke circular reasoning. Such as the case with Geodesy, the fake crap surveying. And a geodesy, for those that don't know, is regular normal surveying. 80% of it is great, kind of in the instance I described earlier with this paper that DJ sent me. 80% of it's great. And the last 20%, what do? They mangle their real world measurements by flexing them with math to fit a presupposed datum. And they call that an Earth measurement. As if they measured the Earth by itself. No, they invoked a model of Earth, a reified concept based off of a subjective choice on how to observe the stars. And then they take their beautiful work. I mean, it could be like in today's dollars, billions of dollars worth of research and money, manpower, effort, going trudging through mountains, through the snow, people dying, donkeys freezing to death. They take all that data and they mangle it onto the surface of a model, of a mathematical model. And now it's not correct. So, I mean, to me, this isn't behavior of like a conspiracy of people trying to hide the nature of our world from the rest of us. People ask us all the time, why are they lying? This isn't the behavior of liars. This is something that's potentially far worse, and it's delusion. Yeah, I think it's worse. I think it's a much more scary, almost nihilistic take, but I think it's accurate. Could it be true that we are this freaking deluded in 2025 for all of our self-aggrandizing achievements of technological progress, the space age and everything else, that we are so dumb as a civilization to be committing this reification fallacy, this affirming the consequent fallacy over and over and over and over again, and can't seem to stop freaking doing it. And anybody who rises up to ask questions, hey, you think this is the right way, gets treated like utter freaking idiots.
Yeah, I've always looked at it that way. Like, if we had, like, from when we started finding out about the flat Earth and uncovering a lot of these truths, like, I was thinking, what if we actually learned the real nature of this Earth that we're on? I mean, it's probably operating in some form or fashion that the technology could be working the way they said it does, just not using a globe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wonder that too. I know exactly what you mean.
I just have this deep down feeling like we're being misled into this like pseudoscience, and then the real science or whatever is really happening is just being covered up by, it's masquerading as this other thing that's happening. The system that we're told to believe is not actually the real system. I don't know. I just.
Well, yeah, like there could be some yet undiscovered thing about reality that somehow coincidentally makes all of their crazy bullshit work together that they don't even know about yet, but they are coincidentally working within a framework that does make it work. They think they have it figured out, and they don't. We actually think they don't have it figured out, but they have more figured out than we give them credit for. There's still something, a little something missing here. I mean, it would almost be like some comedic genius of a very, very sophisticated and intelligent, evil metaphysical power to have us living in a world where everybody believes in the globe, and everything that they freaking do to develop their world based off of the globe idea just happens to work in a big pragmatic fallacy fashion. And then we're sitting here frustratingly trying to convince them that they're wrong. But the more that they dig deep into their flawed worldview, and the more they shoehorn observations into these false concepts, the greater it tends to work out for them. And it's like, who's the one in hell? Is it us or is it them? I don't know if that really made sense, but I'd have to flesh it out a bit better. But yeah, I think we're on the same wavelength, Davey.
Yeah. And I hate to say this, man, but it's almost akin to the biblical premise that Satan's ambition was to reach above the heights of the clouds, above the stars of God, and be like the Most High. So it's just, the narrative seems to be like that ambition that people believe they can achieve that same goal. I don't know. It's always mirrored the fact that I've seen it in that perspective. I don't outright say it because I know it's not attached to the empirical information that we discuss in here. But for me, I see a lot of parallel with like the narrative of the biblical story, reading from like Enoch and such. And like, I don't want to sound like that esoteric type, but I mean, it's just hard to like not see that transparent from what I understand from my perspective on the biblical side, because there's a lot of things that are hidden from the people, and it's like, why is something that should be public and well established and known to everyone, why are things hidden from us? Why? That to me seems to be the why question for me would be that. Why can't we just come together as a community and figure it out? Why is there like institutions that have like gate kept this information away from us? Like, what's so bad about us understanding the nature of reality in a very practical manner? I think that there's an overarching, system there.
That resonates with me, AV. It's like Satan's stolen God's children, and the globe is the candy bar.
Yeah, it's almost akin to like the end times, like the Great Delusion, and if like I think it's in Matthew somewhere, where the deception is even if God's elect could be deceived, this would be the thing that would do it. Like, not to say that they would, but like there's a great deception happening where even God's people are being confused about. I think this would be it.
Because a great example.
Yep.
Let me post it.
I wrestle with the fact that I can't actually make the parallel known to everybody. Like, they're only hearing half of what I understand to be true because it parallels closely to the narrative of the Bible. Because Satan's ambition has always been to reach above the heights of the clouds of God, above the stars, and declare himself as the Most High, which is what it sounds like to me. People like the Tower of Babel, people want to build something to reach above those heights of the clouds, to go above the stars. And that's like an ambition that people want. They think that that's going to further the progress of humanity. But, when people go there, it's like, I don't know, it's this disconnect from reality. You know what I'm saying? It's like they disconnect themselves from the reality that we all know here. And there's nothing to gain from up there because they always talk about it being things that are void. There's no life up there, like other planets don't have life, so it's like, this is the only place that does harbor life that we exist in. Sorry, I get deep with it sometimes because it's like I have it bottled up, man. I can't do nothing with it, unless I talk to you guys about it.
You spoke of a disconnect, and that's a real way to explain it. I've got this portrayed here in the text chat. I posted a video. This video comes from a Honeywell training video on the Air Data Inertial Reference Unit. This is the little key to what I think is holding a lot of this ball crap together. This guy's portraying himself as an engineer, and he's talking about initialization of this device. So real quick, basically what he's talking about is being able to turn on this optical gyro, and the gyro determines which direction you're facing based off of the rotation of the Earth. That's the claim. So it says you turn it on, you have to punch in your latitude and longitude, and it will figure out which way you're facing based off of the rotation of the Earth. Now, he says this, and in the next breath he says, but if you basically leave it on too long, and you go all around to the opposite side of the Earth, the airplane might think that you're upside down. Why would that be the case? I thought it was able to measure a downward acceleration as well. Like there are accelerometers built into this by their claim. It's always detecting down, no matter where you are, how fast you go over a globe, that you're always going to be normalized to the down vector everywhere you are. So any pitch that you have up or down, left or right, or any direction you're facing is going to be relative to your localized down at every instantaneous moment. So why, pray tell, would this thing think because you rotated half a day on a globe that it would suddenly, that this would tell you that your airplane is upside down? That makes no freaking logical sense whatsoever. It's almost like an admission or some extreme cog dis. It is absolutely nonsensical what he said. It's almost an admission.
I have a question for you, Yoder. Remember you were talking about the black is the black box? What if
That's
that information? What if that information is what's inside of there? What if that's what it's actually detailing? And then the output is the correction of that. The raw
That's exactly
data.
what we're dealing with,
dude. Like,
this is the blackest of black box. What I'm showing you is the Adiru.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're actually, this is like a decode of like the information, but what we would really see from the raw data is that information that you just said. That it would actually, dude, like it's.
Well, yeah, and you don't get the raw data. You never can. I've got there's CFR Part 49 and in the Federal Register. You can look it up. Basically says that this stuff is going to be kept proprietary from the public unless under exigent circumstances are required to disclose it. So here you have a portrayal of ostensibly, right? You're supposed to think that this guy is like some lead engineer from Honeywell who knows all about these devices, and he screws up an explanation. And nobody catches the mistake, and Honeywell puts out this training video.
Yeah. Well, that's because they don't, for them,
It
they
sounded
take it
good.
They take it that's just what he's saying, but the correction is where the magic happens. That's how they know they're on a globe.
Exactly,
So they don't have,
the correction.
Yeah, the correction is where that's why it's put out that way, because everybody is already of the mind that the Earth is a globe, so they're not worried that he said that. Like, I don't think that's not even on their what they think about.
And not only that, and in addition to that, though, and that flat earthers are just lunatics who think they live on a pizza planet.
Exactly. Now, please save that video. I clipped it. I can send you the full link. And play that as many times as it takes for it to make sense to you of why the airplane would think that you're upside down when this thing is designed to tell you your true up-down orientation in addition to your azimuthal heading.
That's a clear indication that the globe is fake. You know that, right? That's almost like a...
It kind of is. This is like a NASA oops.
Yeah. Because that means that the correction is like constructing the idea that the Earth is on a globe. And it's not really, because if you're following the raw data, then a plane that's upright would be in the raw data upside down. So that wouldn't make any sense. Like on the Earth that they're traveling over, if they're saying that the Earth is a globe, it wouldn't make any sense because there is no upside down on a globe. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Dude.
It doesn't make any sense. It is like I can't tell. Like there are like 3 logical failures happening at one time with this. I haven't quite unpacked it all, but it was so freaking gobsmackingly stupid. I posted the link, okay, and the clip I have is from that link from Honeywell. Like again, guys, I'm telling you, like if you could do one thing today to advance this forward a little bit, this could be a little thing to do, and just play that clip, and please make it make sense. Within the context of what this device is supposed to do, the rest of the video explains what that is. Why would it tell you your plane is upside down when it's not tracking any rotation of the plane relative to the horizontal frame?
Yep.
It's supposed to be using a rotating horizontal frame to tell you how north you're facing relative to the axis of spin.
This would break the paradigm. If everybody understood it, it would break it.
Yeah, and it's such a brain bender. But this has like a prerequisite is to understand how different frames of reference capture motion in different kinematic ways. That is, the appearance of rotation relative to one frame can be due to the one frame being in motion and the other being in a static position. Or both could be moving relative to each other, and there has to be a way to detect that. I mean, there's a lot packed into this. They're claiming that this is detecting Coriolis.
There's a built-in correction factor that compensates for the rotation of the Earth.
Bingo. That's what they said. And you don't get access to any of that to validate what's actually going on. And this device was made popular after the Apollo mission used this kind of device to successfully navigate to the moon and back. Aerospace industry said, I got to have one of these. And that's where we are.
To say that we've been lied to on a massive scale is an understatement at this particular moment in history. Because, like I was saying, why would such critical information? I mean, I'll take a look at it from, I guess, your perspective, Yoder, that you've been around these industries. What's so important about that information that would lead us to maybe we discover something about other countries, or what's so secret that you'd have to classify? Speculation, right? But what's so secret about that information that you'd have to put it behind closed doors and make it where it's gatekept?
Maps have always been the privilege of kings and emperors. Knowing where resources are that other people, that potentially other kingdoms don't know, gives you a very big advantage. Knowing the true layout of the land gives you a big advantage for warfare, for economic development. And a device that is so capable of such high levels of precision for mapping things out and understanding true relative distances to things and orientation would be highly valuable. We're talking better than gold, because it can tell you where the gold is.
Yeah, but what you're saying is they give us the inaccurate version on purpose.
This was true. It's made public back in the first Gulf War in the early 90s. the story goes Saddam Hussein had Scud missiles with purposefully degraded gyros. And this is why they were so inaccurate. And he was accidentally bombing hospitals and schools with them because these Scud missiles were never hitting their intended target. What if something like that is actually going on a worldwide scale? That these things are just accurate enough and have other compensating systems to get you safely from A to B within a margin of error. Yep.
All based off of like a spherical, a mapping system. Like it's putting it all on a latitude and longitude. And
Yep,
I
and
don't
the
know.
pure sphere is incompatible topologically with a flat plane without distortions. Distortions becoming more apparent over time without other corrections, and believe me, they got all kinds of corrections. Yeah. This is, I mean, there's something weird going on. It's almost like you could be too afraid to look into this because you'd be afraid of the Eye of Sauron.
Well, yeah, it's massive though.
Because we're just trying to understand the nature of reality here. We're not interested in, the reasons why a state would want to protect certain like information about the location of things. Sorry, did I cut out? We're just interested in understand the nature of reality. We're not interested in uncovering like the secrets of an empire's secret stash. But I mean, there could be some, I guess, I hate to say it, some crossover where, I mean, God forbid, taking up too much of an interest in this matter could be seen as the other. And then you may be mistaken for somebody that may not be of honest intent. Speaking, rather obliquely here on purpose.
Yeah, cryptically, yeah. I mean, I read between what you're saying. Yep.
Yeah.
But that's always been the case ever since we started this endeavor of learning about flat Earth.
I have to step out for about 15. I'll be back.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Enrique?
Fine. How are you?
Very well, my friend.
Right. And, do you acknowledge that the Earth is round?
Is it?
Yeah.
How do we know that?
So, there's a really interesting phenomenon. When you go to one part of the Earth that, we call the North Pole.